This is Audible.
The Skeptic, Lost Boys, Book 1. Written by Kelly Fox. Narrated by Declan Winters. Before we begin, Beckett, the skeptic in our story, is a Catholic seminary dropout, now deconstructionist minister. He has a sincere desire to serve, even if he's not entirely sold on the existence of a divine being. That said, depending on the place faith has in your life, you may take offense at this rather impertinent, I maintain valid, questioning of the divine. You may find it even more offensive that he's willing to keep the collar on if a lover asks nicely. It's also important to know that while the Lost Boys are fictional, the town in which they live is real. Seguin, Texas is in the middle of an explosive shift in population and culture, and it is the perfect setting for hopeful stories about queer adults reclaiming their hometown and making it the safe haven they wish they'd had as teens. Our other main character, Holden, experienced a bigoted attack approximately 10 years prior to the beginning of the story. As with all my stories, when a character is hurt, I allow them to name what happened and focus on the after effects rather than play out the assault on Paige. That said, if a bigoted asshole assumes that a guy in a clerical collar won't defend the man he loves, that's his lesson to learn. Content warnings. Contains spoilers. Homophobia, brief graphic violence, transphobia and misgendering, called out and corrected. Death of a parent due to illness. References to substance use disorders and human trafficking. Prologue. "Forgive me, Father, for I'm about to sin," I said, leaning into my pious cosplay. The heavy sigh on the other side of the confessional screen only broadened my smile. "Mr. Wainwright, your confessions already give me gray hair. Now you're coming to tell me about future sins." We were the only ones in the church, which wasn't an accident. "Father, this is my last confession before I go home. The end of the semester approaches, and I have plans." "Beckett, Mr. Wainwright, you have to know that confessions of this nature will need to be shared with Bishop Anderson. This could impact your future with the seminary." I chuckled. "Father Gabriel, you and I both know that you will not be going to the good bishop on these matters. Besides, I won't be returning." Gabe cleared his throat. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You have a singular intellect," he said, ignoring my first sentence. "Something we could use more of in the priesthood." "Yes, well, going to seminary school despite my father isn't as much fun as I hoped it would be." "Beckett, I know, I said, patting the air. "Attending seminary out of spite is not a particularly respectful use of my Catholic education, especially considering he's bankrolling everything." "Why do you do this, then? Did you always know you were going to quit?" he asked, confusion and just guessing here, guilt coloring his words. Good question. No, I didn't start seminary with the intent to quit. I wanted to work with the Catholic charities, but now I hesitated because this was coming painfully close to something that truly mattered to me. Fuck it. What good was a confession if I couldn't be honest? I'm not built for this life. I know my father will be disappointed, but I'm not. What will you do then? There's a new group home outside of Seguin that works with abused and trafficked teens. It's near my friends, and I think I have something to offer. Isn't that the parish where your father serves? It is, but that's not enough to keep me away. Certainly not enough to get you to act right, he said almost fondly. Come on, Father. You don't really want me to act right, do you? I mean, considering how much you've benefited from my sinful nature. Leather creaked as he shifted in his seat, and I thought about how I was going to miss the musky smell of him. Gabe used some sort of basic soap, ivory maybe. and it made that deep corner of his hip and thigh smell both holy and profane. I had not been Gabe's first dalliance, and I wouldn't be his last, but I like to think I was the one who'd vexed him the most. At a minimum, I was the first seminary student to successfully seduce him. Not gonna lie, I took a lot of pride in that fact. He was quiet a long time, and I wondered if maybe I'd fucked up. Finally, voice hushed, he said, "Confess to me your sins, my son. What evil thing do you have planned?" "I plan on defiling a priest, Father." "In what way?" he asked, his voice cracking. I was hoping I could find him in a confessional booth. "That is a holy place, my son." The sound of a zipper and the rustle of fabric being rearranged filtered through the screen, along with a soft sigh. "Yes, it is, Father. I wanted to go to the place he found most holy, to show him his sinful nature. Spitting, flesh being slicked." "What would you do to him in this sacred space?" Gabe asked, breathless. "I don't know if my words would be sufficient, Father. I might need to show you." Faster flesh-on-flesh sounds. "Please, my son, come here that I may give you penance." Seconds later, I swung open the door to his side of the confessional, smirking as I closed it behind me. He was already debauched, his vestments pushed up, his hand on his thick cock, the look in his eyes desperate. Settling one hand against the back of the confessional, I leaned forward and pressed a hard, dirty kiss to his mouth. Our arrangement worked because we were both reckless in our own ways. Unlike me, Gabe still believed in God and mostly followed his Catholic faith. He just didn't believe he needed celibacy to serve his congregation. That had been his confession to me. I later discovered that his roster was heavy on women, but I was definitely not the first man he'd been with. He had strict protocols on not fucking the faithful members of his congregation, but in that regard, his record was still clean, because my faith had been fucked since the day my mother died. He had also never taken his sinful leanings into the physical church before, but what could I say? I was persuasive like that. Pulling away from the kiss, I knelt before my dirty priest, grinning. He raised his hips, and I tugged down his trousers along with his underwear. Reverently biting my lip, I took a long look at him before swallowing him to the back of my throat. When my nose hit his soft nest of pubic hair, I inhaled, committing his smell to memory. I wasn't gonna miss him, but I appreciated every lesson I'd learned from him. It occurred to me that I was simply being efficient, sinning and asking for forgiveness all in one convenient location. The thought made me smile around Gabe's considerable girth. Not that I believed in God enough to worry about his condemnation. Gabe's hand landed on the back of my head, pressing me down farther, a sexy bit of dominance I couldn't wait to try on someone else. I whimpered like a good boy for him, inviting him without words to fuck my face. Gabe was more than happy to oblige. Relaxing the back of my throat, I grunted as he gripped my head with both hands, thrusting over and over again, lost to the sensation. His appreciative, furiously whispered words pitched up, and he stiffened, his hips going off rhythm as he released down my throat. After draining him dry, I stood and unzipped my jeans, digging out my cock. I leaned forward for a cum-stained kiss, my eyes rolling back as Gabe took hold of me, pumping my shaft with one hand while cupping my nuts with the other. This was about to get messy, especially since his deft fingers had, found that one fucking spot behind my balls that always sent me flying. It was a good thing my dorm was only a few steps away. My first spurt of cum spattered across his vestments right as the confessional door swung outward. Seeing the panic on Gabe's face, I reached back to pull the door closed. The bishop's disgruntled face, however, appeared like some specter of godly judgment, and I knew we were hosed. It was a good thing I'd already decided to ditch this place. "Father Gabriel," the bishop said stiffly, the vein in his forehead bulging. Gabe zipped up his pants, stood, and murmured a mortified apology as he fled the confessional. Poor Gabe. He did try to be a good priest. Unhurried, I zipped up and righted myself, wiping a bit of stray cum from my jeans. "Hey, Bishop Anderson, what's good?" "Son, I asked you to take your seminary education seriously," my father said, disappointment clinging to him like foxtails on shoelaces. "This isn't like college. The seminary will not look the other way regarding your habits. I don't know if I can get them to accept you for next semester." I gripped the extended handle on my well-worn suitcase, barely inside the front door of my father's house. Leaving the seminary in a blaze of glory had been fun and all, but I hadn't really thought through what would come next. I was back in Seguin for Christmas and, apparently, an ass chewing. Dad had taken holy orders after my mother's death, and in deference to the fact that he had a teenage son, the Archdiocese of San Antonio let him serve in his home parish, a choice they might be regretting since I'd grown up to be a faithless miscreant. Or something to that effect. Look, I know I've embarrassed you yet again, but every time I've tried to explain why this wouldn't work, you railroaded me. Maybe now you'll listen when I tell you who and what I am. "Son, you know how the church feels about it. Do you really think I give a single solitary shit about what the church thinks? Your mother and I know, Dad, but I'm not either of you. I'm me, and I wish that were enough." Sighing, I turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "I don't know. Probably Mr. Paige's house." My high school shop teacher was the closest thing to a mentor I had. He'd know what to do. "Great. All of these problems started when you went to his class." "Dad," I gritted out, "I'm not gay because of Mr. Paige." "If you were a priest, you wouldn't have to worry about that. He's the one who sets you on this path of defiance." I shook my head, knowing that more words wouldn't help. "Self-acceptance, Dad. Not defiance. Acceptance." Setting my suitcase aside for a moment, I hugged him, and he reluctantly hugged me back. "I love you, Dad. I'll see you at Christmas Mass." He didn't try to stop me, which I appreciated, but I wished he'd at least have asked more questions, tried to understand me. I knew he loved me, but shit like this made me ache with how much I missed Mom. On the way out to my truck, I called Mr. Paige. "Beckett, I haven't heard from you in a hot minute. How are things?" "I got busted blowing a priest in the confessional at seminary." His rich laugh was the first thing that had made me feel like a real person in a long time. "You never did do things small, did you?" "Fuck no." "Can I guess that Pastor Wainwright was less than pleased with this turn of events?" he asked. I could practically see his smirk on the other end of the line. "He's not mad, he's just disappointed," I joked, though saying it aloud made me sad for reasons I didn't care to explore. "So, yeah, I got out of there." "Permanently?" "I think so," he hummed, and I could picture him stroking his salt and pepper beard. "Where are you going to stay?" "Haven't figured that out yet," I admitted, thinking about my meager bank account. As rebellious as I wanted to be, I was 23 and ill-prepared for real life. "Miss Dora lost her tenant last month, and she doesn't charge much. She likes having a young person around to help her carry things occasionally. Think that might work for you?" I'd been kind of hoping he'd offer his guest room, but maybe he thought I needed to figure out my independence. Independently. Maybe. "She also leaves her hearing aids out most days, if that means anything to you," he said, typically mischievous. I certainly wouldn't complain about the additional privacy, and maybe I could decorate in my style for once. "I guess beggars can't be choosers." "I'll give her a call," Mr. Paige said, grabbing onto my answer. "In the meantime, come over. We'll be serving dinner in about an hour. I don't want to inconvenience you. Bex, you know it's no inconvenience at all. I sighed, tossed my suitcase into the back of my old truck, and got in. This truck was the last project Dad and I had worked on together, his 16th birthday gift to me. I remembered hoping that fixing it would fix us. 7 years later, the old rust bucket still needed a paint job and a little bit of Bondo, but it drove beautifully. It had not, however, magically repaired things between my dad and me. Ah, well. Pulling onto the street, I thought forward to the future. I'd spoken to Mr. Paige about my dreams, visions of serving at the group home, and maybe even further down the road, what I could do with a congregation of my own. Something a little less structured, a little less traditional. Maybe this time I'd let my mentor help me figure it out. Chapter 1. Beckett. 5 years later. That's it, baby, right there. Can you go a little deeper for me? Oh, that's a good boy. Fuck, your mouth is so good. I ran my tattooed fingers through a strawberry blonde mane of hair. I wouldn't remember his name, but I'd definitely remember his mouth. Was I proud that this was, pun fully intended, going down in my office? No. Was I proud that I was still wearing my collar? Also no, but in my defense, he'd asked nicely if I'd leave it on. Still, it was bad form all around. While I wasn't part of an official religious organization, I was a member of a loosely affiliated group of independent churches. I was 90% sure there was a bylaw somewhere that prohibited fucking on church grounds. I was choosing to rely on the totally made-up loophole that since he wasn't a member of my church, it was okay. I didn't swipe right on people from my small town of Seguin, Texas, even though the place was growing so fast I doubted I'd legitimately be able to call it small for much longer. Trips to San Marcos with its multitude of collegiate jocks, pretty academics, and shy cubs wanting to explore their sexuality with a safe person fit the bill just fine. Unfortunately, between meetings, counseling sessions, and volunteering at Lupe, the Guadalupe County group home for teens, I hadn't had time to address my personal needs in over a month. So here I was in my church office, getting blown by a college senior. At 28, I required a lover who could order their own beer, who'd been willing to drive in from Texas State. Fuck, I cursed as he hollowed out his cheeks, nearly sucking the life out of me. Okay, so not my finest moment, but a damn satisfying one. The schlick sound of his hand as he stroked himself, too hot and bothered to wait for me to take my turn, sent me flying. I bit my bottom lip, stifling a shout as I rolled my hips, loving the desperate choking sound he made when my cock hit the back of his throat. Then, as if out of a nightmare, my unlocked office door swung open, and the always entertaining Mr. Paige lumbered in, dragging his oxygen tank behind him. Beckett, he stopped, taking in the scene. The orgasm continued pulsing through my veins as Wren, Mr. Page's husband, bumped into him, not expecting the short stop. Wren stepped around his husband's hulking figure and his eyes widened. He, being a gentleman, immediately spun on his heel. Mr. Paige, however, stayed in the doorway, leaning on the tank, the tube swaying as a deep rumble emanated from his chest. In the church office. Really? He asked, wiping away a tear. His words and laughter muffled through his oxygen mask. Isn't this why the Catholics kicked you out? Hey, Mr. Paige. I still called him Mr. Paige, even though over a decade had passed since I'd been in his shop class. Not only was he the first openly queer adult I'd ever met, but he kept his classroom open to the queer kids as a haven when shit got bad. Guadalupe County High now had an official LGBTQ+ club. But back then, he'd simply called us his Lost Boys. While most of the Lost Boys had been scattered to the four winds after high school, he'd made an effort to stay in touch. Hey, son, he said, wheezing slightly. It's a good thing everyone's gone for the day. Mr. Paige had started calling me son sometime after I got kicked out of seminary school and had been doing it ever since. Given the current state of my relationship with my actual father, it always warmed my heart. Well, almost always. My hookup sat back on his heels, grinning at me as he zipped up my pants with calloused, freckled hands. I may not have remembered his name, but the slight sunburn across the bridge of his nose reminded me that he was the rowing team's coxswain. After arranging his own clothes, he crawled out from under my desk and quickly saluted Mr. Paige before skirting around him. Mr. Page's eyes tracked the redhead's tight ass down the hallway. Turning back to me, he planted his tongue against the inside of his cheek. Classy. I gestured to the building falling down around our ears. We are nothing if not classy at the meeting house. The meeting house was an old pizza shop that had been willed to Mr. Paige by a beloved aunt. It smelled faintly of marinara sauce when the weather turned humid, and while my friends and I had painted over the old logos, the shape of the building was distinctly pizza shop inspired. It sat on a huge, mostly abandoned lot on the edge of an old neighborhood. While the neighborhood was being revitalized, I doubted the word classy had ever described this place. Still, it got the job done, and I could openly invite discussion and questions about parishioners' belief in God without getting fired. I stopped by because Wren and I have a huge favor to ask. Mr. Paige halted and spun around. Where did that sexy husband of mine go? He understood that what was happening was private and beat a hasty retreat. Unlike some people. I could finally stand and not embarrass myself, though that train may have already left the station. Mr. Paige snorted at my attempt to appear dignified, then motioned his husband over. Wren was a trim, handsome Japanese-American man. He was younger than Mr. Paige by a dozen or so years, which meant he had to be in his early 50s by now, though he barely looked 40. He'd retained his physique, and the salt in his hair gave him that silver fox sex appeal that people of all ages responded to. While he'd moved to Texas from Cali almost 30 years ago, he refused to say y'all. He taught American literature in San Marcos and probably knew the coxswain in question, come to think of it. My ears burned, and I wondered whether, if I started believing in God for real this time, they would help an errant minister out. Beckett, you remember our son Holden, right? Wren asked. The question brought me up short. There's no way he'd think I'd forget who their son was, given that the last time I'd seen Holden, he'd been beaten and left for dead. I nodded anyway. Wren's cheeks flushed as he shared a glance with his husband. We hadn't told him about Robert's recent hospitalizations until this afternoon. I stopped straightening my collar, staring between the two men I admired most in this world. What do you mean you hadn't told him? To be honest, during my many trips to the hospital to sit with Wren and Mr. Paige as he recovered from his second bout of pneumonia, I'd been wondering where the hell their son was and what could be more important than being with his dads at a time like that. I knew more than most about why Holden would stay away. But fucking hell, Mr. Paige almost died. There was at least one day we'd been sure he wouldn't make it. Mr. Paige, to his credit, looked sheepish. I told Wren not to say anything till I got out. My jaw dropped. But Mr. Paige, you deserved to have your son by your side. What was he gonna do? Hold my hand and cry? No. I didn't want him to come all the way down here unless it was unavoidable. You know what they did to him, and Mr. Paige stood to his full height, his knuckles wide as he gripped the handle on his oxygen tank. I didn't blame Holden for not wanting to return to Texas, but I knew how much he adored his father's. I'd seen the meme wars between him and Mr. Paige. He'd purchased a first edition Catcher in the Rye for Wren on his 50th birthday because his dad was the sort of romantic who would name his son after one of the most famous literary characters in the modern age. Holden had fled Seguin as soon as he was recovered enough to travel and attended Wren's alma mater in California. Last I heard, he was a designer at one of those enormous gaming companies based in Seattle. Or Portland? I could never remember which. Didn't matter because he was gone and fully intended to stay gone, and I couldn't blame him for that. It made me feel guilty, though, for not asking more questions at the hospital. I shook my head, clearing it. How can I help? Wren grimaced. He's flying in tomorrow morning at 8:45 and needs to be picked up from the airport. Now that, grabbing the first flight he could to be with his fathers, was the reaction I'd anticipated when Mr. Paige had gone into the hospital. Of course, he flying into San Antonio? Mr. Paige rocked the oxygen tank under his palm. No, Austin. Found a direct flight. Mr. Paige, despite his humor, was still recovering from that double hit of pneumonia. He'd always been a big bear of a man, healthy and robust, so he'd initially ignored what he thought was simply a bad cold. By the time he'd agreed to go to the hospital, he'd had it in both lungs and was having difficulty catching his breath. He was a strong guy, though, and beat it reasonably quickly. I could maybe see not telling his son then. However, after being released from the hospital and given the go-ahead to resume his life, he got hit with it again. The second bout had been far worse than the first, and the doctors were fairly sure he'd picked it up at the end of his first hospital stay. Hospital-acquired pneumonia was particularly dangerous, and this second bout took weeks to get under control. And they very nearly didn't. The thing I suspected they were really keeping from Holden was the damage to Mr. Paige's heart and lungs. A lifelong vegetarian and avid cyclist, Mr. Paige now had the circulatory and pulmonary systems of a guy who'd survived exclusively on cheeseburgers and inhaled all his oxygen through cigarettes. Mr. Paige caught me eyeballing his tank and rewarded my concern with a frown. I am well into recovery, as I told my son and the school district. But they're making me retire. Something about the safety of my oxygen tank around the shop equipment. He grunted indignantly. So now Holden's coming down to fuss unnecessarily over me and help me pack away my classroom. I'm not an invalid. What a bastard, I snarked. Also, and I know you hate it, but congratulations on retiring. He muttered under his breath, waving me off, knocking his mask askew in the process. Wren shushed him and refitted the mask on his face. Turning to me, Wren explained, I'd pick him up, but I've got a full calendar of midterms tomorrow. I'm happy to grab him for you. Wren reached out and squeezed my arm. Thanks, Beckett. It means a lot. Of course. Mr. Paige lingered at the door, looking put out and maybe ashamed. Just a couple of months ago, he'd been an active 65-year-old, in better health than most of his peers, enjoying his summer vacation. Now he'd been forced to retire and couldn't go for more than a few minutes without supplemental oxygen. I rubbed his arm. You owe your son an apology when he gets here. And you're needed in his presence, I held up my hand when he tried to protest, is not a sign of weakness. Your need for extra support while you recover, also not a sign of weakness. Let your loved ones take care of you, you grumpy bastard. He snorted and then shook his head. I never felt old before this damn thing happened. I thought I was immune to those kinds of things. I thought I was better than that, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I gave him a gentle hug. Just because you're, the fantastic Mr. Paige doesn't mean you can't also be human. His smile was sad. When did you get to be so smart? I shrugged, my throat tight with emotion. Fuck, it was hard to see him laid low like this. I had a great teacher. He gripped my shoulder, then turned to Wren, who took his free hand and led him down the hallway with a brief, grateful look over his shoulder. Once they were in the makeshift parking lot, I pulled up my Lost Boys group chat to give them the latest on Mr. Paige. Me. Mr. Paige is retiring. I think we should do something for him. Sawyer. Agreed. He was the best teacher. Major. Let me know how I can help. But maybe check with him first. You know how he hates surprises. Joel. We can use the rooftop lounge so he doesn't have to be around so many people. Ozzy. Hell, Jay, let's close the bar to the public. Joel. Done. I nominate the preacher to convince Mr. Paige to let us celebrate him. Me. Bastard. And fine, I'll get Ren to help me. Hendricks. Won't be able to make it. I'm in Asia for the next few weeks. But I'll sponsor the drinks. I grinned. Hen avoided Texas even more than Holden did, but he was a good egg. He was also one of the most loyal, insane motherfuckers on the planet. I sighed as I watched Ren pull out onto the street. We'd find the right way to celebrate Mr. Paige. Chapter 2. Holden. Sorry for the rough landing, folks. The crosswinds were intense this morning. Welcome to Austin, Texas. ABIA, Austin Bergstrom International Airport, was surprisingly small, given the number of people it served. By the time I made it down the escalator past the statue of Barbara Jordan and a handful of massive art guitars, the baggage carousel sounded its warning and started moving. 10 minutes and a small hernia later, I dragged my 2 full-size suitcases and 1 slightly too large carry-on out to the thick carbon dioxide-soaked heat of the covered pickup area. It was barely 9 in the morning, and the temperature was well above 90 degrees, a world away from the delicate morning humidity of Portland. I'd told Dad I'd take an Uber or rent a car, but he wouldn't hear of it. Honestly, given the state of my life, I probably shouldn't drive. My relationship had finally crumbled to dust. I hated my job, and I didn't know Pops had been in the hospital until after he got out. You know your father. He didn't want you to worry. I'm 32, Dad. You can trust me with difficult news. You're right. But Pops is grateful you're willing to come all the way to Texas to see him. Grateful. Huh. I'd bet he was blustering something foolish. What's he gonna do for me down here? Don't make him come. It was like they thought I was the same kid who got beat up all those years ago. I always appreciated their willingness to visit me in California and now Portland, but it was time. That said, I did feel bad for whoever they got to pick me up. Beckett something or other, and looked for the blue pickup truck. I stopped reacting to blue pickup trucks after the 5th one rolled by. Welcome to Texas. While I waited, I shot off a quick text to my father's. Me. Landed, waiting for pickup. Pops. Can't wait to see you, son. Dad. We are gonna have so much fun. Just as Dad's message came in, so did one from my unfaithful, now ex-boyfriend. Jackson. Why is your side of the closet empty? Curling my lip, I pulled up his contact and changed his fucking name. Asshole. I thought you were just visiting Texas for a few days. Another blue pickup truck passed me, and I wondered how long this Beckett person was going to take. Pops had said he was one of his original lost boys, and I tried not to let that old curl of jealousy get me wrapped around the axle. Pops was a great father to me, and those queer kids had really needed him. But sometimes the old insecurities crept in. My phone buzzed in my hand again. Asshole. Don't ignore me. Oh, fuck right off. Just as I was about to fire off a few choice words, a gorgeous, completely restored vintage truck from the 1950s, baby blue with white wall tires, rocked to a stop in front of me. Sliding my phone into my pocket, I watched as a handsome, heavily tattooed guy wearing all black, and was that a preacher's collar? Rounded the truck. I gulped, taking in the thick, dark brown hair and the luminous brown eyes. Morning, Holden. Not sure if you remember me. I flushed, not sure what to do with my tongue. Oh yeah. Talk, Einstein. You're Beckett? Obviously. Yeah, we, used to swim together when my mom was alive. I blinked a few times. Wait, you're Mary Wainwright's kid? He spread his hands out and gave a small bow. In the flesh. Was now a bad time to admit that horny priest was my favorite type of porn? I swallowed, then choked on my spit. He tilted his head, looking up at me for a moment before grabbing one of my oversized suitcases and easily tossing it into the bed of his pickup. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I should have. Words hold. Words would be good here. Shaking my head, I grabbed the other enormous suitcase and hefted it up. Embarrassingly, my arm collapsed under its weight, and the case started to cant off the truck's side, taking me with it. Within a second, Beckett was right there, his hands first steadying me, then reaching for the suitcase, pushing it over the edge into the truck bed. My body took that moment to remind me that Jackson and I hadn't had sex in almost 6 months, ever since he yelled at me for not wanting to open up our relationship. I'd initially loved our sex life, but over time it had become less and less satisfying. I'd been convinced I was the problem, so I'd looked up how to get the spark back. Turned out, though, Jackson had just gotten bored. Unfortunately, I wasn't built for polyamory, and in the end, he'd been a dick about it. Beckett slipped my carry-on into the back as well. If he thought my 3 suitcases were excessive, he didn't say anything. "Do we need to tie them down?" I asked, pushing up my glasses. I had basically my entire wardrobe in those 3 bags, after all. He grabbed a tab and rolled out a truck bed cover that latched on either side of the gate. "Nope, we're good." Once we got into his truck, I got a call from my boss. "Why can't she text me?" I grumbled as I hit accept. She was asking for an update on a few of my deliverables. She knew I was here to make sure my pops was okay and that I'd already taken care of everything, but she didn't seem to get the message that I was unavailable. I brought her up to speed as best I could, while Beckett pulled out of the airport. Within minutes, we were on the toll road that skirted around Austin to the east. Gently rolling green farmland fanned out in all directions as my boss's increasingly pointed questions came in at 85 miles per hour. The only time I'd seen a speed limit sign go higher was in Canada, and that was kilometers, so it didn't count. We flew by stands of trees and the occasional herd of cattle with white faces and solid brown bodies. Herefords, I seem to recall. About 20 minutes into the drive, I finally hung up with an exhausted sigh. "You lost your accent," Beckett noted. I turned to him, my eyes falling to the rolled sleeves and his strong, tattooed hands resting on the thin, retro steering wheel. I leaned in, noting he had a flaming sacred heart on his right hand, and on his left? Was that the devil? He seemed rather libertine for a man of the cloth, though that could just be wishful thinking on my part. "Holden? Huh?" I ripped my eyes from his sexy, likely talented hands. Beckett's amused expression was framed by the artful arch of his brow and a badly concealed grin. "I was saying that when you were a kid, you used to have a super country accent. You just had an entire conversation without using the word y'all once," he joked gently. I shook my head, twisting my fingers in my lap. "I went to college in California, and I learned pretty quickly that people out there think a Texas accent means you're not that bright. Jackson said he could always tell when I was mad because my Texas came out. This Jackson fella, he the reason you stuffed 3 suitcases to the gills for a quick trip to check on your pops." My text notification went off and I scowled. "Yep." Beckett craned his neck to spy on my phone screen. "That's your boss again?" "No rest for the wicked," I said, angling the screen away from him as I fired off the info she needed. "Hey, that's my line." The combination of classic truck, rolled sleeves, mischievous smiles, and tattoos was seriously going to kill me. And that collar. Oh, that fucking collar. Pops had warned me that the guy picking me up was an interesting character, but I wish he'd bothered to mention that Beckett was a hot, sexy-as-fuck preacher, one who looked like he'd know exactly what to do with me in bed. "Confess your kinks to me, my son." Shame flushed through my veins. I couldn't believe I was ogling a man of God. "Eyes on your phone, Hold." Anyway, yeah. I'm hoping she'll give me a few days to settle in before she starts up again." "Hey, man," Beckett said, patting my shoulder. "Your pops is still recovering. You're allowed to take off work. Actually, if you're using family leave, I suspect she's not allowed to contact you. I mean, it's none of my business, but maybe let her know you won't be available for the next week. Give yourself at least that." It was interesting the way his words soothed me. There was a quality to his voice he must have developed over his years of being a preacher, or whatever he called himself, that transmitted calm. He looked like a troublemaker, but sounded like autumn leaves. Maybe soothing rain on a tin roof. Gentle waves reaching the shore? Wow, am I hard up. I pulled up my phone and sent off one last text. Me. That will get you everything you need. I'll be out of contact for the next week. Please reach out to Cindy if you have any other questions. After that, I shoved my phone back into my pocket and leaned my head against fogged-up glass. I hoped by fall my life would make more sense. My eyes grew heavy as I watched the horizon. I drifted. I blinked awake as the truck slowed dramatically, Beckett exiting the highway and taking the back way down 90. Somehow I felt more rested from that nap than I had in the 3 hours of sleep I'd cobbled together on the plane on the way down here. We passed spacious swaths of sun-baked land, a hodgepodge of country living, until we hit Highway 123, where the town of Seguin cropped up seemingly out of nowhere. Seguin had always felt a little scruffy to me, and there was something comforting in the fact that it still kind of was. It was one of the river towns between Austin and San Antonio, but not cute like New Braunfels, big like San Marcos, or massive like San Antonio. Aside from a few vacation rentals, Seguin didn't monetize its river the way the other towns had. I suppose that had to do with the ugly-ass water treatment plant they put up in the middle of Riverview Park, or maybe that most of the waterfront properties were privately owned. That, plus being a few miles beyond the booming I-35 corridor, meant Seguin could throw the middle finger to the outside world and mean it. I liked that about the place, to be honest. My father's house was on the far side of town, and I perked up as we traversed the little downtown area. Sliding forward in my seat, I pointed to a trio of colorful shops. Are those pride flags? Yep, that's Queer Row. My buddy Joel owns the bar, Allie owns the coffee shop, and Marty owns the home improvement store. That's nice to see, though I doubt Seguin is having a pride parade anytime soon. True, but there were at least 50 people representing the queer community in last year's 4th of July parade. It was a colorful contingent, and we were treated with respect. Really? I asked, unable to keep the incredulity out of my voice. When I was a kid, the 4th of July parade was a really big deal. Still is. So having a bunch of queers as a welcome part of the celebration was, he said, trailing off. Significant? I said, wondering what else I'd missed. Hell, I may have gotten a little misty about it, he said, jokingly wiping away an imaginary tear. Then again, I was the Grand Marshal. I grinned, completely able to imagine it. I couldn't believe Beckett was the quiet kid I'd gone swimming with all those years ago. Not that I remembered him all that well. I vaguely recollected that he had a stern father and a bright, funny mother, but I wasn't solid on the details. I bet that made Pops real proud. He may have mentioned something to that effect, yeah, Beckett said, ducking his head. Hey, do you need to pick up anything before we head to your dad's house? Breakfast? Super early lunch? My stomach had been in knots since Dad called me yesterday, and I still wasn't that hungry. Mostly, I felt like I just needed a minute before jumping into this situation with Pops. Unreasonable as it seemed, given whatever time it was, I really fucking wanted a beer. Hell, it wasn't like the priest with the devil tattooed on his hand was going to judge me. Yeah, but you'd judge you. Is it wrong that I want a beer? I asked, ignoring my inner critic. Not at all. He tapped his chin as he circled the block in front of the courthouse. I chuckled at the enormous pecan sculpture that had fascinated me as a kid. The bar won't open for a few more hours, but I have beer at my place. It's nothing special, but if you want a moment to catch your breath before heading to your dad's house, you're welcome to come over. No good would come of going to the sexy preacher's household. Just say no. You know what? I'll take you up on that. Chapter 3. Beckett. Holden didn't recognize me from the bonfire, and I was going to count that as a win. I pulled up to my landlady's house and drove around to my spot in the back. Holden got out, looking confused until I pointed to the exterior steps leading up to the attic apartment. Home sweet home. Oh, okay. Gesturing toward the bed of the pickup, he asked, It's safe for me to leave my bags here, right? I grinned. Of course. Small town living. He was quiet as we trooped up the steps and remained so after I opened the door for him. He slipped off his shoes and I followed suit as he stuffed his hands into his jean pockets. He turned in place, taking in the one room this apartment had to offer. Taking advantage of his distraction, I let my gaze wander up and down his long, lean form, admiring his regal bone structure. Even though he'd already been up several hours, everything about him looked put together and expensive. The first thing I'd noticed when I'd picked him up was how his tortoiseshell glasses set off his sapphire blue eyes and sharp jaw. Next was his pretty hair, which was shorter on the sides with loose golden curls on top. In the morning light, he was the perfect combination of bespectacled computer nerd and fairy tale prince. After an awkward moment, his face lit up, and he pointed to the posters on the walls. You like Frida Kahlo? I love her. She was my mom's favorite. Always felt like they were kindred spirits. My mom was diagnosed with ALS when she was 35. It progressed rapidly and she passed before her 40th birthday, but not before introducing me to one of the most influential artists of the last century. Which one's your favorite? He asked. I pointed to the image where a broken column replaced the artist's spine. I always thought my mother understood her pain, and I understood her passion. Sometimes her paintings feel like love. Sometimes they feel like anger. But all of them feel like hope. Though I'm sure Miss Kahlo would think I was ridiculous. I'd lost my mother before high school, and the hardest part was all the things I'd forgotten about her over time. So I held on to what I could. As I led Holden into the tiny kitchen area with the mid-century chrome and mint green formica table, I remembered it was Mr. Paige's class that had helped me to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I like your style, Holden said, running his hand over the matching mint green 1950s appliances. This is very cool. Thanks. They came with the place. When they started breaking down, Miss Dora said we could go halves on updated ones, but I told her I'd rather learn how to repair them myself. That's a good skill to have. I could run a home appliance repair shop if the whole minister business doesn't pan out. Opening the refrigerator door, I showed him the shelf full of beer options. I always keep Blue Moon in stock for your dad. You're welcome to it if you like. That'd be perfect, thank you. I even have oranges, so it's more like a brunch situation instead of, Holden rocked on the balls of his socked feet, averting his eyes. Problematic drinking before noon? I laughed and he lit up all over again, and the eye contact didn't feel too awkward after that. As I handed him the beer, I realized how much taller he was than me. Seriously, man, how tall are you? He dipped his chin, bowing his shoulders the way tall people do when they don't want to stand out. 6'4". I whistled, sending him a flirty smile. I'm 5'10.5", in case you were curious. Oh, desperately curious, he cracked, then widened his eyes at me. Don't worry, Hold. I'm fluent in smartass, I said gently. He blinked a few times, letting his shoulders ease up ever so slightly. I grabbed a Blue Moon for myself and clinked bottles with him. After knocking back a little of the cold beer, I washed my hands, peeled a small orange, and pushed a couple of wedges into each of our bottles. I slipped a fingertip into my mouth and sucked off the juice, pretending not to notice when Holden audibly gulped, or to be aware of the fact that his eyes had been drifting to my collar every few seconds. $50 said his Pornhub search history included some priest action. His phone went off, and one look at his screen shattered his fragile smile. He ignored the incoming call and tipped back the beer, taking 3 big gulps before the phone rang again. Setting the bottle on the counter with a loud clunk, he accepted the next call. What? The voice on the other end of the line was male and annoyed. I couldn't quite make out the words, but Holden's jaw continued to tighten. Damn it, after I'd done all that work to soothe and settle him. Yes, I took all of my clothes, he whisper-hissed. I moved to the other side of the space to give him a semblance of privacy, but I couldn't help but hear everything. Because I don't know how long I'll be staying in Texas. A pause. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you started fucking your business partner. Oh, shit. Holden grabbed the beer and tipped it back, pacing my kitchen. He shook his head as more words flowed from the other end of the call. Stop acting like I'm imagining things. Last month when I asked you about the flirty texts, you brushed me off. Last week when I asked you about the condoms in your wallet, you acted like I'd been looking for some excuse to spy on you. It sounded as if his boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, was trying to answer, but Holden cut him off, eyes flaring as he went on. Don't you dare talk to me about the last 3 years. You're the one who ruined things. And before you claim I'm some sort of prude, this had nothing to do with you asking about opening our relationship. It had everything to do with you not respecting my response. Or at least not respecting me enough to talk things out and be honest about your actions. I grimaced and went into the bathroom and filled my little watering can, then started to water my plants. Yes, I will be living here. Barely a pause, then. No, the queer representation here has grown by leaps and bounds. His questioning eyes found mine, so I nodded. In fact, I'm sharing a beer with a gay preacher, so I think I'm doing fine. The voice on the other line went off again, and Holden pulled the phone from his ear. He chewed on his lips, then hit the screen and ended the call. His shoulders rose and fell a few times, and he tapped his phone against his forehead as red crept around the edges of his ears. Finally, he turned to me, worry adding a little line between his expressive brows. I'm so sorry, Beckett. I don't normally act like this. I've spent the last several weeks trying to figure out if I should stay with my partner or cut and run. Then my dad's called and told me Pops had been in the hospital with pneumonia. For the second time. Like, when I talked to him last week and he sounded hoarse, it was because they'd just extubated him. And even knowing that much, I've got this sinking feeling they're hiding how bad it was. My eyes hit my shoes. Were you there? He asked softly. Were you at the hospital with them? Being in a spiritual leadership role means I'm pretty damn good at holding on to delicate information. But his broken words cut right through me. I decided on a careful compromise. I'll tell you this, but only because you're about to see it for yourself. Mr. Paige is on oxygen. Holden bent forward like he'd been punched in the gut. Like, with a canister and everything? He asked, mimicking rolling it behind him. Yes. He shook his head, even as his phone started to buzz again. I approached him carefully and took the device from him, turning off all notifications before setting it on the table. Holding both of his hands, I angled my head to look into his averted eyes. Hey, ending a relationship or dealing with a serious illness in the family, either of those would throw anyone for a loop. Having both happen at once? I'm surprised you're still standing. You're doing fine. Even though I only heard one side of your conversation, I can tell you that you are not the unreasonable one. Sounds like he's been gaslighting you for months now. He grabbed my beer from the table and drained it in one go, then stared at the label as if it held the answers to the universe. Jackson never used to be like that. We used to be so in sync, finishing each other's sentences, accidentally buying the same geeky t-shirts. Everyone looked up to us as couple goals. Then something in him changed, and I couldn't change with him. So here I am. Did you mean what you said? Are you moving back to Seguin? I don't know. He carefully fished out a beer-soaked orange slice, making a mess as he shoved the whole thing into his mouth. Wiping his lips with the back of his hand, he said, But I think I can stay down here for a while. For sure, my dads need more help than they'll ever ask for. He set down the empty bottle, then cursed under his breath. This wasn't mine. I pushed his bottle into his hands. Don't worry about it. He tilted it back, finishing it as quickly as the first. I feel like such a fucking idiot, he said, pulling out the orange slice, no less messy with this round. Maybe I should have heard Jackson out about the poly stuff. I raised an eyebrow as he rinsed off his juice-soaked fingers. Are you poly-capable? Shaking off his hands, looking for something to dry them with, he bit his lip. No. I grabbed a hand towel and gave it to him. Then stop trying to find ways to make you the problem. Even if there are things you'll do differently going forward, you didn't deserve what he chose to do. Shifting his jaw, he eyeballed the empty bottles. There's more where that came from. Shame colored his face and his tall frame hunched again. I'm already babbling my life story and all my sexual drama on less than 2 beers. I think I'm good. Hey, I said gently, waiting for him to look at me. I promise. None of that shocked me. He looked unconvinced, so I went for humor. Yesterday, your dads walked in on me as I was getting a blowjob from a grinder hookup. Holden cocked his head at me, staring. After a few seconds, his expression broke and laughter swelled up from his chest. Oh my God, he said with a snort. You have just given Pops fuel for weeks. Years. He'll bust your balls every time he gets a chance. Seems like he's not the only one finding humor in my peccadillos. Holden, still laughing, scrunched his nose. I could tell he had a question, and I was too charmed by his kaleidoscoping expressions to hold back. I gave him the go-ahead gesture. So, do you hook up with the collar on? No, I grimaced. Well, sometimes, if they ask nicely. He inhaled sharply, nearly choking. It was a dry spell. That seemed to double his laughter, and for some reason I decided to keep going. I've been putting in a lot of hours on fundraising because the meeting house where I serve is a health hazard. Also, I may have found a guy with a priest kink and asked him to come to my office. Wait. You were in your church office when they caught you? Not the first time I've been busted in a church setting, if I'm being honest. Tears spilled down Holden's cheeks as he fought for oxygen through silent laughter. Seriously, I was starting to worry about him. Did you at least get to finish? He finally choked out. Just as Mr. Paige opened the door, as a matter of fact. He was so shocked he stopped short and your dad ran into his back. I bet Dad was red as a tomato. It wasn't my finest moment. Holden pressed his forehead to the curved part of my shoulder. I blamed it on lack of sleep and not any actual ridiculousness on my part. After a few moments, he took a deep inhale and righted himself, pulling his fingers down in front of his face like an actor preparing for a scene. His eyes darted to mine, and he broke all over again. He finally managed to re-wrangle himself after a few more moments. Happy? I asked, poking his side. Oh, I feel way better now, he chuckled, shaking his head. I leaned forward in a theatrical bow as he gathered the beer bottles and tossed them into the recycling. So, he started, clearly not finished with me. How can you be a priest and be so sexually liberal? First, I'm more of a lay minister. That's one way to put it, he said, then bit his lips. Fucking adorable. I'm also not associated with a particular denomination, I said, pushing through whatever his beguiled expression was doing to my insides. Which is purposeful. How so? Mirth still danced in his eyes, but the question was serious enough. After the Catholics and I parted ways, I decided that my faith is largely informed by Jesus' direct words. The red-letter passages in the Bible? Exactly. I round that out with the greatest hits of the world's faith traditions. My guiding stars are kindness and honesty. I don't have much patience with dogma. Sounds a little like the UUs. Someone took a world religions class, said the guy whose entire faith is a hodgepodge of global feel-good doctrines. Ouch, I said, pushing his shoulder. I meant it as a compliment, he said, pushing me back. Rolling my eyes, I answered his original question. I borrow liberally from the UUs as well. When I run into something I don't know how to handle, I refer folks to their congregation in New Braunfels. Why not join them? Holden asked, his open curiosity making me wonder what he must have been like when he was young. I could almost picture it. I bet he loved going to school. It was my turn, however, to scrunch my nose. I take it you're not a rule follower. Little too skeptical for that, I'm afraid. Then why the collar? He asked, running his finger along the edge of the collar in question. Why lead people? Why not be content to believe quietly in your own home? I swallowed as his fingernail grazed the sensitive skin of my neck. Spiritual leadership sort of feels like my calling, and the collar makes people more comfortable coming to me with their issues, even though I've never hidden my spiritual anarchy. Withdrawing his hand, Holden stepped back. I wondered if my words had pushed him away, or if that was a continuation of the retreating boldness he'd been showing me all morning. After I'd been volunteering at the local group home, people came to me, asking for guidance. Your pops actually challenged me. Did he now? He asked, fidgeting with a hangnail. Yep, bet me $5 that I couldn't pull together a congregation by the end of the month, so I did. That's when he let me start using the building on your family's property. The old pizza shop? Yep. Now, a couple years later, I'm this tattooed and collared preacher, minister, maybe, who questions the existence of God but has full faith in the concept of grace and who wants people to feel at peace with themselves. Now look who was babbling on about things. Holden, however, was enchanted. That's amazing, Beckett. I'm into the sciences, so religion's never really appealed to me, probably for the same reason that spiritual dogma doesn't appeal to you. I can see how people would be drawn to you, though. You have this quality that makes people trust you. I loosened my collar, enjoying this not quite flirting we were doing. Jesus, it's just a fucking conversation. Question. You counsel people, right? To a point, at least. I do. I got a double degree in religion and psychology before attempting the seminary. Why do you ask? Chewing at his lower lip, he traced the patterns on the tabletop with his fingertips, leaning slightly forward, then slightly back. Holden? He licked his lips, darting his eyes to mine before nodding to himself. I'm just wondering if it's normal for someone going through a breakup to be this horny. Chapter 4. Holden. Beckett's eyes widened, and I rocked back, my sudden burst of bravery shriveling under his quizzical gaze. Holy shit. What was in those fucking beers? On the other hand, screw it. If Jackson could fuck other people without thinking about it, I could take all of these pent-up feelings and do something about them. Couldn't I? Beckett's smile was understanding, which I hated. Of course, Holden. I see it a lot. People often feel a little guilty when their libidos return because they know it means they've moved on. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Have you ever been hit on? I asked, sliding a glance his way. Like by a congregant or whatever you call them. His smile was soft. Sure. I've had to explain more than once that yes, I am 100% gay, and no, I do not want to swim in the lady pond. I laughed, then wondered if I'd ever laughed so much with someone so quickly. As for the guys, I simply tell them I'm unwilling to fuck someone from my congregation. Bet your little church lost a few members when you said that. Not when I clarified I still wouldn't sleep with them. Damn, but you do fuck people who aren't from your congregation, though, right? Given the right circumstances, he answered carefully. Okay. I paced in a little circle around the mint green table, with its napkin dispenser and tiny vase with a white daisy that looked like it came from the small flower bed lining his walkway. He really was faithful to the 50s theme. He was also patient as I chose my words. I circled the table again. So, I'm going through a breakup. I'm not that broken-hearted, at least not anymore. Honestly, I think we were over 6 months ago. I wasn't enough for him, and that's kind of fucking with my self-worth, you know? Of course. From what I could hear, though, you're definitely leveling up by leaving him. Thanks. I could leave it at that and have him take me to my dad's house. It would definitely be the smart thing to do. Hey, Holden, are you okay? Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to teach me how to fuck. Like in a casual way. One of those no-strings-attached things. Okay, so not doing the smart thing. Got it. I put my hands on my hips to signify that I meant what I'd said. Mostly. Warmth infused Beckett's expression, and I was again struck by the fact that the hot, heavily tattooed preacher was a sweet and kind man. "Holden," he said gently, "you're emotionally compromised, and you've been drinking. I know where you're coming from, but I would never take advantage of someone in your situation." Should have figured he'd say something like that. He was right, of course. This was a terrible idea. That didn't stop me, though. I've had less than 2 beers. Something tells me that letting you fuck me would be a much better option than downloading Grindr. Beckett inhaled sharply, holding up his hands. "Please don't download Grindr, especially if you're not usually into hookups. It's all college guys in this area, and they won't treat you the way you need to be treated right now. Especially as, if I understand you correctly, you prefer to bottom." "I do. Out of curiosity, how do I need to be treated?" He gripped the back of one of his retro kitchen chairs, his fingertips squeaking along the kitschy plastic. "With kindness and patience." Seems like I was right about you then. I doubt very seriously you would be impatient or unkind to me. Why are you pursuing this? Because he's white-knuckling the back of that chair. "Holden, don't you want to go see your dads?" Take the out hold. Retreat. Yes, but I need this. Right now. "Holden, kiss me, Beckett. If there's no chemistry, if there's no spark, you take me to my dad's house and we pretend this never happened. If there's chemistry, we get naked and you make me feel better after this awful fucking experience. And then I can go and see my fathers and do a better job of being there for them. It's a common-sense solution," I reasoned, adjusting my glasses. Beckett ran his fingers through his luscious dark hair, thinking through my words. Finally, his eyes found mine and he raised his hands. "Okay, a kiss. I can do that. Don't expect much. Jackson always said I was a bad kisser, so I'm probably sunk right out of the gate." Beckett cursed, looked off to the side, and then closed the distance between us. He was careful, though, as if approaching a frightened animal. To be fair, that's precisely what he was doing, because this would be the first time in 3 years I'd kissed a pair of lips that didn't belong to Jackson. I thought he was my forever, just like I thought Pops was healthy as a horse. Seemed I was out of luck on both counts. Leaning up on his tiptoes, Beckett brushed his lips against mine. It was a warm, dry kiss, chaste even. Except not a single one of the thoughts in my head was chaste. "Forgive me, Father, I want to sin so badly." He blinked at me, his chest rising and falling a little faster than before. I took hold of his shoulders and kissed him again, this time opening my mouth to slip him a tiny bit of tongue. He let out a breathy, and I pressed my body against his, angling my hips. Just so. We were both already at half-mast and getting harder. He pulled away, breathing heavily as his gaze darted back and forth between my lips and eyes. "You are definitely not a bad kisser," he said, leaning forward to nip at my lips. "Whatever problems you and your boyfriend had with kissing, I can guarantee they were all on his side of the equation." His words simultaneously thrilled me and pissed me off. At some point in the future, I was going to have to figure out what, if anything, was real about the many shitty things Jackson had said to me. "I'll take your word for it." I let my fingers drift to the back of his head, sifting through the thick strands. Beckett wrapped his arms around my waist, pushing me against the table as he stretched up to bring our mouths together again. I bent down to deepen the kiss, almost losing my balance as the heavy table screeched across the wooden floor and banged against the stove. We kept going, rutting into each other, even as the familiar clicking of the stove warned us we'd hit something important. Only when the smell of gas reached our noses did we pull apart long enough to right the table, turn off the stove, and open the window over the kitchen sink. "Maybe we can Make out a little on the bed, Beckett said, his breath ragged. Yeah, I'd like that. He interlaced his fingers with mine and walked me to his bed, which had white bedding and a jade-colored tufted headboard. Once we were horizontal, he smiled, melting my insides. Your eyes are such a pretty blue, he said, then kissed my knuckles. Don't even get me started on your bone structure. I whimpered, hardening under the praise. A knowing smirk curved his mouth as he ran his thumb over my cheek. Your ex-boyfriend was a dirty, rotten liar. You kiss like a dream, and you have the softest lips on the planet. His fingertips brushed the sensitive skin, sending a shiver down my spine. And this body, he said, his hand drifting down to shake my hip. Long and lean and delicious. He whispered the last word in my ear, and his breath against the baby-fine hairs on the outer shell sent curls of pleasure down my neck and into my chest. Stifling an embarrassing sound, I pitched forward and kissed him again. He let out a little groan, and just like that, we were entangled in one another, making out for long, heady moments. Then, desperate, I pushed him onto his back and covered him with my body. Our cocks now impossibly hard, we started to roll our hips. It wasn't a particularly coordinated effort at first. But then he stared into my eyes, lifting his chin in time with his hips, telling me how to be good for him. Like he knew that's what I needed. I leaned on my forearms, clasping my hands above his head. That put me in the perfect position to dip down for kisses. First to his lips, already rosy from our first round. The rest of his face, however, was too handsome to leave untouched. I pressed my lips to his eyelashes, then along his jawbone and farther down to his neck. I breathed out a soft sigh as my fingers came up to his collar, tracing the hard plastic overlaid with stiff white cotton. My eyes locked with his, and my breath caught when he smiled. You can take it off, he whispered. I inhaled sharply as though I just remembered to breathe, then grasped the collar and yanked it back, fascinated as it popped free of the black fabric. Needing more of his skin, I worked open the shiny black buttons. I shoved my nose into the divot at the base of his throat and groaned at the knee-buckling scent as I set the collar on top of his fancy headboard. You smell amazing. I undid another button, pressing my face to the newly revealed flesh to inhale more of him. The local soap shop, he whispered back, shivering as I licked a path up the column of his neck. Each button undone was like a gift, revealing more ink, some of it beautiful, some of it spiritual. I blazed a hot trail of kisses down his sternum, then his belly, loving the soft, wiry scrape of body hair across my lips. When I reached his black pants, I mouthed the hard cock pressing against the soft fabric and flicked my eyes to his. A request. Please, he whispered. Undoing the button, I unzipped his fly and tugged the tails of his shirt free. I peppered kisses above the waistband of his black boxers, surprised at how silky they were. Well, fuck, he muttered. I rocked back, shame suffusing my body. Did I do something wrong? He shook his head, smiling as he gripped my shoulders and pulled me back to him. No, the opposite. Part of me was hoping you'd be a shitty kisser, but instead you're... He paused, gently stretching out one of my curls. Sensual. You like to take your time, don't you? Ducking my head, I flushed hot as my fingertips edged under his elastic waistband, his soft words raining down on me. He reached down, guiding my chin up, forcing me to meet his burning gaze. There is not a thing wrong with you. Accursed because I can feel it right here, he said, stroking his treasure trail with his devil hand. You're gonna make me come so hard, Holden. Fact, not opinion. A fat drop of pre-cum wet my briefs, perfuming the air between us. Beckett growled. Why don't you pull down my boxers and show me how good you can be for me? Fuck. It was like he knew my every carnal wish. I complied, pulling down his slacks and underwear while he shrugged off his shirt. He was even more beautiful naked. His body art was a tangle of different tattoo styles highlighted by dots in the negative spaces, all of it black and gray, following the contours of his body in ways I'd never seen before. Unfair, he muttered. You're still fully clothed. I felt quite plain in comparison to the stunning art on display, but I nervously attacked my buttons and pulled off my shirt before concluding that standing would make the process go much faster. I jumped up and self-consciously shed everything else. Gesturing down the length of myself, I joked. No tattoos. Or muscle tone. He wagged his finger at me. No. You're far too beautiful to be saying stuff like that in front of me. Keep it up and I'll kick you out of bed. I shivered under the blast of AC from his window unit. Okay. Winking at me, he slid under his blankets, opening them up to me. I dove in, grateful for the warmth and the way his lips and hands immediately found me and latched on. Whenever I thought of hookups, I always thought of them as these rough, slightly awful things. Thank you for making my first hookup special, I said, my throat aching as the reality of my pathetic love life washed over me. There's no reason a single-serving affair can't be meaningful, he replied, using the hand embellished with a burning heart to push my hair off my forehead, slotting his body up against mine. Chapter 5. Beckett. God, Holden was a soft mess. He was practically bleeding out before me, shame and want at war in his body. I understood how much he needed this release, and everything in me wanted to give it to him. I was embarrassed to admit that he was right about one thing. Hookup protocol usually involved far less of a personal touch, but I saw how my words of praise made him flush and fumble over himself. I saw, and I wanted more. Running my hand from his flat belly to his narrow chest, I whispered, "Turn over." He kissed me and flopped onto his front, awkward and shy. His skin under my palms was so smooth, soft like he used good lotion and took care of himself. His ass had a bit of jiggle to it, and he widened his thighs, showing off the lightly furred trail leading from his soft sack up the seam of him. Pale brown hair against pale skin. So vulnerable. I covered his body with mine, slotting my dick between his cheeks. He moaned and pushed back against me. His whispered, "Thank you," was broken, so quiet I almost missed it. God, he was killing me. I kissed the back of his neck and trailed another kiss to his cheekbone. "I'll take care of you, beautiful." Even with him facing away from me, this felt intimate, as tender as I felt for him. I also wanted to plunder this gentle, acquiescent man. He hadn't even thought to ask about condoms or lube or status. He was hurting and needed to feel better. And I could give him that. Pressing a kiss to his shoulder, I reached across and grabbed the supplies from the bedside drawer. Shit, probably should have asked about that. Yeah, but you're safe here. The stress he carried in the muscles of his back seemed to ease with those words. The awkward placement of his hands resolved as he settled his arms by his sides. I rolled the condom down my length, then placed kisses along his shoulders as I slid a lubed finger between his cheeks, circling his entrance. He shifted, and some of that tension returned. Shh. I've got you. Holden nodded into the pillow, moaning as I entered him with my middle finger. He relaxed from me, even as I added a second finger. He moved with me, natural as breathing, lifting his trim hips to indicate he was ready. I checked in with him, just in case. He anxiously shifted his hips from side to side. Please. Rising to my knees between his spread legs, I pushed into him slowly, carefully, aware of the tension in his muscles as he resisted, then gave in with a quivering sigh. "We good?" I asked as I bottomed out. He nodded but couldn't quite cover the ragged sniffle. "You sure about that?" "Yes," he croaked. "Please fuck me. Please, I need it so badly." I smoothed my palms up and down his back until he settled for me again. "Okay, beautiful." He turned his flushed face to the side as I rocked back and pushed forward, letting his body tell me how deep and fast I could go. I usually preferred the emotional distance of a hookup, but it was impossible to remain detached in the face of Holden's vulnerability. With that awareness came the revelation that the distance I'd prided myself on had also removed a layer of physical connection. I'd always assumed it was the condoms, but no. Here I was, fully suited up, and something about the way Holden gave himself over to me, the way he trusted me implicitly, the way he needed my praise, it heightened every sensation. So many college boys begged me to fuck them harder, faster, but those experiences had nothing on the slow-burning fire taking over Holden's body. There was a delicate wildness underneath it all, one that didn't need violent thrusting and dirty words. "You're stunning," I murmured, grasping his hips to angle them for his pleasure. I knew I was hitting the right place when he shuddered underneath me. He took himself in hand, throwing us off balance. Flailing, we fell onto our sides, still connected. We laughed until the sensation of his body rippling around me sucked the air out of my lungs. His laughter, hard-won, made me feel like Superman. Instead of trying to reset, I held him and wrapped my leg around his hip, hugging him fiercely as I rocked into him. He gripped my arm, his amused chuckle falling apart once again. Softening my thrusts, I took over for him, shifting my hand to wrap my fingers around his long cock. His body shivered and then he stilled as his chin dipped. "Oh, fuck," he said, coming on a heavy sob. "There you go, sweet boy," I said, stroking him through it. I hadn't expected to come, thrusting as shallowly as I was, but the combination of care and gentle movements built until he clenched around me again, and I released. I tended to get a little out of control when I came, shouting loud enough to disturb the birds outside, my hips losing track of all rhythm and sense. This time, however, I simply let out a soft groan, pleasure flooding every cell of my body. He curled in on himself, smelling of airplane and sadness. It was the sweetest sex I'd had maybe ever. I took a deep breath in and he breathed with me. "Sorry for crying," he said. "Pretty sure that makes me the worst lay you've ever had. Bottom 3, at least." I shook my head, nuzzling the back of his neck as I did. "Absolutely not. I don't think you're made for hookups, I'm sorry to say. But you are so special in bed. Genuinely." He pulled away from me and settled on his back, his eyes searching mine. After tossing the knotted condom into my bedside trash can, I leaned forward and placed kisses on his lips, chin, and nose. You asked whether people were horny after a breakup. The real answer is, when we're going through a big change, we need connection. People look down on sex as some base, sinful thing, but I can think of nothing more life-affirming than sharing bodies with another human. Based on how hard I just came, maybe we both needed this. He wiped his tears on his shoulder, half grimacing at me. "Thank you. This transition period is going to suck, but fucking a minister definitely helped. 10 out of 10, highly recommend." "You're welcome. And thank you too." We snuggled until Wren texted Holden, wondering where he was, and then we quickly got dressed and made our way downstairs. Miss Dora sat up from tending to her flowers and gestured at Holden. Looks like I should have kept my hearing aids in for this one, she joked. Holden turned pink and ran a hand through his hair, trying to straighten it. He hurried into the truck and buried his face in his hands. Don't worry about her, I said, rubbing his shoulder. Miss Dora won't say anything. I guess she's seen you with a lot of guys, he said, fidgeting with his thumbnail. Poor guy. I'd been right about him. He wasn't built for hookups. The Paige family lived only about 4 blocks away, so the drive was over before I could think of anything clever to say. I helped Holden get the suitcases out of the truck, but he turned down my offer to carry a couple into the house, which was probably smart. I had a pretty bad poker face, and there was a good chance Mr. Paige would have picked up on the fact that I defiled his pretty son. So I dropped Holden off with a wave, and instead of heading to the meeting house, I pointed the truck toward my favorite bar. It was a little too early for lunch, so I picked up a few pastries and coffee on the way before letting myself in with the key Joel had given me. The watering hole was Joel's baby, which he co-owned with Ozzie Cavanaugh. Oz was another recently repatriated lost boy, not to mention Hen's cousin/best friend. A queer-friendly place like this in the middle of downtown Seguin seemed impossible 10 years ago, and now the local folks couldn't imagine not having the bar anchoring the burgeoning space around us. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one with the brilliant idea to come to the bar early. Based on the sounds coming from the little office in the back, my friend Joel and his guy Tristan were enjoying a private moment. I'd arrived in time for the grand finale. Setting the treats on the bar, I headed back toward the exit, figuring I'd catch up with Joel later. Beckett? A voice called from the back. We haven't offended your delicate sensitivities, have we? I grinned, shaking my head. Tristan was good for Joel, witty and sharp-tongued, but in the best way possible. Considering what I was doing earlier, not really. I heard a pair of chuckles, so I laughed and waited patiently as they made their way to the front. They were both tucking in their shirts as they appeared, beaming and grinning with zero shame. It's nice to know we're all getting laid regularly, I commented, gesturing to the massive cowlick on Tristan's head. Joel patted it down for him as Tristan headed directly to the bag of pastries. Did you get enough for me? Tristan asked. Always, I said. Wait. He'd spotted the carrier with the drinks. Did you really go to Starbucks? I bit my lip. I like their shaken espresso with oat milk. We do a shaken espresso with oat milk right next door, he said, referring to the Seguin bean. This is a travesty. Yes, but Allie knows my sex face, and I didn't want to deal with her commentary. Besides, I got your favorite. He flipped the carrier around and let out a squeal. Pink drink, you're the best. Joel laughed as his beloved alternated between downing the sugary concoction and tearing apart a yellow concha from the Segura bakery down the street. So, he said, eyeballing me, why are you showing up right after a hookup? Looking awfully guilty, I might add. Who's looking guilty after a hookup? Ozzie asked, walking into the bar looking sharp with his cool casual style and freshly faded afro hawk. I glared at Joel, who grinned and pointed at me. Not again, Oz laughed, grabbing the drip coffee I'd brought for him. I held the bag of pastries away from him. No conscience if you're going to make fun of me. Wiping the grin off his face, Oz crossed his heart. No making fun, I promise. Narrowing my eyes, I handed him back the goodies. Fine. Also, I don't feel guilty, per se, but I might have towed over the line. Barely, but, you know. I gestured to my collar as though that were sufficient to finish my sentence for me. Oh, really? Tristan asked, wiping pink drink from his lower lip. This is Kona silence shit, I said, looking at Tristan. No social media posts about this. He held up his hands. I'll take the Kona silence very seriously. I promise not to even hint that you're a dirty, dirty preacher who does wicked, naughty things. Fucker. I balled up a napkin and threw it at him. In the short time since Tristan and Joel had gotten together, Tristan had become a part of our group in a way that I wouldn't have guessed a younger guy could. I smiled, thinking about how we still called ourselves the Lost Boys, like Mr. Paige did so many years ago. We considered Tristan one of us now, and I knew he'd understand the nuance of what I was feeling. Oh, Ozzy cocked his head to the side. Didn't you pick up Holden from the airport this morning? Yes, I raised my brows. Yes, I did. Mr. Paige's Holden? Tristan asked. I grimaced, and Tristan's hand went to his mouth. Oh, shit. You and Holden? He'd just broken up with his boyfriend and found out his dad had been in the hospital. I held back the details, wanting to give him a little privacy. Said he needed something to take his mind off things. How did it go? Joel asked, sipping his coffee and stealing a corner of Ozzy's pastry. It was different from my usual hookups. Sweet, you know? He'd been with that one guy for so long he didn't even think to ask for protection. You used protection though, right? Tristan asked, his eyes wide. Of course. He blew out of breath. Shit, that could have gone really badly with someone else. He threatened to pull up Grindr if I didn't fuck him. I frowned, then took a sip of my fancy coffee. Oof, I bet that pinged your protector instinct hard, didn't it? Oz asked, a little too sharp for his own good. That it did, but we were both super clear that it was a hookup and that he just needed some relief before dealing with everything. Joel circled the bar and hugged me tight. You're a good guy, Beckett. Don't let anybody tell you any different. I pushed at his shoulder. Shut up. Chapter 6. Holden. I watched as Beckett took off, then let my eyes drift to the house I grew up in, the cul-de-sac where I learned how to ride a bike, and the spot on the porch where my dad's explained to me that sometimes people were mean for no damn reason, that there were some people in the world who would hate me simply for being me. As I reminisced, Dad opened the door. Ohio, my son, he said, his familiar Japanese greeting a balm to my heart. I was 8.5 years old when I came into Pop's and Dad's lives. My birth mother had tried to pray the gay away, then, when that hadn't worked, moved on to beatings. I'd been such a little boy, but I had never acted boy enough for her. I hadn't known how to hide the femme qualities she'd read as queerness. The last straw was when she'd dropped me off at school with a jaunty bandana tied around my neck, my eyes so bloodshot it had looked like I'd pulled an all-nighter. Mrs. Sanchez, who'd always kept an eye on me, immediately sent me to the nurse's office. Turned out my eyes weren't bloodshot. It had been petechial hemorrhaging, which correlated nicely with the bruises hidden beneath the bandana. That hadn't been the first time CPS visited us, but it was the first time I was removed from my mom's house. She was drunk when they showed up, and she told them to take the little F slur from her sight. I remembered the tall deputy peering down at me with a gentle smile. I later found out he asked that I be placed with a queer couple, which was how I came to live with Robert and Wren Paige. When my social worker had told me that the couple who'd be fostering me were 2 men, my eyes had bugged out of my head. That was nothing on my first day with them, though. As I walked into their house, Wren showed me the rack for shoes at the entryway. I was soon barefoot and bewildered. These 2 shoeless men, an atheist and a Buddhist at that, were my new guardians. Every scripture that had been hammered into my head screamed at me during my first week with them. It was hard to maintain the dogma, however, when I was treated with kindness, given my own room, and showed over and over and over again what it meant to be unconditionally cared for and accepted. On my 9th birthday, they asked if I wanted them to adopt me. By then, I was already calling Robert Pops and Wren Dad, so I said yes. I asked Dad to give me a name from one of those books he liked so much. I'd never seen 2 grown men cry so hard and thought I was in trouble. Pops gently explained that I would never be in trouble with them for asking for what I needed. Dad knew immediately the name he'd given me. Holden represented the need to protect the innocent, he'd said. We moved my original first name to the middle. It's important to remember our history, according to Pops. And everybody made the switch, never once calling me by my now middle name. About 5 years ago, I learned that my mother had passed away from the side effects of severe alcohol abuse. Pops was so sweet about it. Dad couldn't get off work, but Pops got on a plane and spent a few days with me in Portland. I told him I was okay, but I wasn't. I'd needed my father and he'd come. I blinked to the present. Dad and I were more or less staring at each other, frozen. Dad shook himself and made his way out to the cracked sidewalk with the native flowers growing wild on either side. He grabbed my carry-on while I rolled the 2 larger bags up to the porch. Once we dragged everything into the house, I paused again and inhaled deeply. It had been years since I'd been back home. Yet the house smelled the same, like Pops's coffee and Dad's fresh-baked bread and a hint of lemon pledge. Our relationship had always been strong. My dads would come up to visit whenever they could, and we spoke at least once a week. But I'd let years go by because of what had happened. So much wasted time. Sorry, I keep getting lost in my thoughts. Dad, nearly a foot shorter than me and whip-thin as ever, held out his arms. Something about the sweetness of the gesture broke me. Tears fell, and we held each other tightly. He barely came up to my shoulders, but he was a fierce, loving man. He never once tried to hide his emotions. Now, though, he drew back, not quite meeting my eyes. I need to prepare you. Pops looks a lot different now. A cold stone sank in my belly as he led me, suitcases and all, into the living room. My first thought was that this part of the house didn't smell like home. It smelled like disinfectant and metal and plastic. It was also dark. So dark. The curtains, which had always been flung open to let in the light, were closed. It took a minute for my eyes to adjust, to see that Pops was there with us in his favorite recliner. He was so excited about you coming that he could barely sleep last night. And now he's passed out like a little kid. That wasn't true, though. Pops didn't look anything like a little kid. He was in his pajamas, and everything about him seemed gray. His hair, his skin, even his fingernails. His head was pitched to the side, and he was snoring softly, his jaw hanging open. My eyes traced the mask and the thin hose leading to a wheeled oxygen tank. Where once stood a towering bear of a man, an outdoorsman who loved the sun, now sat a pale old man in his pajamas, shaded from the outside world. Betrayal, theirs or mine, I couldn't tell, sent my head spinning. Why didn't you tell me it was so bad? Oh, honey. He's so much better now, I promise. I know the oxygen takes some getting used to. But he won't be on it forever, you'll see. I took off my glasses and scrubbed my face. Shame filled the fissures of my soul. I hadn't rushed home. I'd gone to Beckett's first and drunk his beers and let him fuck me. I was woozy from the booze, and lube greased my cheeks and inner thighs. Beckett's smell was in my nose. Let's wake him up. He'll want to see you right away, Dad said. No, I breathed out, appalled. Let him sleep. I'll put away my things. Dad pressed his lips together and helped me take my bags up the stairs. I hadn't thought to ask. I just went to my old room, which I knew had been turned into a guest room at some point. While most of my embarrassing trophies and participation medals had been boxed away, there were a few pictures of us as a family, including the one of me, Dad, and Pops at the courthouse, holding up the adoption certificate. We looked so happy. Dad left me to my unpacking. I opened my suitcases and put away my clothes in the dresser that had been empty since I left the house. It was a weird full-circle moment, shoving my underwear into the same drawer I'd emptied so many years ago. I picked out a change of clothes and took them with me across the hallway into my old bathroom, which had a combination clawfoot tub and shower, with a curtain that did nothing to keep the water from the floor. I stacked my clothes on the bathroom counter and stood under the steady water pressure. Years ago, when Pops saw how tall I was getting, he'd added a length to the exposed pipe that fed the shower head. About a foot of copper, now with a pretty green patina, screwed in between whatever the silver metal was, a quirky detail I'd forgotten about long ago. Tears flowed from my eyes and washed down the drain. I stepped out into the hallway, barefoot and refreshed, vaguely aware of a faint soreness in my ass. Another reminder that I'd had sex before walking into my father's house. Beckett. He'd been so kind with me. Given the size of Seguin, I doubted there'd be any way I could fully avoid him. The prospect of seeing him again filled me with both anticipation and dread. I just hoped I could play it cool when the time came. I made my way back downstairs and stepped into the kitchen, grinning at the familiar smell of the English breakfast tea that Dad always drank extra hot. "Tea for you, son?" Dad held up a tea bag. I nodded, sitting at the table as he grabbed my favorite Cookie Monster mug. The gentle bubbling sounds of Dad's ancient electric kettle made me sentimental for the years of early morning breakfasts. Even the way he poured the boiling water over the bag before setting the drink in front of me made me smile. Dad was fussy with his tea, insisting that the water should be actively boiling when it hit the tea bags, lest it ruin the entire experience. It was one of the few ways in which he differed from his traditional Japanese upbringing. I closed my eyes and blew on the hot tea, lost in the moment. A large, warm hand landed on my shoulder, and there was a kiss to the top of my head. "Welcome home, son," Pop said, taking his usual seat. I took a deep breath, relieved that in the light, airy kitchen, some of his coloring had returned. He was much thinner than the last time I saw him, but at least his eyes still had their sparkle. Relief flooded my chest and made my throat ache from the effort of not crying. God, I wanted to cry. Pops had always been this heroic figure in my life. I'd never seen him this weakened or even very ill at all. "Hey," he said, grabbing my hand. "Hey now, it's okay." His gentle way of seeing me, he could always see me, cracked me right down the middle. A sob burned its way up from my chest and I lowered my chin. His grip tightened. "Oh, sweet Holden, my sweet boy, I'm okay. I know this damned oxygen tank looks dire, but it's all part of getting better." Tears spilled down my cheeks as I stared at his hand holding mine. "But I didn't know you were so unwell. I didn't realize you even had something you needed to recover from. Why didn't you tell me, Pops?" "Holden," he said softly. "Look at me, son." I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head. I couldn't. Dad's delicate hands landed on my shoulders. "We made a mistake. We should have told you Pops was in the hospital, but we had to take him to Guadalupe Regional, and that was the hospital I'd been sent to right before college, when they told me I'd need dental implants to replace my teeth and a titanium rod to hold my arm together. I'm not that kid anymore. At least, I didn't think I was. Even if it was hard, I would have never stayed away." "Son, look at me." I sniffed loudly and let my eyes drift up to meet Pops's gaze, where I was met with such gentleness and warmth. "I'm so sorry. I know you look up to me, and I was vain. I didn't want you to see me like this. It was your dad who insisted you'd want to be with me, and he was right. Genuinely, Holden, I'm sorry." I sniffed again and wiped my tears. "I don't mean to be dramatic." Dad chuckled and sat on the other side of me. "Are you kidding? I'll be telling Pops I told you so for the next year." I wiped my nose on a napkin, laughing along. "You're welcome. I think the timing wasn't super great." Dad sipped his tea. "That why you brought your entire closet with you?" Pops squeezed my hand. "There's something you need to tell us." Their questions told me they'd picked up on many of the things I hadn't said. "Yeah, Jackson decided I wasn't quite enough for him. So I decided I wasn't going to stick around while he supplemented our love life with other people." Pops growled, squeezing my hand. "What an asshole. You didn't deserve that." I held up my phone with Jackson's messages on the screen. "You got his new name in one. I'm proud of you." That broke the mood. The three of us laughed, and it felt like old times. "So, does this mean you're extending your time with us?" Dad asked, looking far too happy. I sighed. "Yes, guess I'm back in Seguin, for now at least." "You can work remotely, right?" Pops asked. I grimaced as another text came in from my boss. "Yeah, but maybe it's a good time to clean house. Get rid of all the things in my life that aren't working." I sounded more confident than I felt. Chapter 7. Beckett. I pulled up to Guadalupe County High School, and a wave of nostalgia overtook me. I hadn't been back since we graduated more than a decade ago. Hell, I hadn't even gone to our 10th reunion. None of the Lost Boys had. Instead, we'd gone to the bar and gotten drunk. Mr. Paige's original Lost Boys were coming together today to help him clean out the classroom that had been a safe space for us all those years ago. A not small part of me was looking forward to seeing Holden again. It had been a little over 2 weeks since he'd arrived, and we'd had our hot and sweaty moment in my apartment. We hadn't talked in the interim, and the one time I'd seen him at the HEB, he'd done an about-face, so he was clearly on board with the one-and-done scenario. I didn't take it personally that he'd practically fled my presence. What we'd done had been stress relief, nothing more. He was a sensitive guy and probably needed the distance. It was too bad, though. I knew I could give him what he needed. Oh yeah, what does Holden need from you, preacher man? Gentle touches, praise, direction. And you think you're the only one who can give him those things? Honestly, the idea of anyone else touching him made my left eye twitch. Since that was ridiculous, I ignored the sentiment entirely, instead making my way to Mr. Paige's classroom. Despite the intervening years, I still knew exactly how to get there. "Beckett," Wren exclaimed, greeting me with a big hug as I entered the classroom. "I can't remember the last time I saw you without the collar." I wondered if he knew how naked I felt without it. Sometimes I wished I were a pious soul, given to follow the rules and light the path to biblical salvation. That certainly would have made things easier with me and my dad. I wasn't, though, and it made me question myself more than most people would guess. It was complicated, then, to go without the collar. People always noted it, not unkindly, but I suspected they thought they were getting a glimpse of the real me. True, I was wearing my ratty One Direction t-shirt, which I never could throw away, even with the enchilada sauce stain on Lewis's right cheek. I suppose there was a level of authenticity in that. The real me, however, was the guy in the preacher suit. Black trousers, simple black button-down, and the collar. I couldn't explain it. I just knew it to be true. "No way," I said, happy for the distraction as I crossed the space to Mr. Paige's desk. I grabbed the old frame, which I vaguely remembered given to Mr. Paige as a Christmas gift one year, and was once again overwhelmed with nostalgia. I'd forgotten about this picture. It was a picture of Mr. Paige and his original Lost Boys. Me, Ozzy, Sawyer, Major, and Hen. The photo had been taken on the field right after graduation. Hen was throwing the finger, which Mr. Paige covered with a smiley sticker on top of the glass. Ozzy was posing like a model, and Major's smile was kind as usual. I, too, was smiling at the camera. But it was my fake smile, not like the genuine ones that had surrounded me that day. Staring at the poorly constructed sawdust-covered frame, one of my very first attempts at woodworking, I bit back some unnamed emotion. My father had taken the picture. Before the ceremony, he and I had had yet another argument about college. I'd capitulated. Going to St. Edward's on scholarship with my father picking up the rest was a better deal than most in my graduating class had gotten. That argument, more than anything else, even my mother's death, set me on the path that led me here. Spite and doubt made for a powerful cocktail. Maybe it was just a young man's memory, but I'd thought we'd been happy before my mom died. The three of us had been in our own little world. Dad had a doctorate in religious studies, and he loved the Bible. He loved his Catholic upbringing, the art, the pageantry, the saints, the confession. He loved all of it. He'd gone to seminary with the plan to give himself to the Lord. My mom, similarly dedicated, had plans to become a nun, or perhaps a missionary. But then they'd found each other, and Dad had fallen madly in love. He'd sometimes joke that she'd ruined his life, but then he'd take hold of her hands and look into her eyes, and I'd known she hadn't ruined anything. I'd been raised in the church, and Dad had become a deacon when I was a kid. I was taught to love all of the things my parents loved, though Mom was always a bit more progressive than Dad. She'd sanded off his rougher edges, helping him to see a less dogmatic path. Over the years, I'd grown to suspect she'd known I was gay before I had, and she'd done her best to soften up Dad's rigid beliefs so he'd be able to love and accept me when the time came. Right before she was diagnosed with ALS, though, I'd had my first dream about a boy in class, and it had terrified me. Mom always taught me God loved everyone, but even as a preteen, I'd known that wasn't true. Boys who had wet dreams about other boys were definitely going to burn in hell, and how could he love me if he was going to torment me for all of eternity? It had also been hard not to believe that me being gay had caused her illness. The way the disease's progression coincided with my increasing awareness of my queerness only confirmed the awful feeling in my gut that this was somehow all my doing. Her death was God's final judgment on me as far as I had been concerned, and that feeling was compounded by the anger radiating off my father back then. It had been easy to believe he was mad at me because it had been my fault. I looked back now and felt sad for that confused young man. I'd been sad for my father, too, but his sudden coldness in my mother's absence had solidified my belief that God hated me. Even though my father was still alive, I'd lost him just as surely as I'd lost my mother. For the first time in my life, my faith had wavered. If God thought life was so precious, how could he take my mother? If he was mad at me, why not take me? Why did he have to break my dad's heart like that? It was raining the day we buried her, and it had felt like it rained all the way through high school. My one bright spot was oddly enough a class I hadn't wanted to take. I'd needed one more elective my first year and had dawdled until there was only one option left. Basics of woodworking. Shop had sounded like the most homophobic course in all the land, and I'd dreaded it until I'd seen who the teacher was. Just weeks prior, Robert Paige and his husband had been in my kitchen. They'd wept as they described what had been done to Holden, thanking me and my father for helping their son, and we had agreed to talk to the police and testify if necessary. That was before the county attorney had basically gutted the charges against Chase DeWitt. Wren had asked that we not tell anyone else about Holden's injuries to respect his privacy. I'd vaguely remembered the two men from when I was younger. I thought my parents had once been friends with him, but then they drifted apart. I hadn't realized that Mr. Paige was the shop teacher. I'd been nervous about walking into his class, but as I'd pushed open the door, Mr. Paige had sent me a smile, like he was grateful and happy to see me. "Come on in, Mr. Wainwright," he'd said in that deep, rich voice of his. I'd hesitated in the doorway, then looked down and noticed that he was wearing rainbow shoelaces. Even after his son had been beaten for being gay, he wore rainbows. I'd always associated rainbows with being a sissy. The worst thing you could be in a hick town. But in that moment, his laces read as defiance. A fuck you to the guys who'd hurt his son. I'd wondered then if God knew I needed a Mr. Paige in my life. That was the first time in over a year I'd had any kind of positive association with the notion of God. I'd had to bite the inside of my cheek as I made my way into the classroom. He'd seemed to pick up on the fact that I was holding on by a thread, so he'd simply smiled again and directed me to go sit next to Ozzy. It didn't take me too long to figure out that Ozzy, Mr. Paige, and I had a lot in common. In fact, the 1030 shop class had an unusual number of guys like us. I suppose Lacking context, that could sound like the start of an episode of To Catch a Predator. In reality, what this shop class and the resultant friendships ended up being were a series of lifelines thrown at the exact right time. Running my thumb along the rough wood of the frame in my hands, I remembered being convinced at graduation that would be the last time I'd see those guys, that I was about to embark on a life I wanted nothing to do with. Chuckling, I remember deciding to pay my father back by fucking my way through college. And boy, howdy did I. In my last glorious semester of college, I'd proudly taken down my religious studies professor. Turned out he'd been grieving a terrible breakup and asked me to take care of him. Then showed me how. The sex was fantastic, and he taught me things I'd never known about myself, both in the classroom and in bed. That was also the semester I'd realized I genuinely wanted to help people. While I was mistaken in thinking I could successfully serve within the confines of the Catholic Church, I was right about the rest. I'd probably been in love with that professor now that I thought about it. He went back to his boyfriend at the end of the term, and that taught me one final lesson about the unreliable, painful nature of love. It was also the last time I'd bothered with exclusivity. Coming back to the picture in my hand, I felt sorry for the kid with the catastrophic thinking and wished he'd known how to enjoy his high school graduation. "Look at this group of ne'er-do-wells and troublemakers," Mr. Paige said, his usually booming voice now soft and rough. "I was so glad to see the back of you." I chuckled, not bothering to call him on the lie. He was the one who'd reached out to me during my first months of college and talked me through the homesickness and the anger I'd felt toward my father. We texted on and off through my college years, and I always made time to visit him when I went home for the holidays. "We learn from the best," I fired back, cocking my brow. Tapping the glass covering the graduation photo, he asked, "What do you think this kid would think of you now?" Before I could answer, Holden, who'd clearly started without us, walked into the room carrying a stack of flattened boxes. He looked adorable as hell in his messy work clothes, kinda like he did after I'd taken him apart. "Hey, Pops, I found some boxes." "Oh, hi, Beckett," Holden said, blinking at me. I reached up and fixed his crooked glasses. "Hey, Holden," I replied, smiling genuinely, suddenly super aware of my breathing. Must have been all the sawdust. Mr. Paige tilted his head ever so slightly, and Holden looked as though he'd swallowed a bug. Like he was terrified I was going to announce to his fathers that I'd taken him apart before dropping him off in their driveway. Before I could signal my non-asshole status, Joel and Tristan came in with coffee for everyone, Ozzy trailing behind them with some familiar breakfast pastries. The conversation quickly nosedived into comparisons between the two oldest bakeries in town. Sides were taken, lines were drawn, and some people were simply wrong. After getting our breakfast on, we got busy. Mr. Paige hadn't thrown away a single thing in all his years as the shop teacher, so Holden and I were too busy for any awkward confrontations. Major, who'd always been a big, quiet bear of a guy, showed up about 30 minutes later. "Sorry to be so tardy, Mr. Paige. Mr. Travis had a plumbing emergency," he said, grimacing. "Major, my dear boy," Mr. Paige said, making his way over for a hug. After a second, he stepped back and pointed to Major's company T-shirt, which stretched across Major's impressive arms and, frankly, sexy belly. "Wait, you did wash up after said emergency, right?" "Yes, Mr. Paige. I washed up and changed clothes. Don't worry." Major grinned, rubbing his hands together as he spied the tray of breakfast items. Selecting a pink concha and a paper cup full of now tepid coffee, he asked, "How can I help?" We got back into the rhythm of things, and it was shocking, really, how quickly one could erase decades of history. The classroom was soon cleaner than I'd ever seen it. All of the surfaces were cleared. The cabinets were wiped down, and even the shop's machines were shined. The machines were Major's doing. He said he couldn't stand the thought of neglected tools. "So, you gonna let us throw you a retirement party, or what?" I asked. Mr. Paige looked down, fiddling with the tube that ran from his oxygen tank to his mask. He hadn't been able to help out much, and while it didn't matter to us, I could tell it had bothered him. "This is my retirement party." Holden and I exchanged glances over Mr. Paige's head, and Wren glared at the ceiling. "Dear, this doesn't count." Mr. Paige curled his lip as though he'd sniffed a carton of milk gone bad. "Maybe I don't want a retirement party." "Okay," Wren said, clearly struggling with his frustration. "But maybe people want to show appreciation for all the things you did in their lives." "I don't want people staring at me," Mr. Paige grumped, shaking the wheeled oxygen canister. Wren put his hands on his trim hips and squared his jaw. I suspected this was an argument they'd had more than once. "Fine, we won't force it on you, but you have to stop being rude to the people who are coming up to congratulate you on your retirement." "Even though I didn't want to retire." Before Wren could get into it, the Lost Boys group text notification went off. Hen. "The folks here in Tokyo wanted to say something to Mr. Paige." Bummed that he couldn't be here to send off Mr. Paige in style, Hen had asked what he could do. Sawyer, practical as ever, had suggested that he get the crowd at one of his shows to wish Mr. Paige a happy retirement. It was a good idea, though the timing was unfortunate. Still, the video was great. Hen was a smaller guy with a guyliner aesthetic, and he stood on stage in front of a massive audience. He briefly explained through an interpreter who Mr. Paige was and what he meant to him. He then had the entire crowd say, "Happy retirement, Mr. Paige," in Japanese. Wren, whose family was from Kyoto, lightly elbowed his beloved in the gut. Wren grabbed the phone and tugged Mr. Paige into place. Mr. Paige took off his mask before Wren recorded their response, also in Japanese. Holden nodded along. I understood arigato and very little else. As Mr. Paige replaced his mask, I remembered him once saying he had a rudimentary grasp of the language, but his son had picked up on it way faster than he had. I didn't know much about the logistics of Japanese, only that the written language was offered in progressive levels of kanji, depending on one's language development and usually age. Something told me Holden knew all the levels. When Hen sent back a video of the crowd going wild in response to their short message, Wren's sharp look required no language at all. If this is how strangers react to your contributions. Fine, Mr. Paige said, looking put upon. We can maybe have a small party when I'm feeling a little better. I'll take it, Wren said, grinning as he moved his husband's mask to kiss him. Holden watched his father's fondly, rubbing his chest as though maybe it ached as much as mine did whenever I saw those two together. His eyes caught mine for a split second before he looked away and made himself busy by pulling together the trash from breakfast. There was something elegant about the efficient way he stacked the paper plates and cups. Maybe it was the sexy articulation of his fingers, or... Oh, Jesus. You're drawn to him because he's avoiding you, Bex. Go find a hot grad student and fuck him into the mattress. You'll forget all about Holden Paige in no time. Yeah, not even I believe that. Chapter 8. Holden. During this month with my fathers, I'd learned quite a lot. I quickly realized how serious Pop's condition was. He bitched about the oxygen tank, but every time he took off the mask, he got short of breath. I also discovered that oxygen supplementation after pneumonia wasn't uncommon, but the continued need for it meant this had gone beyond pneumonia. When I asked, he admitted that his lungs had some scarring and would likely never be the same. That was also why he was wearing a mask instead of a cannula. He needed a richer mix of oxygen just to get around. When I was a kid, Pops and I always raced up the stairs before bed. I hadn't expected him to have anything approaching that kind of speed now, but I was shocked when I saw how little stamina he had. Once he went downstairs for the day, he stayed there, and either me or Dad had to go up if he needed something. At night, when he went up to bed, he often had to pause halfway to catch his breath. After some gentle guilting, I finally got Pops to share more of his medical documentation with me last week. Turned out I'd been worrying about his oxygen levels, when what I really should have been worrying about was his heart. When I asked how it could have gotten so weak after years of biking and eating well, Pops scrunched his nose. It was bad luck, son. The tests didn't show how bad the first bout of pneumonia was. By the time I went in again, bacterial endocarditis had set in. I gathered from his reports that Pops's cardiologist would have liked to do a valve replacement, but major surgery wasn't possible given his current condition. That solidified my resolve to move down here permanently and help him out. I decided to fly to Portland, gather the rest of my things, and drive back by myself, but Dad and Pops wouldn't hear of it. I felt incredibly guilty until Dad explained that he needed the break. As much as it hurt to do, I reached out to Beckett, who immediately agreed to stay with Pops while we were gone. Pops grumbled about not needing a babysitter, but we bullied him until he said yes. I managed to have a civil discourse with Jackson via text, and we agreed on a date and time. Dad and I flew to Portland and took a rideshare to my old house. As we pulled up, I remembered the first time Jackson and I had toured the property. I'd just known this was the place where I'd grow old with him. The nostalgia was cut short, however, when Jackson's business partner turned lover reversed out of the driveway right as we were pulling in. That wasn't an accident, my father noted. Nope. Honestly, it annoyed the hell out of me that Jackson had so little respect for the years we'd shared. I hadn't told him Dad was coming with me, and he had the good manners to briefly look ashamed when he opened the door to my father's unamused face. Given the cordial tone of Jackson's texts and the fact that he'd readily agreed to buy out my half of the house, Dad and I had planned to grab my car, relax, and visit some of my favorite haunts in the city, then spend the next day at the house sorting and packing. By silent agreement, we shifted course and began stuffing my things into garbage bags before shoving them into the back of my SUV, a shiny Porsche Cayenne that I'd always thought was a bit too much. Jackson spent most of this time leaned up against the tall archway between the living room and dining room, watching us come and go. He was buff and shirtless, wearing his thinnest, lowest-slung lounge pants. The state of his hair and the hickeys on his neck were, again, not an accident, nor was his choice to go commando in clingy pants. He really thought he was doing something with those childish maneuvers, and I realized he had no clue how done with him I was. When we were together, he'd wear those pants knowing I'd drag him into our bedroom and beg him to pound me until I couldn't walk straight. God, he loved the begging, even if his pounding left something to be desired. Now, having been sweetly dicked down by a guy who knew what he was doing, I couldn't believe I'd ever thought my desires were too much or too shameful. Indeed, I knew if I'd asked Beckett to go harder, he would have left me walking funny without a hint of judgment. It had been a month since I'd been with Beckett, yet I could remember every touch of his sure hands and every powerful thrust, the way his body curved around mine, the way he'd been so careful, building and building until he'd fully taken me apart. I drew in a ragged breath. Despite ordering my cock to stand down, I ached to be filled like that again. Still, no. I was not going to beg to be refucked by the guy who told me I was bad at hookups. He wasn't saying the sex was bad, Holden. He just recognized that you're a soft boy. Ugh. Why was it so wrong to be queer and want a sweet, open-hearted relationship? Refocusing on Jackson, I huffed out a laugh. His attempt to sexily lounge around while showing off his goods gave me the worst ick. Once I'd caught on to his manipulations, I couldn't unsee them. Upshot? His pathetic posturing quickly resolved the situation in my pants. Jackson and his tan, always suspicious in the PNW, had nothing on Beckett's collar. Hell, they had nothing on that slight smell of gas when I fired up a burner under Dad's old-fashioned kettle. Dad had asked me why I didn't use his electric kettle for my tea, and I'd lied, telling him the water tasted better that way. I couldn't very well admit that it was a powerful sense memory tied to the sound of the table banging up against Beckett's old stove. That every time I caught that hint of gas, I could practically feel Beckett pushing into me, stretching me to the point of oblivion while we cuddle-fucked on his bed. I dragged myself back to the present, again, and snarled, frustrated at myself for being so fucking basic. I mean, Hot Preacher wasn't exactly groundbreaking. There was no reason for me to still be horny for him all these weeks later, but here I was, packing my shit while hiding another semi, worried about my heinous ex getting the wrong idea. The quickest way to deflate my situation, of course, was to remember that Beckett had probably fucked 5 guys since our one-shot, and I was in this predicament because I did not like to share. I caught Jackson staring at me. "What?" I spit out. "Why are you being so emotional?" he asked, smug as hell. I raised my brow, confused. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "You're stomping around the house, throwing your shit into trash bags. Pretty rich considering you're the one who's abandoning this relationship." Dad stiffened. I touched his arm and shook my head. Clamping his mouth tight, Dad went back to boxing my extensive vinyl collection. Jackson, fucking prick that he was, needed to read the room. "And anyway, I thought you were doing this tomorrow." "What's the rush?" Jackson continued, oblivious. "I've always been here for you. Your little temper tantrum isn't the move, babe. You know I'll be here when you're finally ready for a mature relationship." This fucking douchebag. Before I could fire back a response, Dad sent him a look that should have singed the eyebrows off his conceited face. Eyelashes, too. Jackson took a step back, nearly losing his balance as he bumped into the doorframe. "Gaslight my son one more time, and I will end you." Paige didn't cut an imposing figure, but the careful violence of his words silenced Jackson's shitty commentary. After that, he put on a t-shirt, kept his thoughts to himself, and gave Dad a wide berth. Within the hour, the back of my Porsche was filled with the remainder of my life. Relieved and a little numb, I sat in the passenger seat and updated Pops on our change in plans. A few minutes later, Dad dropped into the driver's seat and tossed a bent paperclip into the cup holder. I raised my brow, but he offered no explanation, only a small twitch of his lips. I honestly didn't want to know. Despite having woken up at the ass crack of dawn to take the only direct flight into Portland, I canceled our hotel as Dad passed the city limit sign going 15 over. I only vaguely registered the lush green drive, trying not to think too critically about the fact that I was moving to a place where people unironically wore cowboy hats. At least I'd be far, far away from Jackson and his mind games. The traffic cooperated, and we decided that, with enough caffeine and spite, we could make it to Boise that night. Not gonna lie, despite my dad's willingness to threaten my shitty ex, this trip was dredging up the old tar of self-doubt that still coated my guts, even after years of love and support. It was annoying how I continued to struggle to feel worthy of the 2 men who'd chosen me and raised me with such fierce love. Letting Dad join me on this trip was hard to begin with. Having him witness how little Jackson respected me at the end only heightened that residual sense of not good enough. The only thing saving me from a massive spiral was the small curl of satisfaction on Dad's lips. Pops was a big, blustery kind of guy, but Dad's sophistication had the sharpness of a fencer's foil and could leave you bleeding out before you knew you'd been pinked. It was a skill he'd only ever used in defense of me and Pops. Never, not even once, had he used it against either of us. Given his good mood, there was a better-than-even chance that Dad had done something beyond verbally gutting my ex. As we prepared to stop for gas and snacks in Pendleton, he whistled under his breath. "I've never driven such a nice car, son." "Good job." I snorted. I wanted a Subaru, but Jackson insisted I get something flashier to signal our status. "What an ass," he spat. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. "At least this overpriced dick-measuring tool is awesome on long drives." "At least there's that." He chuckled and stretched up as I bent down to allow him to kiss my forehead. Speaking of the devil, now that we'd left Jackson's house and my father wasn't around to threaten him, I couldn't believe Jackson would pass up the opportunity to send me a sincere-sounding apology with a whisper of emotional manipulation to keep the connection going. I checked my phone as the tank filled. No messages or voicemails. That was entirely unlike. I looked at the bent paperclip still rattling around in the cup holder and turned to Dad, narrowing my eyes. "You stole his SIM card, didn't you?" Dad reached for his venti English breakfast tea, which he'd ordered extra hot like always. He then swirled the dregs in his paper cup, just enough for me to hear the barely there sound of something small making dull contact with the side. Something like a SIM card. I have no idea what you mean, son. God, I love you. Ditto, he said, setting the cup back in its holder. His satisfaction made my attempts to hold on to shame and self-doubt seem rather comical. I took over driving after our stop, and we rode for a while with the windows down. I imagined scooping out handfuls of that black tar from my insides and letting the wind take it. By the time we hit the Idaho border, I felt free. We made good time to Boise and found a decent hotel to stay at, then mapped out the rest of the trip. Neither of us wanted to linger, so we agreed on a cannonball driving schedule that bordered on reckless. Pops, who was following us on the Find My app, was not amused. With these hours on the road together, I could say unequivocally that Dad and I would never agree on a playlist, ever. By the time we reached Salt Lake City, I'd banned City Pop, and he'd put an embargo on my NPR podcasts. Still, when we crossed the Texas state line with a full day of driving in front of us, I felt lighter than I had in years. I wished I could say that I'd also let go of any thoughts of Beckett, but he had a way of filling my mind during the miles. Even so, I was not prepared to see him waiting for us in my father's driveway. He'd been helping out with Pops while we were away, and I guessed Pops sent him out there to help us unload. It shouldn't have surprised me, but it did. He was, as usual, wearing his clerical uniform with his sleeves rolled up to display his gorgeous artwork. It was the slight upward tilt of his brow, though, that was doing things to my cock. While I was a rumpled, frizzy mess, he looked like sin and redemption all in one perfect package. His hair was aglow from the light of the fading sunset, a fallen angel touched by hellfire. The exhaustion of 3 days on the road vanished into the ether, and I ached to be filled, fucked, and put to bed by this man. My need for him was a thrumming, humming thing that vibrated at my core. I tried to shove down the desire as he helped us move my things into the garage, then again while he helped Dad get Pops up to their room. I ignored the tightness in my jeans and the clench of my ass when his soft footsteps made their way back down the stairs. He walked into the kitchen smiling. Crossing his arms over his chest, he came up to me with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Your Pops is an entire handful. These past few days have been a hoot, but I have no clue how Wren managed him on his own. That fucking raised brow combined with that goddamn smile was profane, like a blowjob in a confessional. If you'd seen Dad perfectly eviscerate my ex, you'd understand the inverse was true with someone he loves, I said lightly, wanting to grab Beckett and find a wall to push him up against. Beckett uncrossed his arms, laughing as he pulled off his clerical collar. Mr. Paige mentioned your dad took Jackson down a peg or two. I'd have paid real money to see that in person. Shaking his head, he loosened his top button. You know, I don't think I'd be dumb enough to get on Wren's bad side. I swallowed as clavicles and ink peeked out from the black fabric. I was going to die if I couldn't inhale the divot at the base of his neck this very second. Holden? I asked, distracted as he undid another button. Yeah, you don't seem like the kind of guy who... Not sure where I was going with that. Holden? Yes? You didn't finish your... You know what? Fuck what he said. I was not too soft for another round. I stepped forward and slipped my hand past his collar to cup the back of his neck, ghosting my thumb over his Adam's apple. He inhaled sharply through a hushed sentence, his hands falling to my hips like it was the most natural thing in the world. Unable to ignore this need another second, I buried my nose in that temptress divot, inhaling his soap and the long day. Coffee. Pops's tomato basil soup. No, I didn't, I whispered into his neck, placing a kiss on the sensitive skin, enthralled as it moved with Beckett's rapid breaths. I didn't finish my sentence. Another kiss and another up the column of his neck until I dragged my eyes to his. Hey, he said softly, his eyes molten. Hey. Chapter 9. Beckett. Not gonna lie, I was not ready for the sight of a tired, happy Holden. When he got out of his car, there was a lightness about him I hadn't seen before, and his hair had gone a little wild. It reminded me of the subtle fierceness I'd gotten a glimpse of the one time we were together. The second I stepped into the kitchen with him, he looked like he wanted to devour me. Or, more accurately, like he wanted to be devoured. And God, was I hungry. Look, I don't want to ruin the mood with logistics, I whispered as Holden went back to kissing my neck. But I'm about to make you scream, and I don't want to disturb your fathers. Wordlessly, he grabbed my keys from the kitchen counter, took my hand, and dragged me out to the driveway. He opened my driver's door, got in, and started my truck. For the briefest second, I stood at my front bumper, rooted to the spot, speechless as the sound of the rumbling motor filled my ears. The demand in his eyes attached itself to my spine, forcing my feet to round the corner to the passenger side of my own goddamn truck. I slid in and put on my seatbelt. He put the vehicle in reverse with a satisfying clunk and cautiously backed out of the driveway. He drove the speed limit, came to a full rockin' halt at the 2 stop signs between his house and mine, then slid quietly into the dark parking spot by the garage. Clunk. Park. Get out of the truck, he said. I complied and followed him up the stairs, marveling as he let himself into my place and toed off his shoes. I watched, awed, as he turned on my bedside lamp and pulled lube and a condom from the drawer, setting them on the night table. After carefully, deliberately removing every stitch of clothing, he stood in front of me. His demand was silent, but so fucking loud. Hands and knees, I said softly, sliding the belt from my trousers. Prepare yourself for me, sweetheart. With a deep inhale and a ragged exhale, his shoulders lost their tension, and happiness, gratitude, need filled his eyes. He crawled to the middle of my bed, the lamp throwing artful shadows highlighting and shadowing his pale skin. This vision of him was worthy of oil paint on canvas, and I cursed my hands for their lack of skill. I disrobed as he slicked his fingers and pressed one carefully into his entrance. I stroked myself to full hardness, rolling on the condom as he added another finger. Finally, looking over his shoulder, he cut his eyes to mine. Now. I was on him in a second, pushing the side of his face into the mattress as I plowed into him. His pained cry spurred my hips onward. He surged back against me as I snapped my hips forward again and again. There was something in the squareness of his knuckles as he mangled the sheets that I couldn't put words to. I sped up, scooping my hips, delighting in the curses falling from his lips. More, he chanted. Tantalized by the kissable plane of his shoulder and the clenching need of his body, I alternated between soft kisses and hard thrusts, following the rhythm of his muscles and the urgent noises coming from his mouth. Fuck, I needed his mouth. He let out an aborted shout when I pulled away and spun him to his back. His lips were red and shiny and demanded kisses. Pushing his knees to his chest, I thrust inside him while bringing our mouths together. We were messy and inelegant for a split second, but then we found the rhythm again. I was fucking him, but it was his need that drove us. Every element of him screamed impatience, like he'd been holding off for way too long. With the awareness that he'd seen his ex, my ego roared to the forefront. Me. He needed me. I was a virtuoso, and his body was my instrument, and the sounds he was making between the searching kisses and the deep dicking were ones he'd never made with what's-his-face. In fact, I was going to obliterate the memory of anyone who'd ever touched what was mine. Mine. He cried out on the last thrust and reached between us, adding another layer of pleasure to this shared cadence. We locked eyes as our orgasms crested together. Even overwhelmed and shouting, we couldn't tear our gazes away from each other. I found constellations in his enormous pupils, shooting stars right in front of my own eyes. In the end, we were left with only heavy breathing and a deep sense that something important had shifted. I couldn't stop staring into his soul. Only when my softening shaft threatened to spill the contents of the condom did I take a moment to pull from his needy body and clean up. As soon as I could, though, I was back under his thrall. Breathing in his exhales felt more holy than any prayer I'd ever said in my life, and I finally understood the rush of being saved. We needed to talk, but first I wanted to sleep with him, to press my body against his and recuperate in shared unconsciousness. My face was buried between Holden's ass cheeks by 5 a.m. He'd gotten up early to shower and make his way back to his dad's house before they woke, but his soft cock and the curve of his ass were too much for me. I'd thrown him onto the bed, sucking on his shaft until I was choking. Satisfied that I'd edged him to the point of desperation, I turned him over to feast on the main course. Once again, Holden Paige was whimpering into my bed sheets, humping them furiously as I swirled a firm tongue around his entrance. Every fucking inch of this body is mine, I thought as I paused to yank his foot to my mouth, alternating licking and sucking between his toes. When I moved back to his ass, I kept my hand on his foot, rubbing my fingers back and forth along the spit-slicked webbing, drawing out full-body twitches from the gorgeous man below me. I knew I'd hit the right note when he lurched away from me, shuddering and covered in his own cum. I took myself in hand, loving the way his eyes rolled back as I added to the mess on his body. Laughing, we cleaned up between sloppy, handsy kisses. Holden's phone buzzed, and he facepalmed when he looked at it. "Fuck my life," he muttered, dropping his chin to his chest as he held up the screen for me to see. "Dad, I appreciate that you and Beckett left when you did. We got a little loud." Pops cracks knuckles. "Damn right we did." "Dad, tell Beckett good morning for us." "Holden, I'm sending you my therapy bills." "Pops, at least you don't have to try to sneak back in." Alarm bells should have been sounding, warning me that the Paige family would assume too much of any supposed relationship between me and Holden. But my head was strangely quiet. Not eerie like an abandoned hospital, but peaceful like a meteor shower. "They don't seem to mind that you spent the night," I noted, running my nose along his jawline, inhaling soap and sex. "Neither do you," he replied, turning his face to capture my lips with his. No longer quite so constrained by time, we indulged in each other's bodies, kissing and moving against each other until the sun brightened the small space. My stomach grumbled as my phone chimed with a calendar notification. "I've got a counseling session coming up," I said, pushing a sweaty bit of hair from his forehead. "Do you want to grab a bite to eat before I drop you off?" He scrunched his nose. "Nah, I'll grab something at home." My disappointment must have showed on my face, because he was quick to add, "I like spending time with you. I just don't want to ruin my good mood by running into certain people." Ugh, true. I swear Chase DeWitt purposely hangs out near the cool places to make them less fun for us. Until that point, we'd been so tangled up in each other that you could barely tell where one began and the other ended, lost in a gossamer bubble of sex and cuddles. My careless words, though, popped our bubble and sent Holden sliding out of my arms to sit cross-legged on my bed. The warm, good yes feeling evaporated in an instant. "Holden, I didn't mention Chase," he said, worrying the corner of the duvet between his fingers. "What does he have to do with anything?" "Shit." Nothing. I ran into him the other day, so he was on my mind. Bullshit. He shook his head, the downward tilt of his face incongruent with the way the sunlight found him. You meant something specific when you said his name. Hold. I reached for him, but he pulled away, folding his hands in his lap. Seriously, Beckett, why did you bring him up? I let out a steadying breath and mirrored his position, cursing my big fucking mouth. The senior bonfire. Hen and I were there that summer. His eyes widened as he drew his chin back. How? You were just kids. We were about to start high school, and we wanted to go to the bonfire like the older kids. How did you know about it? The senior bonfire was the worst-kept secret ever. When we showed up, everyone was so drunk they didn't care. People were making out and going off to fuck, and God, me and Hen were walking around with our eyes bugging out, no doubt looking every bit the little dweebs we were. Holden fidgeted with his thumbnail, his nudity seeming more vulnerable than it had a moment ago. I saw you go into the woods with Chase, and I knew what you were going to do. I left Hen by the beer and followed you. Oh. I thought you were so fucking sexy with your glasses and your smarts, and I don't know. I thought I was going to see what it looked like when you came. Holden raised his brows, minutely amused, and I cleared my throat, embarrassed by my own admission. Then I saw him turn, like at first he was making it seem like he was into you, kissing your knuckles, pulling you in close. And then, pure fucking evil. He smiled as he pulled something out of the back of his jeans. A crowbar, Holden said, tapping his front teeth. I remember that smile. He'd apologized for giving me shit in school, said he always secretly wanted me. I thought... He stopped, shaking his head. I don't know what I thought. I was drunk and horny and stupid. I grabbed his hand, intimately familiar with how desperation to be accepted and wanted could make one lower their guard. He didn't push me away. As soon as he pulled out the crowbar, his buddies came out of the woodwork. So I ran and found Hen. We couldn't call the police because Hen would get in trouble. So I called my dad. I should have called for an ambulance, but I was freaked out. Your dad made the calls, though, right? He also called my father's. I nodded. 30 seconds later, we could hear the sirens. Everyone scattered, and when Hen and I saw Chase and his buddies running from the woods, we ran back in and found you. I'd never seen so much blood. I really thought you were going to die. Holden ran his hand along the jagged white scar on his forearm, where the sharp bone had pushed through the skin. Was that your belt? They found a belt wrapped around my upper arm. They said it prevented more blood loss. I shrugged, uncomfortable. When Mom realized she couldn't reliably use her arms and legs, she made sure I took a junior first aid course. Just in case, you know. I was told I should feel grateful that I couldn't remember most of the attack, he said, letting his hand drift over his ribs. I remember enough of it, though. Going to the bonfire with my friends, drinking the beer someone stole from their dad's fridge, so certain the looks Chase was giving me throughout the night really meant something. What a fucking sociopath, I said, curling my lip. Had it happened anywhere else, Chase would be in jail now. Yeah, well, helps to have family in high places. You must have been so afraid when you realized. I shook my head at the memory of Holden laid out like a broken doll among the leaves. He shivered. I'd never been more scared in my life. When I woke up in the hospital the next morning, my fathers were barely able to speak for crying so hard. That's the real reason Pops went into the hospital without telling me. So I wouldn't have to come home and potentially face the guy who nearly killed me. I knew it, but hearing him say the words knocked the wind out of me like a heavyweight punch. Your dad's asked me not to say anything, so I never did. I assumed you knew I was there, though. Because my name was all over the police reports. He shook his head. No, I told them I didn't want to deal with the case. I'd testify, but that was it. I didn't want to know anything else. No updates, no photographs, no details. I gave them the names of the people I recognized and then put it all in a lockbox so I'd never have to really deal with it. At least, that's what my therapist says. I kissed his knuckles, wishing I could take a crowbar to fucking chase DeWitt myself. Holden bit at his upper lip, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. I hate that I'm such an oversensitive mess. That my fathers have had to put up with this shitty version of me for over a decade. I tugged him into my lap and wrapped my arms around him. Hey now, that's not true. You of all people have every right to want to take every vulnerability and bury it so deep no one can find it. No one would blame you. Yet here you are, so fucking open-hearted and willing to corrupt a man of God. He snorted and it sounded like an angel's choir to me. Okay, sure. Blame me for your whorish ways. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. It was nice not having to act like I didn't know why he'd stayed away for so long. And hell, maybe there was more I could do for him. I for damn sure couldn't go another month catching only glimpses of him. Tell you what, I said. What would you think of me helping you get out of the house a little more? How? He asked, nuzzling into my neck. Warm. Good. Yes. Maybe I could accompany you on some errands, introduce you to some folks. Holden lightly sucked the divot at the base of my neck, and I thought I saw God. That might be good, he said between gentle licks. I need some workout clothes for this ridiculous weather, and both times I went out I nearly ran into Chase. Did he see you? Holden shook his head as he nosed up the column of my neck. No, but I hated going home empty-handed. He punctuated this by nibbling on my earlobe. My dick stood at painful attention, weeping with need. Then let's start with a couple of errands, I said, breathless. Major needs to replace his work boots. Maybe we can go to the outlet malls together. He chewed the inside of his mouth for a few moments, then nodded. Okay. That settled, he grinned and touched his lips to mine while reaching for another condom. Thank fucking Christ. I groaned, unable to resist, and pulled him back under the sheets. Within seconds, I was pushing into him again, helpless against the sway his body held over mine. It was foolish of me to spend more time with him. The fucking worst idea ever if I'd truly intended to keep this casual. But I was starting to think I didn't have any choice in the matter. Major and I accompanied Holden to the San Marcos outlets a few days later. In the interim, Holden and I hadn't discussed the fact that he'd pretty much driven into town and then dragged me to my apartment for an epic fuckfest. Would we call that fucking? Because fucking has never given your skeptical ass a 3-day sex hangover. My brainstem was high-pissed that I'd let 3 days go by without burying my nose in his pubic hair. It centered every thought around him such that I was very little use to anything or anyone else. My feet wanted nothing more than to walk in a straight line to that man. The fact was, I was running headlong into whatever this was, and that scared the shit out of me. If he'd called me, texted me, hell, if he'd sent a carrier pigeon, I'd have been there in a second, taking him apart however he needed me to. I was a fucking mess. Anyway, I was looking forward to today. Scratch that, I'd been looking forward to today until Holden showed up in his sporty SUV hybrid whatever with Major already in the front seat. When I got in the back wearing my usual preacher man getup, I felt like the overdressed third wheel. Major was wearing long cargo shorts with sneakers and an old ginger root t-shirt, because he had terrible taste in music. Holden, however, was... Whoo, buddy. He looked like a J. Crew ad in Ray-Bans and a loose rolled sleeve button-up over fitted khaki shorts that showed off miles of leg. Even his pretty sunlit waves had a carefree look about him. I'd seen the man naked, but I didn't think I'd ever seen him this relaxed. Comfortable. Sexy as hell. If we'd been alone and I'd been sitting up front, it would have been so easy to slide my hand up his shorts and... Fuck, why had I invited Major? Brainstem. Because you're an idiot. Me. No shit. The outlets were packed as usual, but the three of us were able to get our shopping done pretty quickly. Our last stop was the Nike store, where Holden needed to grab some sweat-wicking running tights. I was barely holding on, walking around with him and his shorts. I could not be trusted to watch him try on tights, so I kept my horny ass outside in the heat. Major waited with me, arms crossed over his massive chest, bags in one hand, a slight smile on his bearded mug as he kept his eyes to the front. Several minutes passed, and his silence was starting to make my fucking ears itch. "What?" I finally asked, sweat dripping down my ass crack. His smile widened as he maintained his forward gaze. "What do you mean, what? What's this look?" "I don't have a look." I raised my brows and he simply switched his bags to his other hand. "I swear to Jesus, Major, you are a hot mess, Padre," he said on a deep, rumbly laugh, shaking his head. "Obviously," I snarked. "It's 101 out here, and I'm wearing head-to-toe black. Go inside the store if you want to." "I'm not talking about that. Though," he cut a glance in my direction, "you do know you don't have to dress like that all the time, right?" "I know," I grumped. "I'm just more comfortable this way." "Ah, yes, you look super comfortable right now," he said. "I bet you could wring out your underwear at this point." "Why are you making fun of me?" "I'm not making fun of you. I'm laughing at you. There's a difference." "Fuck off," I said, then apologized to the mother walking by with her 2 kids. Yeah, wearing a collar while swearing like a sailor in public was probably a bad move. Rolling his eyes, Major finally looked over at me. "I know you're most at ease in your clerical attire, no biggie. But if I may hazard a guess, today's sartorial choices were meant to be a shield against Holden's hotness. Spoiler alert, it's not working." "I don't know what you mean," I snapped, "and stop talking about Holden's hotness." So that means we're not talking about the faded hickey on his neck, or the fact that there's a better than even chance you know what his cum tastes like." "Sin and holy water." "No, and shut up." Major moved to stand in front of me and raised himself to his full height. "Tell you what, put your eyes back in your head and stop salivating over his sweet ass, and I will." I put a pause on our argument to grab some slushies from an ice cream kiosk. Fuck's sake, it was hotter than Satan's asshole out here. I gave one to Major, thinking it'd keep his trifling mouth busy. It turned out Major was a multitasker, able to suck down his grape slushie while continuing to give me shit. "So," he said between sips, "you think he wore those particular shorts just because of the weather?" I took a big pull of my blue Hawaiian, ignoring him. Fuckity fuck. Brain freeze. I palmed my head with one eye closed until the agony passed. "It's hot, Major. He, like you, is wearing appropriate clothes for the weather." "Yeah, but you're not looking at my thighs. You're looking at his thighs." "No, I'm not. Besides, Holden is a classy guy who wears high-end shit." "And you don't think he wore that high-end shit to get your attention?" "No," I answered, indignant for no goddamn reason. "So then it's okay if his shorts caught my attention, right?" Before I could rip Major's eyes out of his fucking head, Holden walked out of the store holding a new bag. I grinned because I couldn't help it, and handed him his orange slushie. Major's lips twitched with amusement, and I gestured for him to cut it out as Holden closed his eyes to enjoy the cold deliciousness. "Orange is my favorite flavor. Thank you," he said, beaming at me. "You're welcome." He took another sip, and I narrowed my eyes at Major, who was now standing next to Holden. He responded by leaning back and planting his eyes on Holden's ass. "You motherfucker," I hissed. "What?" Holden asked, his plump lips reddish-orange from the slushy. "Oh, nothing," I said, sending Major the most eviscerating glare I could muster. Major, that jackass, winked at me as he finished off his drink. Just then, Holden seemed to notice Major's t-shirt for the first time. "Wait, is that a ginger root shirt?" he asked, laughing. "It is," Major said, sending me a superior look. "Ugh," Holden grimaced, swirling his cup to mix the icy bits into the melty bits. "My dad loves it, but I cannot stand City Pop." I held my hand by my hip and stealthily flipped Major the bird. "Take that." "You are pathetic," he whispered. He was not wrong. Brainstem. "You really are fucking pathetic." Me. "Shut up." Chapter 10. Holden. The day after Beckett took me apart, again, I'd woken up to a flurry of furious texts from Jackson, which I guessed meant he'd gotten around to replacing his drowned SIM card. That tickled me so much that my good mood had carried over into yesterday's trip to the outlets. Not only did I enjoy the shopping, I got the sense that Major was goading Beckett about me, but, in a supportive way. Beckett, on the other hand, had looked so miserable and flustered and sweaty. It was all I could do not to invite myself over to his place and treat him to a thorough scrub-down when we got back. I was focused on Pops' health care at the moment, but I could be convinced to go another round with the faithless preacher. It was a bad idea, though, so maybe it was a good thing we hadn't texted each other. Flipping back through Jackson's enraged messages, by comparison, I gathered he was on the outs with his business partner. Rather than feeling vindicated, though, I was just happy I wasn't in his orbit anymore. One of the many benefits of the long drive from Portland was getting to talk with Dad about things we'd never discussed before. I told him about Jackson wanting to open the relationship and how, even after researching ethical non-monogamy, every cell in my body seemed against it. "Don't be horrified, but your father and I were a little more experimental before you came along," he'd said. While I cringed to think of my fathers as sexual people, Dad explained that honesty and the enthusiastic consent of all parties were the essential starting point for those types of relationships. That matched what I'd read, and, unfortunately for Jackson, it also reinforced how much he'd been manipulating me. "You hadn't failed to live up to your end of the bargain, son. Jackson was using the guise of ethical non-monogamy to fuck around and blame you for not wanting to play along. Which is why I also stole the SIM cards from his backup phone and iPad." God, I loved my father. One of the subjects we avoided on the long drive from Portland was Pops' health. It took me a few thousand miles to figure it out, but it finally hit me that Dad didn't think Pops was going to get any better. In the days since we'd gotten back, my father spent plenty of time teasing me about the hickey on my neck, and zero time discussing the fact that Pops was starting to prefer sleeping in his recliner in the living room, rather than trying to make it up the stairs. For as much as we were all about communication, we couldn't seem to talk about that. So this morning, when Pops ate his breakfast with a pep in his step and said he wanted to take a walk by the river, Dad and I grabbed onto it with both hands. I went with them to Riverview Park, and we watched the kayakers and the fishermen as the sun brightened the sky and the water ran a clear, pretty green. The place was nicer than I'd remembered. Pops, still feeling good, wanted to go to Seguin Bean to grab a bag of his favorite coffee, and we were happy to oblige. At his insistence, we first made a slow loop of the pretty courthouse. He got a little tired, but we rested and it was okay. Pops even charmed someone into taking a picture of the three of us by the big pecan. As a kid, I thought there was nothing dorkier than walking around town with my fathers. But now, watching them play with each other, flirting, sharing kisses, holding hands wherever they went, made my chest ache. It also made me think of Beckett, even though I was trying not to. I kept flip-flopping between regretting not inviting myself over to his place last night and feeling very smart about my decision to keep it in my pants. I already had plans to accompany him to the group home this Friday to repaint the blackboards, which could be disastrous for my self-control. Maybe the paint fumes would destroy this inconvenient attraction. Maybe not. Either way, I planned to pack condoms and lube. As we made our way around the square, we chatted about the ways in which the downtown area was blossoming. Dad was quick to point out that the improvements weren't limited to downtown. All of Seguin was expanding at a rapid rate, with people moving in from the surrounding cities to find a quieter, less hellaciously expensive place to live. Pops told me that along with all of the newcomers came a fragile sense of progress and acceptance of marginalized communities. "The people here are so good, son. Even if they're not totally comfortable with a queer couple, they're quick to let us know in their own sweet, quirky ways that they're allies." "I'm an ally," Dad and I said spontaneously, cracking up at our favorite heart-stopper line. We stopped at the crosswalk, giving Pops a chance to catch his breath. Grinning, he said, "Even if they hate us, they at least seem satisfied to conduct their judgment in silence." As we crossed the street, I realized that not one single person had looked sideways at my father's on our little stroll this morning, and they'd been holding hands and canoodling the entire time. The locals seemed to only have smiles and happiness for their love. Seguin really was so different from the place I'd fled years ago. We walked into the coffee shop, and Allie, who owned the place and rocked an awesome multicolored undercut, waved at us. "Holden, I'm so glad to see you." She and I had never met, but I recognized her from the social media post Pops liked to send me. I wasn't at all surprised to discover she knew my name. I slid a glance over to Pops, who shrugged. "What can I say? I'm proud of my son." We laughed and got in line. Allie had Pops' favorite drink and a bag of beans ready for him when we approached the counter. Dad and I put in our tea orders, with Allie grinning the whole time. The cool thing about the little coffee shop was that it served as a miniature museum of Seguin's LGBT history. There were posters on the walls, newspaper clippings, including my father's wedding ceremony, and a display of colorful stoneware mugs that had been thrown by queer artists. As we sat around the small cafe table in the back, I resolved to buy at least one mug before we left. In addition, Allie had made a rainbow in my coffee foam, which seemed like the perfect topper to the perfect morning. "So, I see you working, but we've never talked about the games you work on," Dad said, nudging me. I brought my attention from the cute little shop to my father's. After a few weeks on the job, I told them I couldn't really do the violence, the blood splatter, and all that. It was too much. Way too much. So, kind of as a joke, they put me on the family games section, and I've enjoyed it ever since. "Really?" Pops asked, leaning forward. We'd probably overdone it today, walking both at the river and around downtown in the morning heat, but his cheeks were sun-flushed and his grip on his oxygen tank was loose and casual. Maybe I'd read too much into the way he and Dad were dealing with this. Maybe he just needed time to recover. Really, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in first-person shooters, but there's plenty of payoff in family-friendly stuff too. I'm bringing my sense of style, and my boss actually seems happy with me for once, I explained proudly. After my attack, I'd had to argue with my fathers to get them to let me go to college as planned. I was barely out of the hospital and still had my ribs wrapped, so I could only imagine how they'd felt. The compromise we'd come up with was that I had to go to a therapist to work through everything. I'd quickly agreed because, what with the physical pain, the helplessness, the sense that justice would never be done, I'd had to get the fuck out of this town before it killed me. Yet somehow I now found myself sitting in Seguin, Texas, enjoying the start of the day with my fathers, more content than I'd been in a long time. I thought of the funny little Easter egg I'd put in the game I'd be working on today and sent a grin to Pops. Only, his face, which 30 seconds before had been wreathed in smiles, was set in stone. I followed his gaze to the door and dread filled my belly. Chase DeWitt sauntered into the shop with a glint of trouble in his eyes. I shrank back in the booth, praying he hadn't seen me. Dad grabbed my hand. "You're okay, son. You're safe." I was not okay and felt anything but safe, but I nodded anyway. It was embarrassing to admit, but I was grateful Chase was focused on Allie and hadn't noticed our presence. He leaned his forearms on the counter, saying something to her under his breath, words I couldn't hear that made her narrow her eyes and clench her jaw. Seemed he hadn't changed, not one little bit. Allie, who Pops always said had the sharpest tongue in town, returned fire. Chase reared back as though he'd been struck, then looked around the shop and walked over to the display of queer mugs, which he hip-checked hard. The case swayed and tipped, hanging in the air for a split second before it fell to the ground, shattering all of the mugs. Chase held up his hands as if to say, "What you gonna do about it?" then walked out the door. Enraged, Allie scooped up one of the broken mugs and followed him. I'd been frozen, grateful he hadn't seen me, but fuck it. I'd missed out on this town becoming what it was today because of that asshole. Worse, he hadn't evolved with the town, like some fossil from the Mesozoic era. He'd forgone any adaptation. I stood up as much as I could in the tiny booth. "Dad, let me out." "Son, I need to do this, Dad." He got up, allowing me to exit the booth. I followed Chase out the door with no idea what I was going to do, just that I wasn't going to take his bullshit anymore. Chapter 11. Beckett. I was sitting at the bar, eating breakfast with Joel, Ozzy, and Tristan while berating myself for not inviting Holden up to my place after our shopping trip yesterday. I mean, sure, I'd have been willing to go again if he was. We could, keep it casual. Pregnant pause. Brainstem. You fucking fool. My body was aching for the man, and that didn't just mean my uncooperative dick. It included my heart rate, my ability to breathe, and the fluttering in the pit of my stomach. Fluttering, for God's sake. Speaking of whom, I was pretty sure the alleged divine one was having a laugh at my expense, because Holden and his dads had crossed the street and walked into the Seguin bean next door not 10 minutes ago. It had taken every ounce of my strength and self-preservation to keep my ass on this forsaken bar stool, eating my breakfast tacos. "Just ask him," Joel said, bumping my shoulder. "Ask who what?" I feigned ignorance, but Joel wasn't fooled for a second. "Every time you see Holden, you get a little drool in the corner of your mouth right there," Ozzy said, poking at said corner. "Asshole," I muttered, knocking his hand away. Tristan, sitting on the other side of Joel, snickered. "What are you laughing at?" "You, obviously." "Wow, Tris, no loyalty whatsoever." Tristan winked at me, opening his mouth to say something. Before he could taunt me further, though, he snapped his mouth shut, his eyes tracking something outside the bar. The rest of us followed his glare and... oh, hell. Allie'd come out from the coffee shop holding a broken mug in her hands and was yelling at Chase DeWitt, that useless motherfucker. He moved toward her and we all reacted at once. "Hey," Tristan shouted, bursting through the front door. "Don't you put your fucking hands on her!" Chase advanced on him and I reached across the bar to grab the dented bat Joel and Ozzy kept in case of rowdy patrons. Stalking outside, I yanked Tristan behind me. "Stay back." Before Tristan could protest, Ozzy and Joel joined us. Joel hugged his gorgeous hothead from behind, keeping him in place. Only then did I see Holden off to the side. His fists were clenched as he swayed. He was clearly afraid, but he was ready to fight. God, he was brave. I stayed him with a gesture. No need for him to bring any heat from fucking Chase DeWitt down on his head. I turned to the asshole in question, twirling the bat like a drum major's baton. "Why don't you back the fuck off? It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning." Chase looked behind me and smirked, then slid on an expression of fear while backing up. "Sheriff, thank God, you got here right in time." I turned around and, damn it, fuck me twice on Sunday, it was Sheriff Kavanaugh. "Beckett, I believe we've had a conversation about you threatening our citizens with that bat," he said, reaching for his handcuffs. As Kavanaugh moved toward me, Holden's eyes went wide. I sent him a wink as the good sheriff put the cuffs on me. Sheriff Kavanaugh?" Holden's voice was shaken. "Chase went into the coffee shop intent on causing trouble. He pushed down one of Allie's displays, shattering at least a dozen mugs. Surely you wouldn't want him to get away with such violence. Not again, right? Even as Holden's bravery made my heart go wild, Chase's sinister smirk sent a chill down my spine. Even more so when he smoothly switched back to his scared citizen facade once Kavanaugh's eyes were on him. What a fucking asshole. Chase, is this true? It was an accident, Sheriff. Holden straightened his shoulders. No, it wasn't. You called her a slur and then intentionally knocked over the display with the rainbow mugs. Allie, shaken, nodded. Holden's telling the truth, Sheriff. Kavanaugh squared his jaw, sighing as though disappointed with a toddler instead of a grown-ass man. Chase, I've asked you to respect the community. Pay Allie for the value of the mugs and stay out of the coffee shop. Happy to, Sheriff. Chase slid out his wallet and offered Allie a credit card. She took it and patted Holden's shoulder as she walked back into the Seguin Bean. I found it telling that Kavanaugh waited until Chase was clear of the area before hauling me to his squad car. I didn't even bother trying to argue. Look, if you want a place to go where you're not going to be judged, where you can find your own path to spirituality, stop by the meeting house. You're welcome, Walker. Always, I told an old high school buddy who was also in lockup. You got it, brother, Walker replied in his bone-deep country boy accent. Augustus Walker, Jr. wasn't the biggest guy out there, but it was clear in the cut of his mullet and the way he held himself that there were a lot of muscles under those coveralls. While I was sorry he was in trouble, I breathed a sigh of relief when I was brought in and saw him sitting there. The other inmates didn't look too thrilled at the presence of a tattooed and collared preacher, and most people knew I was the big homo running the decidedly unfundamentalist church. I knew Walker, all 5'7" of him, wouldn't let them hurt me. Turned out he and I were here for the same reason. Chase DeWitt. As it happened, Chase had recently been given a job as a building code enforcer. Unsurprisingly, he and Walker had beef back in high school, so he targeted the Walker family's tire repair business with some trumped-up fines. Walker had gone down to the city offices first thing this morning to protest, and one of the sheriff's lackeys arrested him for disturbing the peace. That told me Chase and the good sheriff didn't know Walker at all. His bad luck never kept him down, and this wouldn't either. Walker'd been working from the time he could pick up a wrench, but he'd always had bigger dreams. He'd been the best player on our high school baseball team, and we'd all figured that he'd go on to play in college and probably professionally. He'd secured a baseball scholarship to attend UT, but he got into an accident right before his first semester of college. His twin sister, who'd been driving, died. Walker's knee and hip were shattered, ending his scholarship and his baseball career before they began. After he'd recovered, he quietly went back to work for his family. I was ashamed to admit I didn't know he'd been taking online classes, or that he'd graduated recently and hoped to become a teacher in the world's worst subject ever, geometry. When he told me, I had to hold back a laugh. I imagined him standing in front of a room full of students, wearing full-on kicker regalia, saying things like, "Get out your books, students. Today we're learning about the exterior angle theorem." Once I understood how serious he was, I realized I'd been an asshole with my first reaction, even though I'd kept it to myself. The more he talked about it, the more I realized he'd wanted to be a teacher way before he ever picked up a bat. I imagined it would be difficult for him to be a teacher with an arrest record. God, I hoped Chase hadn't fucked that up for him. "Wainwright," a guard called. I stood up and grabbed the bars. "I guess someone really likes you," he said, reaching for his keys. My brows stitched together. It wasn't even noon. Confused, I asked, "How the hell am I getting out so soon?" "Someone paid your bail." I didn't know anyone around here who had the influence and cash to bypass the usual process, especially since I wouldn't be able to pay them back anytime soon. I let the guard lead me out all the same, sending a small wave to Walker and getting a salute in return. Once I was processed and got my things back from the clerk, the first thing I did was send out a message telling my congregation today's 1 p.m. meeting was back on for any who wanted to join. After that, I was led to the front of the police station. "Ozzy, you're bailing me out?" Ozzy grinned as he shook his head. "I'm just the messenger. My cousin's the one who sprung you." I blinked at him. It was easy to forget that Hendrix Kavanaugh, Lost Boy, Sheriff Kavanaugh's son, and the Guadalupe County High Coyote's most infamous mascot, was a multi-millionaire with a gorgeous house in Germany, where his unique brand of punk rock was incredibly popular. The clerk up front handed me a Ziploc bag with my things in it. I gave Ozzy a half hug as I took out my phone. Me. Hen, you bastard. Thanks for the bailout. Hen. Anything for a fellow LB. All I did was call the mayor. I laughed to myself. He routed right around his father and went straight for the big guns. That was Hen. It reminded me of the time he found out the principal wanted to ban the Lost Boys from meeting in Mr. Paige's room. Hen never did tell us the details, but he'd gotten his hands on pictures of a certain nature, and Principal Engstrom was never a problem after that. You okay? Anybody give you any trouble? No, got lucky. Walker had been dragged in for some bullshit reason or another, and he made sure I was good. Has he made bail yet? Nope. Hang out for a second. Let me see what I can do. Oz, you mind hanging around a minute to see if we can give Walker a ride home? No problem. The bar isn't open yet. He fired off a quick message on his phone. It didn't take too long for Walker to join us. When he saw who I was standing with, he stopped short. Ozzy, you bailed me out? He stuttered, his country boy accent deepening as the skin on the edges of his ears flushed red. I swear I didn't do nothing. It was... I know, Walk. The city making Chase DeWitt the code enforcer was bound to end up badly for one of us. Walker's Adam's apple slowly bobbed up and down. Thanks, man, for helping me out. Huh. Ozzy, nearly a head taller, gave Walker a big hug. Nah, that was all Hen. Walker seemed to melt right into Ozzy's hold, inhaling deeply. Double, huh? Was Walker not straight? How had I missed that? Walker cleared his throat and stepped back, then tilted his head. Wait, Hen is in your cousin Hendrix? I'm surprised he even knows who I am. Oz, completely oblivious to Walker's heightened color and darkened eyes, sent me a look. Hen had a crush on Walker in high school, and even though he was now reigning king of the no-strings three-way, it appeared he still had a soft spot for the guy. All right, then, I said, rubbing my hands together. Oz, I'm running late. You mind taking me straight to the meeting house? No problem. Turning to Walker, he asked, You need a ride too? Oh, I can take an Uber. Nah, man, I got you. Because I was a tiny bit of a shit stirrer, I slid into the back of Ozzy's lovingly restored Chevelle, letting Walker take the passenger seat up front. Walker spent the entire trip alternating between silently staring out the front window and sneaking peeks at Oz. It was cute, especially as Walker's ears got redder and redder with each sideways glance. They were the color of a ripe tomato by the time Oz pulled onto the meeting house's block. As a man of the self-made cloth, I saw my share of drama on any given day. That said, running into Holden, getting arrested, and witnessing the beginnings of a bi-awakening were not on this morning's bingo card. Chapter 12. Holden. Beckett held my gaze with a ridiculously sexy smirk as Sheriff Kavanaugh put him into the back of his vehicle. It sent a thrill down my spine to think that maybe, despite the fact that we hadn't talked about our most recent tumble in the sheets, he was down to go again. My hands were still shaking from the confrontation, but at least I'd stood up for Allie. She hugged me hard, thanking me. As soon as she released me, Tristan was there with another hug, and then Joel. Look, man, I don't know everything, Joel said quietly. But I know it took balls for you to stand up to fucking Chase DeWitt. Why don't we help Allie clean up, and then let me buy you a mid-morning round? I checked my Apple Watch, distantly remembering early morning beers with Beckett. Yeah, sounds good. It didn't take us long to get things cleaned up because Allie's other customers had already started. Afterward, Allie accompanied my father's and me to the watering hole. Pops took his bar stool, apparently that was a thing, while Joel slid a tumbler with 2 fingers of tequila across the bar to Allie, which she caught and threw back right in time for Mayor Watley to walk in. The mayor went up to Allie, took the glass out of her hand, and set it on the bar, then pulled her into a hug. I came as soon as I heard. Allie pushed her face into her wife's neck and took several deep breaths. I'll be okay. I'm glad to hear that, but I'll have you know I called Kavanaugh and chewed his ass out. Did you know there's already a video up of him arresting Beckett? Hot tattooed preacher arrested for defending shop owner, she said, gesturing the quotes. DeWitt family bullshit is one of the things that keeps growing places like Seguin out of the best places to live lists, I swear. Dad took out his phone and quickly found the video. He set it to full screen and we all crowded around him, including the mayor. The video was shot from inside the coffee shop, and I seem to remember one of the locals having her phone out. It started on the broken mugs, then followed Allie out to her confrontation with Chase. Beckett, Tristan, and Joel burst out of the bar like superheroes, especially Beckett, who was swinging the bat like he knew exactly how to use it. I watched as I told Sheriff Kavanaugh what happened. Unlike Beckett, who embodied sexy confidence, I was a shaky, nervous wreck. The mayor patted my shoulder. Thanks for talking to the sheriff. I'm sure that was difficult. She frowned as the video ended and a question appeared on the screen. Not again. Holden, she asked, what did you mean when you said that Kavanaugh shouldn't let Chase get away with violence again? Without looking, I knew Dad and Pops had moved in closer to me. I shook my head, tired of how much control that one night had had over my life. Sucking in a sharp breath, I decided to go with the truth. Chase DeWitt, along with a few of his friends, jumped me at a bonfire the summer before I went to college. Chase had a crowbar and knocked out my front teeth, broke half a dozen ribs, and broke my arm. I had a compound fracture of my ulna, I explained, my voice steadier than I felt. When the mayor's eyes landed on my arm, I held it up to show her the scar. Her hand went to her mouth. Like maybe what I'd been through had, in fact, been truly awful. That bone is held together with a titanium rod, Dad said, his voice cold, his hands balled into tight fists. Were they trying to kill you? The mayor asked in a horrified whisper. Rubbing my arm, I answered. That was the general consensus, yes. At least, until the county attorney got a hold of it. Tell me. Pops grabbed my hand. The county attorney was an old friend of Sheriff Kavanaugh and the DeWitt family, and he squashed the attempted murder charge, reduced it to simple assault for which Chase got probation. He didn't bother to hide the anger in his voice. That's the old bastard who died a few years ago, right? Mayor Whatley asked. Yep, Dad said, not sounding one bit sorry. Well, fuck, she said, shaking her head. No wonder I've never seen you around town, Holden. Not that it makes anything you went through better, but that's not the sort of ship we run around here these days. Sheriff Kavanaugh still has a job, I noted dryly. He's an elected official, can't do anything about that, but I can make sure he upholds the damn law. Turning to Allie, she said, I understand Chase paid for the mugs, but I'm guessing he didn't pay for the shelving, or the cleanup, or the disruption. No? Yeah, well, we're going to fix that. Thanks, Vic. They hugged for a moment, and then Allie pulled back and gave her wife a sad/sarcastic smile. I'm going to close out for the day and go home. Probably continue drinking. I'll join you. Before leaving, the mayor approached me, grabbing both my hands. I'm so sorry about what happened to you. I'm going to have my secretary contact you. If you can find some time on your calendar in the coming weeks, I'd like to talk to you more about what we can do to make the city safer for everyone. I nodded as both my dads gripped my shoulders, their support unshakable as always. Mayor Whatley left with Allie as Joel pushed Pops' Blue Moon and Dad's Bloody Mary across the bar to them. Blue Moon for you too? He asked. Yes, I answered, dipping my head as I leaned my forearms on the bar. With an orange, if you don't mind. No problem, he said, smiling. Something about his kindness released the tightness in my chest. I took a few steadying breaths, willing my heart rate to settle down as my fathers quietly flanked me. Joel set the pint down, the orange sat on the rim with a cheerful twist. He reached out and grabbed my hand, squeezing it briefly before letting go. A tear slipped down the side of my nose. Were they trying to kill you? Yes. Yes, they were. The scent of my blood on wet leaves was such a powerful memory that I still despised the smell of pennies. Lifting the pint to my nose, I inhaled its citrus scent and was transported from the dark, frightening woods back to Beckett's bright apartment, where I'd felt so full and protected as he gently fucked me. I took a sip, enjoying the blend of tastes, which also reminded me of my father's toast to me after I'd graduated from college. I'd walked across that stage on time and with honors. So yeah, Chase and his buddies had tried to kill me that night, but they failed. More importantly, I survived. After we all gave the alcohol a few moments to work, my fathers put their hands on my back. "We're proud of you, son," Dad said. "I know it was hard to confront that asshole, and even harder to tell Victoria what he did to you." Pops kissed the side of my head. "You made sure he can't get away with this shit anymore." "Still feels like he got away with it," I admitted, taking another sip of beer. I wonder if Beckett would be willing to leave his collar on next time. We drank quietly, then got another round because we could, though Pops stuck to one beer, and we chatted with Joel as he prepared to open the bar. An hour or so later, Joel showed us the group chat, and I breathed a sigh of relief to see Beckett telling his friends that he'd been bailed out. I had a feeling he was going to hate the video that was making the rounds. Dad held Pops' hand and tilted his head toward the old-fashioned jukebox against the wall. "Care for a dance, lover?" "You know it." The oxygen canister was a bit awkward, but the tube was long enough that Pops could set it by the jukebox as long as he stayed in one place. He and Dad chose a series of awesome, cringy 90s ballads and swayed together. I grabbed my phone and took a couple of pics, along with a short video. Tristan stood next to me. "They really do love each other, don't they?" "They're totally embarrassing sometimes," I admitted. There was nothing more embarrassing than my father's rubbing noses at Lubies. "Lubies?" Tristan asked. "What's Lubies?" "What the—" I looked to Joel and my father's. "How do you not know about Lubies? It's an old-school Texas-style cafeteria restaurant chain. They have the best fried fish, and their yeast rolls are to die for." Pops grimaced as Dad kissed his temple. "The one in Seguin closed a long time ago, son. It's not Tristan's fault." I let out an exasperated sigh. "Still?" Pops cracked up. Okay. There are a few open in San Antonio. We'll make a day trip out of it sometime soon." Tristan nudged my shoulder. "Joel and I are going to tag along, just so you know." "Oh, you have to," I insisted. "This lack of knowledge regarding an important area of Texas history cannot stand." That settled, I sat back and watched my fathers gaze into each other's eyes. "How the hell am I supposed to find anyone when they set the bar this damn high?" I joked. "Mostly." "Be happy for the high bar. Some of us had to go through a couple of frogs before we found our prince," Tristan intoned. "Thanks to them, I seriously doubt you're attracted to frogs." I thought I wasn't. Then again, I just broke up with the cheating bastard. Maybe I'm not meant to be as lucky. "Nah, that kind of thing is in your DNA." I chuckled, not wanting to point out that I shared zero DNA with either of my fathers, but the sentiment, I think, was in the right place. Ever since Robert and Wren Paige brought me into their home, I'd had a front row seat to true love. Not the fairy tale stuff, not the rom-com stars-in-your-eyes bullshit, but real, steady, true love that was born of hard work, stubbornness, and a desire to make our family work. Weirdly enough, I could see Beckett being that sort of husband and father. Working hard to keep the love alive, being honest, being brave, showing our kids what it meant to lead people in a kind and conscientious way. I blinked, shaking my head. Our kids. I really was a lightweight. While I was chastising myself for going into daydream mode for like the 50th time, Joel walked over. "Beckett just got to the meeting house, and you'll never believe what fucking Chase DeWitt did." Chapter 13. Beckett. "What the fuck is that?" I asked as Ozzy pulled up in front of the building. A dozen or so folks were milling about outside, and the front door had a big orange sticker on it. "I recognize that sticker," Walker said, shaking his head. "Code enforcement." Ah, hell. I slid out of the back seat and jogged up the steps. "This building is condemned. Please contact the code enforcement office." I took out my phone, put it on speaker, and dialed the provided number. A familiar, friendly voice answered. "Code enforcement?" Thank God. "Peggy, it's Beckett." "I thought you might be calling. Let me pull up the paperwork." Dishearteningly, I could hear her starting to riffle through papers. Seguin was many things, but of the times was not one of them. "Looks like there's an asbestos complaint, preacher man." "The asbestos siding is fine. The last building inspector said that unless it was cracked, we should leave it alone. Removing it is often more dangerous." Besides, I thought, it's the actual structure of the place that's the danger. "Well, it appears our newly appointed lead code inspector disagrees." I looked at Walker and we both rolled our eyes. Of course. Fucking Chastewit. I cursed under my breath and a nearby little girl giggled against her mom's leg. I grimaced. "Sorry about that, Jackie. I'm dealing with some old high school bullshit, apparently." More giggling. "Sorry again." "No problem, Bex. I fucking curse in front of her all the time." Shaking my head, I turned back to my phone call. "So what do I need to do to get this taken care of?" Peggy whistled as more paper shuffling filtered over the line. "It's not good." "What do you mean?" This neighborhood was filled with cute pier and beam GI-style houses, and all of them had the same problematic siding, so I had to step carefully to avoid creating a huge issue for a lot of folks. Walker and Ozzy circled me, their faces growing more concerned as the conversation progressed. "Now keep in mind, I'm only reading what I'm seeing here. But according to Chase, given the number of broken tiles, it exceeds the safety recommendations for asbestos siding, and it has to be replaced in a safe way." Just as I was about to ask what broken tiles, Walker crouched down and pointed at a section of siding that had clearly been hit with something hard. Like a crowbar. "What if it looks like the damage done was on purpose, Peggy? Like someone was intentionally destroying my property to create issues for me?" "Unfortunately, darling, I don't think it makes a difference." Something else she'd said stood out. "Wait, what do you mean in a safe way?" "The siding can't be removed willy-nilly. Extra steps have to be taken to ensure the asbestos doesn't go airborne." "That sounds expensive." "I think it's intended to be." Fuck. This was where being a part of a larger religious organization would have come in handy. I thanked Peggy and hung up, tapping the phone to my forehead. Ozzy held up his phone. "Joel and I can lend you the bar for the next 45 minutes. Will that do?" I had a couple of sober folks in today's group, but theirs was more a spiritual path than a recovery path, and they nodded along with the rest of the congregation. "Our meetings are only about 30 minutes long, and then we socialize after." "I'll buy you a beer, Bex," someone said. Honestly, I'm going to need one after this. Given the limited parking downtown, everybody who was able agreed to walk the 2 blocks to the watering hole. We looked like a mini pride parade, many folks wearing rainbow gear or otherwise visibly queer. Tommy, one of the bar's regulars, joined us as we neared the place. Oh, Tommy. I'd let Joel decide whether or not he wanted to deal with him. Before opening the door, I noticed Chase DeWitt down the street smirking at us. I raised my middle finger, kissed the tip, and pointed it at him. Walker started in his direction, and Chase made a hasty retreat. Seriously, fuck that guy. I stepped into the bar and stopped short. Holden sat there with his dads, the 3 of them sitting with Tristan, watching as my little congregation and Tommy filed in. Joel saw Tommy, rolled his eyes, and pulled a beer for him. Taking it over, he explained. "Look, there's been some fuckery with Beckett's church building, so for the next 30 minutes or so, he's holding his meeting here. You gonna be okay with that?" Tommy shrugged, seemingly happy as long as he got his beer. "Ain't been to church in a long time. Might as well stick around, see if this preacher here can save my soul." I wrinkled my nose. "Your soul doesn't need saving, Tommy. If there's a God and he's at all reasonable, he'll accept you as you are." "If there's a God?" he asked, raising his brow. My regulars chuckled. "You do not want to get him going on the subject of the existence of God," one of them said. It sounded like Phyllis. "Well, this I gotta see," Tommy said, dragging a bar stool closer. We took over the seating area, and I turned a chair backward to sit in the middle of the group. I had something else in mind to talk about today, but I was arrested, and then I discovered my building had been condemned, so I want to talk about it. Everybody okay with that? Nods all around, and even Holden inclined his ear, though he avoided eye contact. I was arrested because I threatened someone who was harassing Allie next door. While I was in custody, I can only assume the harasser or related people went to our place of reflection and worship, if you're into that sort of thing, damaged the property, and then had it condemned before I could defend it. What are we going to do now? Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. I glanced at Holden. Sometimes things happen so fast you get overwhelmed by the shitstorm. The surprised laugh from Tommy didn't deter me. There will be times when you're going through something difficult. Just when you're about at your limit, something else comes along, piling right on top. Then, if you're real lucky, something else comes along and knocks you completely flat on the ground. That ever happen to anyone here? Tommy raised his hand, as did Walker and a number of other people. Mr. Paige elbowed Holden, who reluctantly held up his hand as well. I sent him a smile, trying to ignore how much I loved his blush. For those who believe in God, that could be a moment to say, why me? Why have you allowed this? Others who, like me, question the presence of an actual deity may use this as proof that God never existed. I paused, grateful as this little congregation I'd built leaned in. The fact that we were holding a meeting, including minors, in a dark bar filled me with more awe and wonder than even the most beautiful building in the world. Tapping my chest, I said, I suppose we could stay in that. Live in that uncertainty, live in that pain. I choose moments like this, though, to reaffirm why I minister to people in a spiritual aspect. When we're knocked down like this, it's easy to feel alone, misunderstood, hated even. But that's not true. You're not alone. I'm not talking about some ineffable God or even the universe. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about this group of us, this community of sorts we've gathered around ourselves. So while I think it's pretty damn amazing to have the ability to question the thoughts and path of the universe and of perhaps a God, I think it's even better that we don't have to do it alone. Tommy was nodding along, which made me feel as though I'd accomplished some good with this shitty day. I probably would never see him at a meeting again, but I was glad what I'd said meant something to him. What about the little kids? Julia asked. She was 12 and so thoughtful and smart. I was sure her presence in the bar was illegal, but today was not the day I gave a damn. What do you mean? I asked, even though I knew where she was going. She and I had had many long discussions on this very subject. Well, don't you help out over at the group home? Yes, I do. Those kids lost their parents, or their parents hurt them and they couldn't be parents anymore. True. Holden and his dads exchanged a look. Why does that happen? If there's a God, why would he let that happen? I smiled at her, loving how she felt confident enough to ask a question like that in front of a room full of adults. That is such a beautiful question, Julia. Thank you for asking it. I have some thoughts, but before I share, I'd like to see what other people think. I looked around the circle. Would anyone like to talk about their feelings on the matter? A few raised their hands, starting a discussion that took up the rest of the time. While many of the answers seemed to contradict each other, making it easy to start taking sides, I'd always found God, that tricky bastard, was somewhere in the middle. I was also pleased to see that Tommy, who had come to the bar for a drink, stayed for the message. I might not have had the slightest clue what was coming next, but at least I felt better about today. Seeing Holden here was unexpected. The insistent pounding in my chest whenever he was near, though, wasn't. What the fuck was he doing to me? Chapter 14. Holden. Beckett had been born to do this. His passion was intoxicating, as was his ability to hold our attention. Even sexier, though, was his humility. He was open-minded and encouraged respectful discourse, opinionated but kind. And I loved the way he let that little girl speak. Pops got tired about halfway through, so Dad took him home and told me to stay if I wanted to. I definitely wanted to. After most of Beckett's congregation wandered out, he pulled up to the bar, and Joel slid a beer across to him, "Hey," I said, shoving my hands into my pockets. "That was amazing." "Thank you. Gotta say I'm surprised you stuck it out," he said, reaching out to straighten my glasses. Why is it so fucking sexy when he does that? "I like that you kept it short, I'll admit. You definitely have a way with your congregation." "I'd like for you to have your way with me." "Yeah, I got lucky with this group of folks," he said, taking a sip of beer. "I have a hard time describing what it is I want out of this whole venture, but they seem to get it. I admire that you didn't cancel, even after you were arrested and your building was condemned." He shrugged. "I almost did. But Joel and Ozzy offered their place, and I thought, who am I to reject their offer? If it means anything, the mayor showed up after the sheriff took you away in handcuffs. There's some viral video of you standing outside the shop with the bat, then getting arrested." His smile was wry. "Bet that was Hans doing. He's the one who called the mayor's office. Wouldn't surprise me if he shared the video." "Lost boys forever," Ozzy said, grinning. I inhaled sharply and thought of my hurt and pride around Pops' lost boys. I wished he'd done something like that for me in high school, but back then he didn't know how much it was needed. "I know you guys think Pops was great for providing a safe space for his lost boys, and he was," I said. "But I don't think y'all see how much you've given him in return. He was giving you what he'd always needed as a young gay man. What, in retrospect, he'd realized I'd needed. To see that you've all grown up and done something with your lives, and that you still call yourselves his lost boys." I touched my chest. "It means more to him and to me than you'll ever know." Despite my many-layered feelings on the matter, that was true. Beckett bowed his head, shifting on his feet. "Thanks for saying so. It means a lot." Spinning his glass on the bar, he fixed me with a look. "That was really brave, you standing up to Chase." I snorted, embarrassed to realize he was being sincere. "I saw the video. I was shaking like a leaf. So brave." "It's not brave if you're not afraid," he said, raising his beer. "Then I was brave as fuck," I joked. We clinked glasses and sipped our beers while I tried not to stare at the way his Adam's apple bobbed right above his collar. Trying to distract myself from his square, inked hands and the obscene way they gripped his glass, I told the truth. That was the most unpleasant thing about coming back into town. Before I agreed to visit, I'd had it in my mind that Chase had moved to San Antonio. But I guess that was a rumor. Beckett shook his head. "Not a rumor. He did move away, but he lost his job there after being accused of sexual harassment. He's back to living with his parents, and for some godforsaken reason, he's now the head code enforcer for the city of Seguin. Sounds like exactly the kind of job a shitty man with a shitty life would use to make others miserable." I clenched my jaw, the familiar seething bubbling up inside me all over again. "I fucking hate that entire family." Ozzy, who was wiping down the bar, nodded. "It was the one thing that nearly stopped me from moving back and going into business with Joel. I love this place. I love our group of friends, but goddamn, as much as I hate Chase, his dad is 10 times worse." Yeah, well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. I shot Beckett a rueful glance. "We probably aren't supposed to tell a preacher that we hate someone, but..." Beckett laughed into his beer. "Are you kidding me? I mean, my moral compass wouldn't allow me to leave a member of the DeWitt family bleeding on the ground, but..." Involuntarily, I stepped back. I didn't remember much from that night, save for the sickening sound of my arm breaking right before everything went black. I pressed my thumb against my upper lip, rubbing it over my store-bought teeth. "Holden?" I snapped my eyes up to his. I had a feeling he'd said my name more than once. "Holden, are you okay?" "Not really," I answered, shocking myself with the truth. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked, the kindness in his voice taking me out of the bad moment. That voice could have led me out of hell. "Holden." I blinked. Had I been staring? "Huh?" I asked, finally remembering to make eye contact. "I was asking if you wanted to talk about it." "Oh, no. Maybe it was the alcohol, but I definitely don't want to talk. Ozzy, who'd been standing closer than I realized, raised his brows before stepping to the side, acting as though cleaning the already pristine pint glasses was the most important thing in the world. Beckett took a deep breath, focusing on his glass, swirling it on the bar. I started to back away, convinced I'd made a fucking fool of myself. But I stopped when he put his hand, the one with the burning heart, on top of mine. "Let's get out of here," he said, running his thumb along mine. "But we're not done talking about Chase DeWitt." I shivered at his touch, but clenched my jaw when I realized what he was saying. "Do we have to talk about him now?" "No, we do not." "Then let's go." I was back in Beckett's small, quirky apartment, only this time I knew what was going to happen. I'd memorized the way he felt when we came together, and it hadn't been enough. Not nearly enough. I towed out of my shoes as Beckett tossed his keys onto the counter. The 50s-inspired touches, the Frida Kahlo posters, the green, slightly overgrown plants all felt like oxygen. I could breathe easier here than even in my father's home. Beckett grinned as he walked up to me, tilting his head to capture my gaze. The corners of his mouth turned up in something like a smirk, and I flushed at his confidence. I'd never had that kind of certainty about anything, except maybe how much I enjoyed it when he took charge. He rubbed his chin as he leered at me, his eyes hungrily sweeping up and down my body. "See something you like?" I asked, hoping I seemed more confident than I was. "Most definitely. So, tell me, was it my little church service that turned you on?" "Yes," I admitted breathlessly, knowing a lie would have ruined things. "You were kind and smart, but you didn't try to act like you were smarter than everyone else there." You're a beautiful man, but never more so than when you're all flushed and anxious like you are now." I dipped my head. "Shut up." "No, I don't believe I will. Why don't you do me a favor and get undressed for me?" I gulped, my hand instinctively reaching back, pulling my t-shirt over my head in a matter of milliseconds. Worrying my bottom lip with my teeth, I neatly draped the shirt over the back of his pretty kitchen chair. After a moment's hesitation, I unbuttoned my jeans and pushed them down, tripping and nearly falling out of the pool of fabric. I could have died from embarrassment right there, but Beckett's strong hand steadied me, putting me straight back into the moment with him. Licking my lips, I gave myself a beat, then picked up the jeans and folded them in half, placing them over the shirt before standing in front of him in my socks and tidy whities. "So, perfect," he murmured, circling me as he drew his fingernails along my collarbones, then shoulder blades. There was something about standing here in my underwear while he was dressed in his preacher attire that short-circuited my brain entirely. "Feels kind of naughty, doesn't it?" he asked, pulling out my waistband so he could stare down at my ass. I swallowed again, my heart speeding up as his eyes caressed my skin. "Yes." "Do you like that it feels naughty?" "Yes, very much," I said, my breath loud in my ears. "Almost like something out of Catholic porn," he observed, grinning. I flushed. Did he know my porn habits? How would he? I narrowed my eyes as his grin widened. "Shut up." "Now I know why we're so hot together." "It's not just that," I said, jutting out my chin. "So this fashionable nerd thing you've got going on, is it all a glamour? Are you really a sex fiend?" I hid my smile behind my hand, avoiding his eyes, wishing I could take off my socks. "No, the nerd thing is real. People tend to think nerd means sexless or vanilla, which is not the case at all. At least, not for me. So even though you're adorably nervous right now, you still know what you want in bed." I gulped, my chest rising and falling rapidly. "Of course I know what I want." "Then tell me, because I really want to give it to you." We locked eyes for a moment. "It ain't brave if you're not scared." "I want you to keep your clothes on. I want you to tell me I'm doing a good job. I held up my finger, making sure I had his full attention. But only if I'm actually doing a good job. Don't blow smoke up my ass. I plan on putting my cock up your asshole, he said, spinning me to face the kitchen table. Slipping his fingers under the leg band of my underwear, he pressed between my cheeks, dry stroking me. No room for smoke. My erection pushed against the stretchy white cotton, a sharp outline of need. I jerked in place when he brought his other hand to my cock, gliding his fingers along the fabric-covered length of me while carefully circling his fingertip around my needy hole. Leaning in, he whispered against the shell of my ear. Palms down. Ass out, sweetheart. Breath hitching, I did as he asked. When his hands left my body, I chanced a look over my shoulder. Our eyes met, and he grinned as he stepped over to his bedside table to grab a bottle of lube and a condom. Put out your hand, Holden. Leaning my weight on one hand, I held out the other. After squeezing a few drops of lube onto my fingertips, he softly commanded, Prepare yourself. I started to pull down my underwear, but he stopped me. One palm on the table, he said, waiting for me to comply. Now, stick your ass out. I tilted my hips until he made a pleased sound that prickled my skin. He lifted my waistband in the back. Slide your hand down in here. I want you to keep the underwear on while preparing yourself. I sent him a quick look over my shoulder, then got to work. Leaning on one hand, I parted my cheeks, slicking my fingers down to my hole. Do you need more lube? I think so. After he dripped additional slick down my crack, I swept my fingers up and down again, circling my hole, enjoying how the tight underwear created pressure against my hand. That's so sexy, not being able to see you. Just watching your hand go back and forth under that white cotton. I swayed against the table, then slipped my middle finger in, inhaling sharply. Fuck, that's so hot. You're fucking yourself on your finger now, aren't you? Yes, I hissed. Does it feel good? He asked, pressing his crotch up against me, bumping my hand as I pressed farther inside myself. Mm-hmm, I whimpered. Add another finger, darling. Stretch yourself out for me. Yes, Father, I answered, immediately embarrassed at the honorific. His pleased chuckle told me I'd done something right. Adding my ring finger alongside my middle finger, I twisted my wrist, bound tight by the underwear. I pushed in a little deeper, groaning as I stroked back and forth over the sensitive nerve bundle. God, you're so fucking sexy, Hold. Put both palms on the table now, he commanded. I did as he said, feeling dirty for putting my used hand on the pristine surface. Look at you, pushing your ass out for me like a harlot, he said, the contrast between his defiling words and his praising tone sending a shiver down my spine. I jumped at the metallic whoosh of his zipper, which was followed by the rubbery sound of him rolling on a condom before slicking it with lube. Pulling aside the leg band of my underwear, he exposed my hole as tight material tugged on my balls. Oh, fuck, baby. Look at how well you prepared yourself for me. His praise rained down on me like water, and I sucked in a breath when he pressed his cock against my hole. Rocking back against him, I arched as his fat head pushed through the tight ring of muscle. Fuck, the way you strangle my cock, he choked out. He thrust in and back until he was fully seated, the soft material of his pants contrasting with the cold, sharp metal of his zipper against my overly sensitized skin. His grip on my underwear squeezed the tight cotton around my sack like a hand. In my socks, I slipped on the wood flooring with every powerful thrust, a fact that was both a little embarrassing and fucking dirty as hell. You have the world's most perfect hole, he whispered, stroking deeper and harder. The table screeched forward on another heart-stopping thrust, and I stumbled, clenching hard to keep my balance, knowing I'd die if he left my body at this point. His low, guttural moan in response was more heavenly praise to my ears. Pushing forward again, he upped the violence, dipping his hips just so, hitting all the right spots. Remembering what had happened the first time we'd made out against this table, I chuckled when I realized he'd angled us to hit the counter, not the stove. I shifted my palms, gripping the edge, needing more torque, more friction as I hunched back on him, chasing every glorious inch. "Fuck, I'm gonna come," I warned, the familiar tightening through my undercarriage and in my lower back like the warning flash before a strike of lightning. "Not yet," he ordered. "Be a good boy and hold on for me." All I wanted in that moment, even more than an orgasm, was to be good for him. Whimpering, I tried to change the angle, but he held tight to my hips, pounding so hard I dripped pre-cum into my underwear. "Please, Beckett," I whined. "Father," he growled. "Please, Father, fuck me and forgive my sins." He shuddered and bucked, his hands exploring my chest and neck, sending more sensation racing to my nuts, my lower belly. Half keening, half choking on the overwhelming need, holding on by the thinnest fucking thread, I finally gritted out, "I'm begging you. Please let me come back, Father. I'm dying." "Fuck, my son. You beg so pretty." His hands found my hips again as he intensified his thrusts. "Come for me, Holden. Show me how much you need this." Chapter 15. Beckett. Holden, in glasses, socks, and pristine white cotton underwear, calling me father while writhing on my cock, begging for release, was perhaps the sexiest thing I'd ever experienced in my life. I wasn't sure how I'd missed this before, but he had freckles across his shoulders. Maybe he'd helped his dad in the garden. Even more intoxicating were the curves of his body as he tensed, undulating against me, desperate. His high, thready moans as he hitched through his orgasm, squeezing me so tight it sent me over. I choked out his name, draping my body across his, rolling my hips over and over again as pleasure took over. The smell of sex permeated the air, and I was dizzy, unable to hold myself up for several seconds. The table was doing all the work for both of us, I think. I finally got my bearings and dragged myself from his pliant body. That pristine underwear of his was riding up his ass crack, dripping with his spend. "Fuck, we're messy," I said with a groan, knotting my condom before tossing it into the kitchen trash. "Here, come take a shower with me." Seemingly as drunk on sex hormones as I was, Holden fixed his underwear and stood for a wobbly second before shuffling into the bathroom behind me. Fortunately, I'd made a deal with Miss Dora that I'd update the bathroom if she bought the materials. So instead of a creaky old tub I was never going to take a bath in, I had a nice-sized walk-in shower, big enough for 2 adult men. We stepped under the powerful showerhead, kissing and nuzzling each other as the steamy water blasted down on us. It wasn't my typical post-sex ritual, but nothing with Holden had been typical. Holden, who was being especially snuggly, spun me around and held me from behind. Resting his chin on my shoulder, he settled his cock between my ass cheeks. I was more or less an exclusive top, but that didn't mean I didn't appreciate affection. He wrapped his long arms around me and gently stroked my soft dick. I didn't think he was doing it to turn me on. It was a nice bit of warmth from a serious, sweet man. Even so, and despite the shattering orgasm I'd just experienced, my body soon started to respond. "You're one horny preacher," he murmured as I hardened under his delicate touch. He began slowly jacking me, reaching for the conditioner to slick the way. I pressed back against him. "You have no idea." Holden chuckled and kept up his 2 fucking light, steady strokes with one hand while switching things up with his other, teasing my foreskin, cupping my belly, plucking at my nipples. When I whined in protest, he nuzzled my ear and then firmed up his grip on me, tugging at the head and palming my balls until my body twisted like a wire and cum was running down his knuckles. Still pulsing from the orgasm, I turned and knelt in front of him, taking his revived cock to the back of my throat. He slapped his hands on the tiled wall above me, rolling his hips as I sucked him deeper and deeper. More of those high-pitched moans, music to my fucking ears, preceded a flood of cum. I swallowed what I could. After toweling off, we dropped onto my bed, no words exchanged. He pulled me against him, big spooning me as he wrapped his leg around mine before falling into a deep, instant sleep. Just like before. Talk about paradise. An unfamiliar ringtone woke me. Day had become night, and I was still wrapped in Holden's arms. I shifted, turning to face him, kissing his sharp chin. "I think that's your phone, Hold." He started at my soft words, blinking, blurry and confused until he met my eyes. A slow, shy smile tilted his lips. "Hi." "Hi," I responded, pressing my lips to his. His phone rang again, and he groaned. "That's Dad's ring. Probably wants me to pick up something from the store on the way home." "Better answer it then," I said, letting my hand drift over his naked hip. The ringing stopped, then started up again immediately, and Holden's brows stitched together. Hurrying over to the kitchen table, slightly hunched as if to hide his nudity, he picked up his phone and tapped the screen. "Dad? What's wrong?" Wren's soft voice murmured on the other end of the line, and Holden's look of horror told me something was very wrong indeed. He hung up, his wide doe eyes tracking to mine. "Pop's lost consciousness in the middle of the HEB. Probably a heart attack. Dad said they're putting him on a helicopter to Methodist. He asked me to come pick him up, but I don't think—" "I'll drive," I said immediately. He nodded, and we were dressed and in my truck minutes later. Holden was silent as we drove. I hit the highway and turned in by the grocery store just as the AirLife helicopter rose from the parking lot. Holden gripped the dashboard, watching it disappear into the night. We were stuck waiting as the traffic slowly unsnarled itself, and his breathing only got faster as the minutes ticked by. I offered my hand, and he grabbed it, holding it tight to his chest. Finally, we were able to roll up to the front of the store, where Wren was sitting. Holden's hand went to his mouth when he took in his father's appearance. Wren's eyes were puffy and red, and his hair looked like he'd been grabbing it by the roots. Holden jumped out and ushered his dad into the middle seat, which made the slight man seem even smaller somehow. I reached for Wren's hand as Holden slid in next to his dad. "The roads are clear. We won't get there much later than the helicopter." Wren shook his head. "It doesn't matter. He's gone." "Dad, you don't know that." "The medics were careful not to say anything, but I know my husband's son. He was gray. Like last week when he could barely get up the stairs." "Worse." Wren's face crumpled and his quiet words gutted me. He believed what he was saying. Still, I pressed my old truck into action, roaring toward the Methodist Heart Hospital in San Antonio. I took the lead as we entered the hospital. While I was more than familiar with the hospital in New Braunfels, this place didn't feel familiar or friendly at all. Thankfully, the lady behind the patient services counter was nice enough and directed us to the ICU, where we were showed to a family waiting area. Wren and Holden sat next to each other, hand in hand, heads bowed. An hour later, we were joined by a kind-faced doctor who'd clearly come from the emergency room. "Mr. Paige?" she asked, pulling off her rainbow tie-dyed surgical cap. Wren and Holden stood, and I joined them. We walked up to her together, reading the truth in her expression before she could say the words. "I'm sorry, Mr. Paige. We did everything we could, but your husband's heart was severely weakened from his multiple bouts with pneumonia. He was unable to survive the cardiac event." Holden folded in on himself as Wren stoically stroked his son's back. "Thank you." Wren's voice was soft as paper. "May we see him?" "Of course. If you'll give us a minute to prepare him, a nurse will take you to his room." Wren lowered his chin, and a few moments later we were ferried down the hall. I knew I wasn't what most people thought of when they conjured a preacher, but one of the great privileges of my calling was to help people as they welcomed in new life and to support them as they said goodbye to those who'd passed. Today, though, I wasn't just there for Wren and Holden. I was also there for myself. For the lost boys who would have been lost without our Mr. Paige. The three of us approached his bed and I sighed. Mr. Paige had been a big guy, but he was diminished from the months of recovery, and his cherry-colored cheeks had gone gray, as Wren had said. Wren took his husband's hand and brought it to his lips. My sweet, sweet man. I thought I'd have more time with you. Not that it ever would have been enough. We stood together wordless. Wren, normally so affectionate, seemed distant, unable to do anything but stare at his husband's face. Holden swayed with grief. I didn't know if Holden wanted physical comfort or if that was too awkward after all we'd shared. I stepped closer to him and he immediately turned, collapsing against me and sobbing into my neck. I held him tight as Wren continued his silent vigil. After several minutes, Holden's sobs gentled and his breathing normalized. Sorry, he mumbled, wiping the tears from my collar. I dried my own tears. Nothing to be sorry about. Wren rocked forward as if coming out of a deep trance. Squaring his shoulders, he faced me. Can you do me a favor? Of course. Anything. Can you call Jean? He asked, referring to the owner of the local funeral home in Seguin. Have her arrange with the hospital to pick him up? I'd be happy to. He sniffled and then took my hands. I don't want to gather at some funeral parlor to remember him. It'll be fine for the viewing, but I would like to hold his memorial service at the meeting house, if possible. Holden grimaced. Dad, they condemned the building. Wren clenched his fists. No. That was typical DeWitt bullshit, and I'll talk to whoever I need to talk to. Wren nodded as if he'd come to the only conclusion that mattered. Pops knew it might come to this, and he had a specific list of things he wanted done. That's where he wanted to be honored. So that's where we'll honor him. Wren fixed his gaze on me. Robert and I typed up the funeral program he wanted. If you can help me to fulfill his wishes, it would mean the world to me. Of course, give me the list and I'll make it happen. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I asked, what else can I do? A single tear tracked down Wren's cheek as he looked into my eyes. Get as many of his lost boys here as you can. I gave his hands a quick squeeze and left to begin the arrangements. First, I called Jean, who seemed to be expecting the call. Seguin was still small enough for bad news to spread quickly, it seemed. She said she'd contact the hospital right away and take care of Mr. Paige's body. I then brought up the Lost Boys group chat, which had grown to include Walker. Me. Gentlemen, I have sad news. Mr. Paige had a heart attack this evening and passed away. Sawyer. Oh, wow. That's awful. Ozzy. He had so much he still wanted to do. Walker. I'm so sorry, guys. He was real good to all y'all. Major. How are Wren and Holden doing? Wren is quiet. I suspect Holden feels guilty for not being around more. Joel. We know that wasn't his fault. Hendricks. Mr. Paige was a legend. Hendricks. I'm in Penang, but I'll see what I can do to get stateside in time for the funeral. Chapter 16. Holden. Do you need me to call anyone else, Dad? I asked, sipping tea at the breakfast table with my father. Singular. Dad grabbed my hand, shaking his head. When Pops got sick, we finalized our plans, so everything is already set in motion. He wanted to be cremated, as you know, but we'll have a small viewing tomorrow night and save the memorial for this weekend. I nodded, taking the napkin Dad had put down beside my tea and worrying it until it fell to pieces. Beckett had brought us home last night and sat with us until we could finally sleep. Then Dad woke me up in the middle of the night asking if he could share the bed with me. He said he couldn't bear lying in his bed without Pops. Neither of us got much rest. I thought I had more time with him, I breathed out, a tear slipping down my cheek. Me too, son. Dad stopped, chuckling. I lifted my chin, curious. What's so funny? I almost said Pops would hate that we're so fucking wrecked about this, but... Yeah, no, I said, laughing softly. Your Pops was a kind man, but not exactly humble. He liked being noticed, so he'd want to be fully mourned. I snort-laughed, wiping my eyes. There's definitely going to be a prescribed amount of wailing and gnashing of our teeth for sure. You just know if we don't name some sort of park or field or building after him, he'll haunt us in the afterlife. The light in the kitchen flickered as it had for as long as I'd been in this house, but the timing was suspect. Oh no, I said dramatically. He's on to us. Dad barked out a laugh, and then his hand flew to his mouth. He curled over on himself, his sobs filling our humble home. I slid to the floor, kneeling next to his chair, holding him as we cried for the man we loved so fucking much. Finally, the swell of sadness passed. I handed Dad a napkin and took one for myself. Here, son. Get off the floor. Sit next to me. I pulled myself together and sat next to Dad, taking his hand. After another lengthy silence, he said, Pops was so proud of you, Holden. He was proud of himself, too, for telling the adoption agency we wanted to foster and adopt a queer kid. I remember that. You showed up so quickly, before we even had a chance to set up your room. We felt terribly unqualified, but we weren't willing to let you get lost in the system. I don't think you two were unqualified at all. You knew what I needed. Time, regular love, regular sleep, regular food, regular boundaries. We gave you those things, but we didn't know whether or not they'd work. You terrified us, especially that first week. I grinned. I didn't make it easy on you. No, but you made us fathers, and that's a gift no one could ever repay. Dad and I floated around each other over the next day and a half, stopping randomly to reminisce before getting lost again in our grief. Jackson called to offer his condolences and let me know he'd started the ball rolling on buying out his half of the house. Neither of us had been good at holding grudges, and for that I was grateful. Now Dad and I stood in front of Pops, who was tucked into a beautiful casket, wearing his nicest suit. He was swimming in it after all the weight he'd lost, but the funeral home had done a beautiful job tailoring it for him. His face was peaceful, and he looked exactly like he did when he was sleeping. It was both eerie and comforting. I hadn't been sure about having a viewing, but Dad had said it would help, and he was right. Dad wrapped his arm around my waist, and we stood there together, the three musketeers reduced to two. Seconds later, the thick silence was sliced through by the shrill ring of a telephone. Sorry, son. Dad fumbled in his pockets to find his phone. Frowning, he showed me the screen. Why is the mayor's office calling you? I asked. I don't know. We stepped out of the viewing room and Dad put the call on speaker. Victoria? He asked, his voice surprisingly strong. Ren, she sounded relieved. I'm so glad I caught you. Of course, he said, laying his head on my shoulder. I'm here with Holden. Hi, Holden. It's good that you'll be on this call as well. Hello, Mayor Watley. How can we help you? She let out a sigh. I hope to be the one to help you. Regarding the meeting house, I had not been made aware that it had been condemned, which was an overreach to begin with. I am so very sorry. The issue has been resolved and you can now use the building for Mr. Paige's funeral. Tears fell from Dad's eyes. How? I tried to appeal the decision and was told it was impossible. Mr. Hendricks Kavanaugh rang my office and offered to bring the building up to code if we allowed the funeral to be held there. Of course, we said yes. I wanted to call you directly, though, and apologize for the stress this has to have caused you. Thank you, Victoria. I appreciate it more than you know. We said our goodbyes and ended the call. This funeral home was nice. It had the classy sort of industrial carpeting and bright spaces and floral arrangements on every flat surface. It would have been a fine place to honor my father. But it wouldn't have been the right place. "Pops's lost boys are something special, huh?" Dad said. Thinking of one lost boy in particular, I nodded. Pops meant the world to them. I'm pretty sure Hen called from some lavish hotel in Dubai or wherever to get it settled. I'm glad we'll be able to use the meeting house for the funeral. But Beckett really will have to fix the structural issues and the siding. "One tragedy at a time," I said, quoting Pops' favorite way to help me work through things when I'd get overwhelmed. Dad turned to me, pulling me in tight. "One tragedy at a time," he repeated. My phone buzzed in my pocket, then buzzed again. "You can check it," Dad said, pulling out an embroidered handkerchief to dry his tears. If this was my boss, I was going to lose it on her. Thankfully, it wasn't. "Beckett, most of the lost boys are in town and are heading to the bar. We'd love to see you and your father if you'd like to join us." I showed the screen to Dad, who scratched his jaw. "I thought this viewing should be just for you and me," he said. "But maybe it would be good for them too. What do you think?" I rubbed my chest. "I think they'd move heaven and earth to be here." "Then we'll go to the bar after," he said, reaching out to fix a crooked flower in one of those many arrangements. "Then the bar," I agreed, going back to my phone. Me. Dad and I are at the viewing and we'll be here for another hour or so. The lost boys are welcome to join us, and then after we'd love to raise a pint to Pops. Joel is shutting down the bar. We're heading over right now. 20 minutes later, most of Pops' original lost boys and a few newer ones filed into the viewing room. Beckett walked up to me and pulled me into a hug. "How are y'all doing?" "Best as can be expected. I might need to come over a little later tonight if that's okay." He squeezed my hand. "Of course. Whatever you need." Ozzy, Joel, Tristan, Major, Sawyer, and Walker took turns hugging us, whispering well wishes and standing quietly to view my father. Soon the small room was filled with the sound of grown men weeping openly, each of them having been made more safe, more whole, and distinctly less lost because of what my father had done for them. Finally, Dad spoke up. "Robert would have loved that he meant enough to make you cry, though he'd have been appalled at all of us standing here looking at his dead body like this, which I feel is a sort of fitting retribution, since he died on me," he said on a dry laugh. "However, he's suffered enough. We should let him rest in peace." He turned to Joel. "I hear we'll be gathering in your bar?" Joel rubbed his shoulder and pulled him into a gentle hug. "Absolutely. It's closed for the evening, and we can celebrate or roast your husband as you see fit." Dad and I shared a glance. "Bit of both?" I asked him, raising my brow. He nodded. "Bit of both." "Your dad had the best rule about pot," Sawyer said, finally loosening his tie. I didn't know Sawyer well, but I'd heard he lived in San Antonio and was some sort of digital security specialist. He joined us in a sharply tailored three-piece suit, and I was surprised to find he could function without a properly knotted tie. Then again, I was 2 pints in and feeling rather loose, so I laughed. "This I gotta hear." "If it was bad pot, if it was ditchweed," Sawyer said, taking off his jacket, "he'd confiscate it and destroy it in front of us." Beckett, who was a little less drunk than the rest of us, nodded soberly. "But if it was the good stuff, he'd let you keep it if you split it with him," Sawyer said. The group laughed at the memory, even as Dad, several dirty martinis deep, pressed his palms to his ears. "La la la, I didn't hear that." "Dad, he's gone. What are they going to do, raise him from the dead and fire him?" "Knowing the school district." "We should try to get Hen up on FaceTime," Sawyer said, unfastening the first few buttons on his expensive-looking dress shirt. "He'd love this." We agreed, so Sawyer sent him a quick text, and we crowded around the small screen. Ozzy pushed his way into the group, tilting back the rest of his dark porter. Walker watched as Ozzy's Adam's apple bobbed. I caught Beckett's eye, and he discreetly shook his head. I'd be asking about that later. After a few minutes, the FaceTime notification went off, and Hen's face popped up on the screen, sweat pouring from his hairline, his eyeliner smudged. "Shit, Hen. Did we interrupt a performance?" Sawyer asked. "Of a sort. Hen replied, grinning. Sawyer rolled his eyes as the rest of us lost it. So, what are y'all doing? Hen asked, quickly changing the subject. We were thanking you for helping with the meeting house, Dad said, lifting his martini glass, and roasting my husband while we're at it. Did y'all tell him about the deal he had with weed? The bar went off again. Yes, we were just explaining it, Sawyer volunteered. My virgin ears, having never touched the stuff, were offended, Dad said, then knocked back the rest of his drink. Joel put another in his hand. Okay, did y'all tell him about the deal we had to make about hookups? Dad choked on his martini. What? Hendricks giggled. It was nothing bad, I promise. He knew we were young men exploring ourselves. The deal was that if we were going to hook up with someone, we had to send him the person's name and phone number, and we had to text him when we got back home safe because he didn't want anyone getting hurt. The guys all let out an awe, but Dad and I went quiet. There was a reason Pops made that rule. Major, the den mother of the group, went behind the bar and poured waters for everyone. Come on, guys. We know how to do this. A glass of water between drinks. Conversation flagged as we each took a glass. Sorry to bring the mood down, he said, flushing. Dad finished his water. No, that was kind of you, Major. You're right. No need to add a hangover to the grief. Beckett stayed sober so he could drive Dad and me home. He helped me get Dad, who was tipsy if well hydrated, up the stairs. Do you want to bunk with me again tonight? I asked. Dad blew raspberries. I'd rather be alone, if that's okay. Of course. Beckett helped me tuck him in, then hugged me tenderly when we stepped out into the hallway. I rested my forehead on his shoulder, exhausted. I think this is the first time he's actually slept in the last couple of days. He loved your Pop so much. Beckett kissed my forehead. Honestly, the two of them set unrealistic expectations for the rest of us. That's what I keep telling people, I said, heading toward my bedroom. I was relieved when Beckett followed me in. Grasping my shoulders, he asked, How are you? The real answer, not the one you think I want to hear. Letting out a long breath, I doubted I had it in me to lie. Kind of devastated? That thing Hen said. I know, he said, shifting on his feet. I hate that you'd ever relive that night. I chewed the inside of my bottom lip. It's hard, but I'm glad it's something you and I can talk about. Do you want to talk about it now? Beckett asked, cupping my cheek. I scrunched my nose. Is it wrong that all I really want to do is get naked, dive under the covers with you and snuggle? Not at all. Do I need to worry about your dad? Nah, he understands, even if he and Pops gave me shit for that hickey you gave me. Beckett's face went red, which amused me. Are you telling me you're still embarrassed that my fathers knew we slept together? Maybe. They approved, if that's important to you. I kind of hate you right now. Is this how you treat a grieving family, preacher? I asked, pulling him to me. No wonder they condemned your building. Damn. He kissed my cheek. Grief makes you mean. We started undressing. Yep, that's me. Mean old Holden. If I were really mean, I'd grab Joel's bat and take care of Chase myself. Nope, your dad would not forgive me if I let you get arrested, Beckett said, pushing down his underwear. My breath caught as I took in his body, his lack of collar somehow more intimate than the nudity. He slipped under my covers, holding them up for me. Joining him, I reveled in the way his skin felt against mine as he wrapped me in his arms. I pressed my face into his neck. Thank you for being there for him when I couldn't, Bex. It was a privilege, Hold. Chapter 17. Beckett. I woke in the pre-dawn light to find Holden crying quietly into his pillow. Gathering him in my arms, I held him until the tears dried. When he turned to his side and asked me to make love to him, I didn't argue the terminology. Digging a condom out of my wallet, I suited up. Holden stayed quiet as I carefully worked my lubed fingers inside him. He was likely mindful of the fact that his dad was down the hall, but this wasn't just about trying to keep it down. He needed to be taken care of. Pride swelled my chest at the knowledge that I was the man to take care of him. Rather than going in with heavy thrusts, I slowly pushed inside him, letting his tightening jaw and hitching chest tell me what he needed. He threaded his fingers through mine, and I held them tight to his heart, gently tilting and rolling my hips until he sighed. Tears fell as we undulated against each other. He came quickly on a nearly silent gasp, and I followed him a few seconds later. Still curled on his side, he wept as I left his body. After disposing of the condom, I wiped him down with a discarded t-shirt and tugged the covers over us. He turned and buried his face in my neck, sobbing so hard I thought he might hyperventilate. I stiffened as the door cracked open and Ren poked his head inside. My eyes widened as he captured my gaze. He smiled sadly, patting his chest. "Beckett, do you prefer coffee or tea?" I gulped. "Coffee, please." Turning his attention to Holden, Ren asked, "Son, are you okay?" "Not really," he said into my chest. "Okay. I'll be downstairs if you want to talk." "Thanks, Dad." Ren slipped out, sending me a small wave. Holden was still sniffling, so I curved my body around him, protecting him from as much sadness as I could. After several moments, he finally took a solid breath and pulled away, ducking his chin. "Hey, what's this?" I asked, skimming his jaw with my fingertips. He looked to the side, wiping his tears on his shoulder. "Sorry. Pretty sure not weeping on your hookup is rule number 1. A rock settled in the bottom of my stomach, and I kissed his forehead. "Holden, do you really think this is still a hookup? I mean, is that what you want it to be?" He wiped his tears again before flicking his blue eyes to mine, the color intensified by the redness ringing his lashes. "You're allowed to have all of your emotions around me, I promise." He snort-laughed, wiping his nose on his wrist. "Yeah, I seriously doubt that. What does that mean?" He scrunched his eyes closed. "Holden, you can tell me anything." The silence stretched between us. When he finally opened his eyes again, something in me said to take a mental picture of this moment. The way the morning sun streaming through the windows made a halo of his messy bedhead, and the soft white sheets smelling of fabric softener seemed like clouds. That might explain why gravity seemed to be on the fritz. "Fine. I'm sad and vulnerable. Might as well be really fucking honest, right?" "Okay." He took a deep breath, as if building up courage. Meanwhile, the room lost a little more of its gravity. "I'm falling for you." His admission was accompanied by a downcast smile that crinkled the edges of his watery eyes. "Sorry. Even if you're patient enough to deal with my grief, you've been pretty clear about not catching feelings." I went quiet, shifting back for a moment. "Oh, shit. Sorry, Beckett. Ignore me." Fully nude, Holden rolled to sit on the edge of the bed, the perfect fold of his belly making him look like a Renaissance painting. The muffled thump of his bare feet hitting the carpet broke the sun-soaked illusion. Reaching out, I grabbed his arm, tugging his focus back toward me. "Hey, just because you left me speechless doesn't mean you've done anything wrong." He turned his face away from me. "It's one thing to accept that I'm not wrong for being gay, to accept that I'm simply me. My father's helped me with that. But they never could explain why so many in the gay community seem to have such a dim view of having actual feelings. I'm sure it has to do with trauma and not wanting to be vulnerable in a world that will smash you into the ground for showing the slightest bit of underbelly. I just never could shut down that part of me. And it makes me—" "No," I said, cutting him off before he could continue berating himself. "Whatever you were going to say, no. You don't need to shut down a damn thing. And if you think this is how I treat my hookups, then you really don't know how hookups work. I think we already established that. I mean, I know you've got your roster or whatever, and Holden, I don't have a roster. His eyes found mine again. But I thought, if you think I've had the faintest interest in anyone else since you came to town, let alone fucked anyone else, you're 100% wrong. If you think I comfort and make love to my hookups, you aren't even in the same universe as the right answer. Holden rolled his eyes. If you think telling me that is going to make these feelings go away, then you don't know how my heart works. I took his hand and kissed his knuckles. I'm trying to explain why I've been bending the rules for you. And why is that? Baby, I whispered, pulling on one of his wayward curls. It took me a second to clock it, but I've been falling for you too. Brainstem. Fucking finally. Holden inhaled sharply, and more tears sprang from his spiked lashes. I swear, Beckett, if you're doing this because I got beat to hell and Pops died, I'll... Chuckling softly, I ran my lips over his jaw. The Paige family has the best gallows humor ever. Holden reached up and kissed me, and I rolled on top of him. Pushing a curl off his forehead, I laid kisses all over his face. Boys, breakfast is ready, Wren called from downstairs. I touched my forehead to Holden's. We've got a lot to talk about, but there's no rush. One disaster at a time, Holden said, pushing his forehead back against mine. Now let's go get some breakfast. We dressed quickly, sharing shy smiles, both of us sporting color high on our cheeks. Boys, your food is getting cold. Zip it up and get down here. We laughed, and Holden took my hand. We walked down the stairs together, our shoulders bumping. Somehow he made the awkwardness feel good. Real good. Wren watched us as we entered the kitchen, his hands cupping a steaming mug with a writer's quill on it. Grimacing, I sent him a small wave. Morning, Wren. Morning, Beckett. Turning to his son, he said, I made French toast, your favorite. Holden kissed Wren's temple. Thanks, Dad. Not sure how hungry I'll be, but I know I'll love it anyway. Wren set aside his tea and gave Holden a hug far more powerful than his stature would suggest he was capable of. Watching father and son hold each other made pain twist in my chest. Even now, in the middle of grief, their love for one another far outstripped anything my father ever had for me. We sat down and ate what was objectively the best fucking French toast I'd ever had. I finally pushed back from the table, rubbing my belly. Wren, what you lack in coffee-making ability, you more than make up for in the French toast department. He rolled his eyes, shooting me a fine-boned middle finger. You dare flip off a member of the clergy? I asked, my fingers going to my throat. I frowned. Wait, where's my collar? Sheepishly, Holden pulled it out of his pocket. Grabbed it off the floor right before we walked out. Wren snorted into his tea. You were saying? We all laughed, and the heaviness we shared lightened, if only a little. So, preacher man, what do you have on the schedule for today? Do you plan on defiling anyone else's son? Dad, Holden yelped, slapping his palm to his forehead. I can't believe you said that. I was too nice with that bastard Jackson. I've learned my lesson. I'm roasting all of your booty calls from here on out. Holden's face went an alarming shade of purple, and his dad cackled at his son's embarrassment. I stifled my own laugh. Wren, do you even know what a booty call is? Yes. I may have been born before the internet, Beckett, but I somehow managed to get laid in my youth. Wait, you mean to tell me you've had a booty call? I asked, chuckling as Holden banged his forehead on the breakfast table. Wren rubbed his chest. I guess you could say Robert and I started out as a one-night stand. Biting his lower lip, he let his eyes drift up and to the side, as if remembering the delicious details. Dad, please, I beg you. Son, your pops and I did not raise a prude. I sat with my fingers threaded together over my belly as father and son volleyed back and forth. The lemony yellow light in the breakfast area left space enough for grief and joy as I took another mental picture. Sharing this moment with them was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. "You're going to embarrass me as much as you possibly can, aren't you?" Holden asked. "I'm grieving, son. Would you deny me this one happiness?" I snorted. "Ren, I thought you were the quiet one. Demure, even." I sipped my coffee, then grimaced at its bitterness. He mouthed an emphatic no, then said, "Everybody seems quiet and demure next to Robert. No one could compare to him when he was in his full glory." "Facts," Holden said, clinking teacups with his father. Trying to get the conversation back on level ground, I answered Ren's initial question. "As for what I'm doing today, I need to go spend a few hours at the group home, and then I'm going to give the meeting house a once-over to make sure it's good for tomorrow." Ren and Holden went quiet, taking some of the golden glow with them. "Thank you for doing that for us," Holden said, his voice soft and a little ragged. I reached across the table and grabbed his hand. "I would understand if y'all wanted to have a quiet day at home. If you're up for it, though, maybe consider joining me. Volunteering at the group home always quiets my mind. Who knows, maybe it can do the same for you. Unless that's the worst idea ever." Ren lifted a shoulder. "Definitely not the worst idea ever." Ruffling Holden's hair, he asked, "What was it Pop said about low days?" "It's hard to stay low when you're helping others." "Exactly." Turning to me, Ren asked, "Is there anything specific we can help with?" Holden answered, "I was already on the volunteer schedule for today. I think they were going to repaint the blackboards, right?" I nodded, grabbing my phone. "Let me check with my right-hand gal to verify." Me. "Hey, I've got Ren and Holden joining me today. Is the blackboard project still a go?" Ginger. "It is. I'm at the store with Leo. Pray for me." "Not sure you want my prayers, but you've got 'em." "We also have a new volunteer on the schedule, so it's a good day to take on the blackboards." Ginger and I met when Eric, my old fuck buddy, asked if I had any employment openings at the group home. He and his best friend were vigilante types who rescued people caught up in human trafficking. Ginger wasn't the first or the last person they'd brought to us. I'd been skeptical at the start. She'd had so many drugs forced on her that we didn't know whether she'd have psychological addiction issues once the physical ones were taken care of. I questioned Eric about the wisdom of having her work near kids, and he explained that in the middle of her rescue she begged them to find a young man, Ant, who'd been sold the day before. She wouldn't take no for an answer, and they were able to find him. She was the first person he'd asked about, because in their short time knowing each other, they'd done what they could to keep the other survivors safe. That was good enough for me. I'd kept a careful eye on her, and within a month, right at the very beginning of her sobriety, she'd already been helping wherever she could. Within 6 months, she showed leadership skills. The board had wanted to hold back, given her history, but I'd felt like leaning in was the thing to do, so I'd fought for her to have more responsibility. Now she had a paid position as the volunteer and project coordinator, which kind of made me her right-hand guy. And that guy, Ant, the one she wouldn't let slip through the cracks, he was not only Eric's boyfriend, he was now one of the rescuers who went in and saved people like him and Ginger. Looking up, I told Ren and Holden, "We're a go for repainting the blackboards in the after-school building if you still want to join us." They exchanged a look and nodded. "Let's do it." Chapter 18. Holden. Dad went quiet in the car ride to the group home. I nearly asked if he'd changed his mind, but in all the years I'd known him, he'd never shied away from speaking up. Maybe this was just the hard part, and he was pushing through. He wasn't the only one pushing through, I supposed. Hell, I'd lost count of the days of the week. When Beckett had talked about preparing the meeting house for Pops' memorial service tomorrow, I'd had to look at the calendar on my phone. The memorial was on Saturday, so that meant today was Friday. When we arrived at Lupe, it wasn't what I was expecting. "Is that the church?" I asked, pointing to a barn-like structure. Beckett tilted his hand from side to side. These kids come to us from multiple faith traditions, and it felt wrong to force a particular religion on them. So the barn is more of a holy space, and we do what we can to make it functional for all the faiths that are represented here. Wait, this isn't a Catholic group home? We get some support from my father's church, but it's not part of the Catholic ministry or the Catholic charities. Probably for the best, Dad said. Beckett gave a shrug of assent. Lots of the kids have religious trauma, and for many I was the first person wearing a collar who didn't try to make them feel wicked or sinful for the things that had happened to them. I also don't judge the ways in which their trauma bleeds out into their behavior. Beckett grimaced. Which reminds me, don't be fooled by the fresh paint and the pretty landscaping. Some very good friends of mine have been generous with their donations, but a number of these kids are going to be rough. Their language, their clothing, their mannerisms. It's a test. They want to see if you're judging things they can control, because they know if you do, you'll judge what they can't control, Dad said softly. Exactly. I found myself staring at the man who'd taken me apart and put me back together this morning. I knew Beckett had a life outside of our little bubble. He'd mentioned going out to the Johnson City area a couple of times for some sort of regular Friday dinner with friends. He was also here at the group home at least 3 or 4 days a week. And it was all volunteer work, none of it reimbursed, according to Dad. He lived in that tiny apartment above Miss Dora's place and was simply doing what he could, where he could. Come to think of it, I'd have bet Miss Dora didn't charge him rent. I doubted he could have afforded it. As we walked up to the school building, a black woman in her early 20s bounded up to us. She had light tan skin, and her hair was an explosion of curls the color of new pennies. The kids are so excited, Bex. Leo suggested a change, though, she said. Leo, huh? Beckett's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I don't know, Ginge. What kind of change? According to our friend, blackboards are so 100 years ago. He knows we don't have the funding for smart boards or whatever else he's envisioning, right? She held up a hand. He does want to get smart boards eventually, but for now he says we should put up magnetic whiteboards. Magnetic? She grinned and held up 2 buckets of paint. It's all in these. We'll have to sand down the blackboards and prime them anyway, so I got magnetic primer and whiteboard paint. That way, if someone uses the wrong marker, we can paint over it instead of replacing the board. I think that's brilliant. He clapped his hands on her shoulders. Leo felt like he could suggest it and that you'd at least listen. I knew you'd be perfect in this role. She beamed up at him and did a little twirl, which put a smile on Dad's face. Turning to us, she set down the paint. So sorry, I was excited about the idea. Didn't mean to ignore our visitors. Wren, my father said, grasping her hand warmly. Holden, I sent her a small wave. Ginger, she said, putting her hand to her heart. Looking between us, she added, Beckett always talks about Mr. Paige and his lost boys. He changed Beckett's life, and because of that, Beckett is changing lives. Even more than he's willing to admit. Beckett grumbled under his breath, and she sent him a not serious glare. He pulled her into a hug. So, she said, well, I am so sorry about the loss of your husband and father. I hope you know that even though most of us never got to meet him, we all know he was a special man. Dad laid his head on my shoulder, and I wrapped my arm around his waist. Thank you, he said. That's so helpful to hear. We hope today can help us create a positive memory in the middle of everything. I think it's a wonderful way to honor him, she said, beaming before angling off toward another building on the property. Beckett looked so proud of her he could almost burst. The 3 of us walked toward the after-school building, and Beckett's eyes widened when he saw the woman waiting by the door. She was trim and, despite her paint-ready attire, looked like a movie star with her ruler-straight bangs, low ponytail, and elegant stance. A Latina Audrey Hepburn, maybe. Jules? Beckett said. She looked up from her paperwork, her mouth opening in surprise. Beckett, I didn't know you volunteered out here. Yeah, for years now. They exchanged a hug, and Beckett gestured to Dad and me. Jules, meet Wren and his son Holden. Holden and Wren, Jules. We all shook hands, and I was grateful that he didn't explain why we were here today. I didn't really feel like crying in front of someone so stylish. Now that we were all properly introduced, he led us into the building, a simple setup with an administration desk in the middle and half a dozen classrooms set in a circle around it. I pulled Beckett to the side. How do you know her? Beckett kissed my cheek. No need to be jealous. Her sister was a legend in the WNBA and has a dozen charitable organizations between Austin and San Antonio. Jules helps coordinate distribution of the assets. Her being here is a very, very good thing. I scrunched my nose at him, then admitted, She's cooler than I'll ever be. She was a sniper in the Marines, so to be fair, she's way cooler than any of us will ever be. Seriously? She looks like she should be on the back of a scooter driven by Gregory Peck. Yep. I tried to picture Jules in tactical gear and... Beckett was right. No one was going to beat that level of cool. With that, Beckett turned his attention to our little group and explained why this space was so necessary. Most of the kids, all teenagers, go to local schools. However, many are behind, often because they were prevented from going to school in the first place. Some have unaddressed learning or reading disabilities, and local educational and vocational specialists volunteer their time to help them figure out the best path forward. Beckett finished up our brief tour as Ginger walked in with a stack of papers. Texting at the same time, she wasn't looking and bumped into Jules. Oh shit, sorry. She stopped, her eyes pinned on Jules' mouth hanging open ever so slightly. Blinking, she cleared her throat and pushed the stack of papers into Jules's hands. So, all volunteers need to sign the non-disclosure, non-discrimination, please don't sue us if you get hurt piece of paper right here, she joked, then stepped back, shaking her head. Jules smiled. Thank you. Oh, Ginger, that's me, she said, pointing to her copper coils. Though that's not my real name. I don't go by my real name because of the traffickers, you know. Perhaps realizing she was diving face first into TMI, Ginger snapped her mouth shut, swallowing thickly. Jules smoothed over the awkward pause with a gentle smile. Hi, Ginger. I'm Jules Martinez. Oh. I'm your newest volunteer, Jules said, holding out her hand. Nice to meet you. Jules's voice had a soft rasp to it, and her cheeks pinked up as Ginger seemed to rock forward into her sweet gaze. After a moment, Ginger snapped out of her reverie. Shaking her head, she said, So, while y'all fill out the paperwork, I'll go grab the kids. Pivoting, she practically race-walked out of the office area, leaving Jules hanging. Beckett leaned close, whispering in my ear. That's the first time I've ever seen Ginger show that kind of interest in another human being. I don't think she was even in her body. She just stood there, like a fucking statue. Jules smoothed a hand over her ponytail, then distributed the legal papers to Dad and me. We signed where indicated, and a few minutes later Ginger returned, followed by the kids. Y'all are the kids? I asked, eyeing the enormous specimens before us. Yep, said the tallest one, his voice coming from somewhere in the basement. I'm 16. Damn, I feel old. You are, he shot back. Beckett high-fived the impudent teen, and I narrowed my eyes. Uh-huh. Crossing my arms, I said, You must be Leo. Guilty as charged. Lifting his chin at Beckett, he asked, You telling people about me? More like warning them, buddy. Leo caught Beckett in some sort of chokehold and gave him a noogie. When Leo released him, Beckett's hair and shirt were a mess, which had the unfortunate effect of reminding me of how disheveled and devilish he'd looked in my bed this morning. I bit my lip, and when his eyes met mine, we glanced in opposite directions. For the love of God, son, try to keep it in your pants while we're volunteering. Heat rushed to my cheeks. Dad, shut up, I hissed under my breath. He and Beckett exchanged a good long laugh at my expense while everyone else shuffled around trying to hide their amused smiles. I hate all of you right now. Leo went to say something, but Beckett wisely reached up and clamped his hand over the troublemaker's mouth. How's about we get the whiteboards in before we scandalize everyone? Thankfully, everyone, including Leo, agreed. Each adult was assigned a classroom along with 2 teenagers. The process was fairly simple. Sand the blackboards smooth, clean them, let them dry, prime, then paint. Leo insisted on joining my team and was surprisingly quiet as he focused on the task at hand. After going through all of our sandpaper, I went to the admin desk to get another stack, and it was great to hear all the different conversations going on between the adults and the teenagers. Beckett was right. The kids could be a little rough, but Dad had a handle on things.
Language, Nolan.
Sorry, Mr. Paige. A soft chuckle at my side clued me into Beckett's presence. Nudging me with his shoulder, he asked, "You good?" "Yeah. I think this is exactly what we needed. Not gonna lie, whether or not you have a spot on the roster, I'm pretty sure Dad is gonna start showing up here on the regular. I'll make a badge for him." The project progressed quickly, and we were able to eat lunch with the kids in the cafeteria while waiting for the magnetic paint to dry. After, the whiteboard paint went on, and we were headed out by mid-afternoon. As we drove down the 2-lane that led back into town, Dad asked, "So are you going to the meeting house now?" Beckett nodded, sweaty and rumpled but smiling. "I'll drop you 2 off, then head on over." "Mind if we help you out with that too?" "Of course not, but you don't have to." "Actually, son, I do." Beckett's Adam's apple bobbed. Pops had started calling him son sometime after high school, and although he'd never said anything about it, I knew even back then that it meant a lot to him. It definitely meant something now that Dad had started doing it. So instead of going home to get cleaned up, we went straight to the meeting house. When we parked out front, we saw a massive SUV none of us recognized. "What now?" Beckett asked. Dad and I exchanged a glance. Now that I'd seen a little more of Beckett's life and what he was trying to accomplish, I could see he was under an enormous amount of stress, most of it self-imposed, to get things done. As we walked up the building steps, the front door burst open and a few familiar faces peered out. Beckett's shoulders dropped down from his ears and he grinned. "What are y'all doing here?" he asked, pulling them in for big bear hugs. "Was there a Lost Boys meeting and I didn't get the invite?" The crowd parted and a short guy wearing tons of eyeliner pushed to the front. "You really think we were going to let you clean up this place all by yourself?" he asked, his voice rough. "Hen." Beckett ran to pick up his friend and spin him in a circle. "Damn, it's nice to see you." The famous Hendrix Kavanaugh in the flesh. "It's good to see you too, brother," Hen said, returning Beckett's hug with all his might. Hen's eyes met mine, and he sent me a small smile. Knowing what I knew now about his involvement the night of the bonfire, I dipped my chin in acknowledgement. Once they were done hugging, Beckett walked into the building and let out a whistle. "Wait, did y'all paint in here?" "Yes," Major grumbled, a stripe of white paint in his hair attesting to the fact. "It's probably the only thing holding this building together. Don't even get me started on your plumbing." Pops had once mentioned that Major was the only reason this place had somewhat functioning pipes. Hen leaned into Beckett. "I'm glad we'll be able to say goodbye to Mr. Paige here, but damn, brother, I didn't realize things were this dire. We're going to need to get you into a new building." Beckett opened his mouth to protest, but Hen wouldn't hear it. "We'll send off this place Viking style, in a blaze of glory." "Can't set the building on fire, Hen. Asbestos," Beckett deadpanned. "Shit, that was going to be epic." "Maybe, but redundant," Dad joked. "Technically, if the cremation went off as planned, my husband already went out in a blaze of glory." The room went quiet for a second. Then Beckett let out a laugh, giving everyone else permission to lose it right along with us. Each of Pops's Lost Boys came up one at a time, hugging us and whispering their appreciation. The last one, Major, who'd been mostly quiet, pulled us into a strong, steadying hug, and Dad and I started crying. "Did I do something wrong?" Major asked Beckett. I wondered if a gentler soul had ever lived on this planet. Dad stepped back, shaking his head. "No, Major, you didn't do anything wrong. I adored my big bear of a husband. When he got sick and all his gorgeous weight dwindled away, it felt like I lost him before I actually lost him. Getting a hug from you was like getting a tiny bit of my Robert back," he said, dabbing his eyes. "It's bittersweet, that's all. I promise." Major opened his arms again, and Dad walked in for another hug, crying into his shoulder for several moments. The rest of the Lost Boys gathered around us as if sharing with us their grief and their strength. I knew the plans we had for Pops's funeral would honor him, but this right here, this proof of his goodness, did more than any memorial service ever could. Chapter 19. Beckett. Yesterday had been exhausting but satisfying. Between the group home and the Lost Boys, Wren and Holden got to more fully understand the legacy Mr. Paige left behind. They'd never be whole again without him, but maybe they could get back to good. At the end of the day, Holden and I had agreed I should sleep at my place last night. I needed time to prepare for the funeral, and he and his dad were going to stay up and sift through piles of pictures, both physical and digital. At home, I'd gotten out my favorite pen and a fresh notebook, then sat at my table, staring at the blank pages. I wasn't sure how to honor someone who'd been a surrogate father to me. For some reason, I could only remember the last real conversation I'd had with my own father. Even though Father Wainwright was disappointed in me, Dad and I used to meet up at least once a month for lunch and walk down at the river. I'd also attended his Christmas and Easter services to support him, even when being there felt like a lie. This past Christmas, though, I'd finally told him I couldn't do that anymore. Explaining things once again had not helped. Why did you even bother with a degree from a Catholic university if you had all these doubts? I may doubt the existence of God, Dad, but I still have a calling to minister to people. And at first, after Mom died, I wanted to make up for who I was. And I thought if I followed your path, you'd want to spend time with me again. He put on his severe face, the one he used in his fire and brimstone sermons. So this is all about me being a terrible father? No, I started to say, but decided on honesty. Well, some. I put a roof over your head. I made sure you never wanted for anything. I paid for whatever your scholarship didn't cover. What more was I supposed to do? He asked, gesturing broadly. Love me, Dad? I do love you, he snarled. Honestly, I needed to hear that, even if his tone was testy. Well, that's good to know, I said, stifling the unexpected emotion. But it's hard to feel loved when you withhold your approval because I can't follow your exact faith path, or when you held college and seminary over my head, or when you made me stay in the closet when you knew way before I did that I was gay. You may love me, but your love is conditional, and that hurts like hell. Son, it's hell that I'm trying to save you from. Realizing that he still believed I was going to hell, it would be less painful if he'd kicked me in the stomach. I rolled up my sleeves to reveal the tattoos I was hiding. I needed to show him how far apart we really were. Besides, I knew I'd soon be adding ink to my hands, and that couldn't be hidden. The conversation had ended quickly after that. While we weren't estranged now, not exactly. The lunches and walks by the river had gone by the wayside. It made me wonder all over again if he blamed me for Mom's illness and death. He certainly never did anything to assure me that it wasn't the case. Frankly, it was Mr. Paige, an atheist, who'd helped me understand that Mom didn't die because I was gay. Later, when I couldn't reconcile my doubts with my call to serve, it was Mr. Paige who'd put it into perspective for me. Son, if there is a God, he can handle your confusion and doubt, your desire to serve despite your uncertainty. I'd imagine that's something God would hold more precious than the faint praise of people who claim godliness with no actions to back it up. It was Mr. Paige's own words that loosened the eulogy from my fingertips. He didn't want perfection from us. No. He only ever wanted effort. So I did the best I could. I woke before dawn. I read through the eulogy one more time, switched around a couple words. It still felt rough, but I couldn't stay locked in my tiny place for another second. The funeral would be at 10, so I put my vestments into a hanging bag and drove over to the meeting house. The Lost Boys had done a great job yesterday, but Hen was right. We needed a better facility for the people we served. Lost in my thoughts, I was nearly at the door before I saw it. Running down the fresh white paint of the panel was the F slur in bright red. Spitting out a curse, I pivoted, reaching for my phone and sending a group text. Me. Someone tagged at church. Pick. Hen. Fucking Chase DeWitt, no doubt. Ozzy. That fucking asshole. Major. I got something that'll clean it. I don't want the Paiges to even know it happened. Sawyer. Agreed. I'll pick up supplies and meet you there. Joel. Tristan and I are going to grab breakfast and coffee from the Bean for everyone. Walker. I need to finalize some things at the shop, but I'll stand guard after while y'all get ready for the funeral. Hen. Do you want me to call my dad? Me. Sweet of you to offer, man, but I don't really want him near the Paiges today. Understood. I fought back angry tears as I watched the red paint drip down the door and texted Major separately. How long will it take for the new paint to dry? I'll have Sawyer pick up a high-cover latex paint. It'll be dry to the touch by the funeral. Awesome. Thank you so much. Just focus on the funeral. The rest of us will take care of the meeting house. The Lost Boys were men of their word. The door was scrubbed and repainted within the hour. Joel had offered to bring the baseball bat, but Walker said he was fine without the backup. I decided I wasn't going to second-guess a man who regularly went out into the dark of night to help stranded motorists and who I'd witnessed single-handedly change an 18-wheeler's tire. By the time people started filing in for the service, the hateful words were gone and the Paiges were none the wiser. I'd gone back and forth over whether I should change the seating from its informal in-the-round setup to the more traditional configuration. In the end, I'd decided to keep it as it was. I figured Mr. Paige would approve. That was how he'd run his classrooms, after all. We started the memorial service with a pair of sisters, recent graduates of Mr. Paige's class, on violin and cello. They played a moving cover of Mr. Paige's favorite song by Enya, then transitioned into an unmistakable riff. I glanced at Ran. Highway to Hell? Really? He laughed as tears fell, nodding along. God damn, I was going to miss Mr. Paige. Mrs. Sweet, the head of the English department, read his favorite poem, Listen to the Mussins by Shel Silverstein. She then read Dear Gay Bashers by Jill McDonough, and I grinned as she said the word dildos in this sacred space. Finally, I dragged my chair to the edge of the circle, sitting backward on it like I always did. With a wry smile, I cleared my throat and received understanding in return. I had to give myself a moment for my words to come unstuck. We were all here today because Mr. Paige was more than a teacher. He was a mentor, a safe place, and a troublemaker par excellence. You may have heard him refer to some of us as his lost boys. Everyone smiled, and Ren said, he was so proud of himself for coming up with that name. I reached out and squeezed his hand, then continued. It's a misnomer, of course. We aren't vampires, for those of you who are fans of 80s movies, and going back a little further, we aren't in Peter Pan's army. Hell, look around. We're all grown up now. I wouldn't say that, Hen cracked, eliciting a healthy laugh from the people gathered. True, I conceded with a sad grin. But the irony of calling us his lost boys is that he made sure we were never truly lost. The members of our original group leaned into one another and held hands as we cried. When I stood up and put a knee on the chair, I was startled to notice that not only had Sheriff Kavanaugh snuck in, but he was standing next to my father. I wondered what they'd thought about the dildo poem. Dad was wearing a simple black suit and white collar, and if asked to describe his expression, I'd have to say it was something akin to pride. Our eyes met, and he lowered his head in a small bow of acknowledgement. I wondered if Mr. Paige's passing had brought things up for him as well. Rubbing my chest, I pulled myself together. He taught us that we could never be lost if we stayed true to ourselves. Though to be fair, the lesson didn't end there. If the opposite of lost is found, well, Mr. Paige reasoned being found was not a solo mission. To be found meant to be in a community, to meaningfully give and willingly receive support. Holden looked down, rubbing the back of his neck, and I wondered if that was a lesson Mr. Paige had struggled to pass on to his own son. Or maybe it was one he'd learned after Holden had already been so badly hurt. Knowing I had a community to reach out to made all the difference as I worked to find an authentic path for myself. I'm guessing all of you here today feel connected by the way Mr. Paige enriched your lives, and I encourage you, as he encouraged us, to take that feeling out into the community. I got through the rest of my words with minimal tears, though I avoided my father's gaze when I told the congregants, with Wren's permission, the story about the weed. Their laughter felt like a healing. The rest of the event was beautiful. People seemed to resonate with the few words of comfort I delivered. But the most special moments were the unplanned memories people shared, one right after the other. Stories and examples of how Mr. Paige and his family had made this town a better place to live. We ended with a slideshow that Holden had put together featuring images of Mr. Paige at all stages of his life. It ended with a video of Mr. Paige and Wren dancing at the watering hole. Despite the toll illness had taken on his body, love shone in Mr. Paige's eyes as he swayed with his husband, and it created a bittersweet ache in my chest. I thought of how Holden had felt in my arms before everything went to shit, and I wondered if I'd ever have the opportunity to hold him like that again. God, I hoped so. Wren came up to me after the service and hugged me tight. This was exactly what he would have wanted. I'm just glad I did right by him, I said, finally letting loose the tears I'd been holding back. We held each other, both lost in our individual grief over the loss of this special man. Finally, Wren excused himself to the bathroom, and my father came up to me, his demeanor serious as usual. That was a beautiful service, son, he said, making me blink. I was even more surprised when he pulled me into a hug. I'm glad you had Mr. Paige. He clearly meant a lot to you, and I'm sorry that he passed away. Over my dad's shoulder, I watched as Sheriff Kavanaugh approached Hen, hat in hand. Given our histories with our fathers, maybe this was a good first step. I wondered what kind of advice Mr. Paige would give. Well, son, I'd call this a trust but verify situation. It's wonderful when a family can come back together, but old wounds have to be healed first. They can't just be papered over. Too right, Mr. Paige. Thank you, I told my father. He meant a lot to me and my friends. Dad stepped back and looked me in the eyes. I know you have more to do with the Paige family today, so I'll leave you to it. But I'm proud of what you're doing here. It might not be what I'm used to, but I cannot find fault in your sincerity or in the way your words helped the people here today. Shit, Dad, I said, quickly wiping away the tears that seemed bound and determined to fall. I expected a rebuke for the curse, but instead he let out a short laugh. Gripping my shoulder, he waited until my eyes met his again. I think I've been short-sighted, son. I would like a chance to sit and talk with you. Really talk. And listen. And I miss our lunches. All right, Mr. Paige, message received. I nodded and stepped into another hug. Me too. I'll text you later to make sure you're okay. Thanks, Dad. After he left, I put myself back together and stood with Holden and Wren in the receiving line. Holden leaned into me and I leaned against him in the way that only two people intimately familiar with each other could. I didn't mind that others saw. When things were winding down, Wren took me aside. Since all of his lost boys are here, I'd like to go ahead and share with you Robert's final wishes. Of course, I'll let Major know and he'll wrangle everyone. Chapter 20. Holden. It took a while to clear the meeting house. Pops had been even more beloved than any of us had realized, and it felt like everyone in town was there, stopping to tell me and Dad how much Pops meant to them. It sucked, processing grief in public like this, but I suspected their sentiments would help us in the coming days. Finally, we were able to gather around the largest picnic table. Joel and Walker were startled to be included, but I wasn't surprised in the slightest. They'd been as supportive of our family in Pops' final days as anyone else. Dad stood at the head of the picnic table with a stack of incongruent objects. He held up a hand and everyone went silent. From his coat pocket, he pulled a few folded-together pages ripped from a spiral-bound notebook. After he unfolded them, a collective gasp went up. There was no mistaking Pops' loopy scrawl. Clearly not the official documentation, which I ensured had far fewer curse words and references to weed, Dad said, running his thumbs along the fold lines, fluffing out the ragged edges so he could properly straighten the pages. Dad loved right angles. Pops loved amorphous shapes, and they spent the entirety of their relationship driving each other to distraction with those types of differences. "You know, Pops did this to torture me," Dad had whispered when he tucked the pages into his jacket pocket that morning. "Handwritten, spiral-bound pages with the edges all—" I gestured at a haphazard line. "Folded just crooked enough? Oh yeah, he was definitely fucking with you." Once we'd all finished chuckling, Dad continued. "Robert knew he was not long for this earth. He'd accepted that fact long before I did. When he'd insisted on funeral arrangements, I'd fought him tooth and nail. As much as I'd hoped it would be different, he was, as always, right on the money." Dad paused for a moment to wipe away a tear. Then he straightened his shoulders and flipped the paper back around, reading from it. "I am Robert Paige, resident of Seguin, Texas, and this is my last will and testament." Dad's face crumpled, and I jumped up to stand next to him. He gripped my hand and continued reading. "Ren Paige is my husband, and he knows how much I adore him, so I won't bother to mention it here. He shall receive after my death the balance of our joint holdings, including the rental cabins, which he may share with our son Holden Paige in the manner he sees fit. Holden Paige is my beloved son. He also happens to be loaded from making video games for little kids, so he gets nothing, not even my DNA." Dad shook his head and I laughed, probably a little too hard. "I do, however, bequeath to him what I could give no one else. A father's love. Unending, uninterrupted by age or sickness or death. You are loved, Holden. Never doubt that for a second." "God fucking damn it, Pops." Dad hugged me as noisy tears fell. "I have never doubted the fierceness of his love," I whispered into his hair. "Or yours." Dad squeezed my arm. "And now for my lost boys. As with my son, I want to reiterate that you are loved, and I hope you always remember you have each other. You should know that my sexy, wonderful husband is going to try to act remarkably strong and steady in the face of his grief. That, my dear boys, is bullshit. You must take care of him for me. He is far too special." Dad's voice cracked, and I wrapped one arm around him. The lost boys cried with us. Even Sawyer in his three-piece suit surprised me with the depth of his emotion. I took the pages from Dad's crushing grip. With him hugging my side, I picked up where he left off. "He is far too special to walk through this world alone. It is my greatest hope that he falls in love again. If it happens, I'm counting on each of you to make sure he's with someone who deserves him. Though how he'll find that kind of unicorn twice in his life, I'll never know." I imitated Pops's wry tone on that last sentence, breaking the heavy sadness. Pops had been a charming combination of proud and self-deprecating, and he'd had a sharp enough wit to marry the two. God, I missed him so much. I wiped my tears and continued. "I would like to do what I can to support the queer community in Seguin and the surrounding areas. The best way I can think of is simply to support the people already doing it. To Beckett Wainwright, I bequeath the property on which the meeting house stands. I grinned, knowing that Beckett would struggle with his level of generosity, but too bad. It was poetic, really, given the way we'd gotten the land in the first place. Pops had had an eccentric aunt, and despite his family's size and wealth, he'd been the only one to care for Rennie and visit her in assisted living. I always pictured them as two black sheep giggling over lime jello. Still, when Aunt Rennie had died 2 years ago, he'd been shocked to discover that not only had she owned a handful of pizza franchises back in the 80s, but, more importantly, she'd owned the properties on which they sat, along with an entire fleet of vacation rentals. She'd sold off some of her holdings through the years, but she'd held on to the properties in Seguin, 1 old pizza shop and 3 rentals. She'd bequeathed them to Pops, much to the family's chagrin. I smiled as I read Pops's words. He'd certainly had Aunt Rennie's sense of occasion. My hope is that he'll continue to use the property as a house of worship, a community center, or whatever he deems fit. Beckett was stunned speechless, so I reached for his hand. Pops believed in what you were doing. That's why he never charged you rent. He tugged at his collar, looking humbled, perhaps not realizing that the real gift was my father's trust in his ability to make something wonderful of the space. Dad took Beckett's other hand. We put everything in a trust, so the transfer won't take forever or need to go through probate. There's no zoning on this property, so you can make it anything you want. Beckett grumbled, but kept his mouth shut. Dad gestured for me to continue. To Major Everly, I bequeath my bar stool at the watering hole. I read as Dad pushed a drink coaster across the table. Major turned the coaster over in his hand, blinking like a confused bear. I don't get it. I'm not much of a drinker. Turning to Ozzy and Joel, he said, No offense to you guys. I just don't like getting out that much. Case in point, I said, pointing at the sheet of paper for dramatic effect. You've done great things with your business on your own, but you've stalled out. Stop isolating yourself, Major, and work with Joel and Ozzy to figure out how to grow your business. Major's cheeks pinked, and he looked at Dad. How did he know I'd stalled out? I never said anything. Dad shrugged. You know Robert. He was perceptive. Annoyingly so at times. Major, we'd love to help your business grow, Joel said warmly. Ozzy nodded along. Come by next week. I'm sure we can help you figure out how to get things going. Major scrubbed his beard, clearly discomfited by the notion of accepting help. I'm sure y'all are busy as hell. I don't want to be a bother. I read the next paragraph and laughed aloud. While you give help freely to whoever needs it, you never want to bother anyone, not even to request the help of your closest friends. Everyone at the table stared at Major until he held up his hands in surrender. I moved next to him and set the page down in front of him, tapping the next sentence. Remember, dear sweet man, that you are not an island. Take the fucking help. Major shook his head. Fine. I'll let them help me. Joel and Ozzy fist-bumped as a shout went up around the table. Major's cheeks went even redder, and he gestured for me to go on. I grinned at his prickly gratitude, then kept reading. To Augustus Walker, Jr., I said, and Walker's head popped up, confusion stitching his brow. I bequeath my antique carpenter's square. Dad slid the well-loved wooden tool over to Walker. A sticky note had been affixed to it. Walker looked puzzled at the gift. But I was never a lost boy. I never... He swallowed thickly, darting a painfully obvious look at Ozzy. I mean, why y'all'd want to hang with some hick grease monkey is beyond me. Hendricks cleared his throat, skimming his fingers over the weathered table in front of him. Don't you remember that time he stood up for me? Chase had already graduated, but he and his asshole friends were hanging around campus looking to pick on the freshmen. They were about to beat the shit out of me until you got up in his face. You took me to Mr. Paige's room because you knew he'd know what to do. Walker tilted his shoulders inward, self-conscious. I was just wanting to do the right thing.
I didn't like that he was picking on a smaller guy.
You're not that much taller than me, man, Hen said softly. You got Chase DeWitt of all people to back down. Walker lowered his chin to his chest.
Just trying to help. Besides, bullies are wimps at heart.
Dad tapped the sticky note. That's the number for the Guadalupe County High Admin Office. For reasons passing understanding, you told Robert that you wanted to teach geometry, and their math department has been short-staffed for a couple of years now. Days before he died, Robert heartily recommended you to Principal Gardner, and she is awaiting your call. Helping everyone he could right up until the end.
I never had someone do something like this for me.
Walker rubbed at the callus on his palm, tears plopping onto the table in front of him.
I don't know if the school will want to hire me with that arrest on my record. And I still need my certification.
The county declined to prosecute, and the school can hire you while you're getting your certification, Dad said, smiling warmly. Just make the call. Walker's reddened eyes darted up to Dad's.
Seriously?
Seriously? Shaking his head, looking as though he couldn't believe it, Walker said,
Guess I'll have to figure out how to look like a proper teacher.
Ozzy smoothed his hand over Walker's forearm. Tell you what, when you get hired, and you will, I'll go shopping with you so that you feel confident in front of your students.
I couldn't possibly.
Shut up, Walk, Hen said, holding up his hand. I'm paying for it. Oz, make sure he gets everything he needs. Walker gulped.
Hell, and Oz, thank you,
he said, pulling his hands to his lap.
Though, I don't get why the carpenter's square.
Dad's grin was mischievous. Oh, you'll figure that out, along with perhaps a few other things, soon enough. I lifted my chin at him, and Dad shook his head. Something for later, I guessed. I refocused on the paper. To Oswald Kavanaugh and Joel Hayes, I bequeath my notebook of community business ideas. I read as Dad handed them an old moleskin notebook that had been dog-eared and tabbed to hell and back. Your success with the bar tells me that you could help others with your business acumen. I would love to see you turn Queer Row into Queer Square. Use the ideas in this notebook or encourage others to come in with their ideas. Let's bring more queer-owned businesses to downtown Seguin and beyond. Joel and Oz bumped fists. We're on it. Something told me Pops might have started something with those two. Dad looked over my shoulder and slid a key in front of Hendricks. To Hendricks Kavanaugh, I bequeath 1 year at our vacation rental on the river. Hen tilted his head like he wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. The effect in combination with his dyed black hair and tasteful eyeliner was almost bird-like. You've done so much for the queer community with your visibility and your charity work. I could ask no more of you on any of those fronts, save this one thing. Take care of yourself, dear Hen. The last time we spoke, you mentioned that your tour was ending in December. Guess where your ass needs to be in January? Hen's jaw dropped. Does he really think I could take an entire year off? I kept reading. Upon completion of the year, a year in which you will rest, or else you will be gifted the wood-engraved portrait that sits on my mantel. Dad pulled out his phone to show Hen what Pops had been talking about. Hen stared at the screen. While the Lost Boys had all loved Pops' shop class, they were all pretty terrible woodworkers. Save for Hen. I remembered the day Pops had texted me a picture of the hand-carved portrait Hen had made. He'd been so impressed. Hen had used a number of natural shades of wood to create a portrait of his mother, ebony and walnut for her hair and brows, elm for her light brown eyes, rosewood for her cheeks, cherry for her lips, sycamore for her pale skin. He hadn't felt like it was good enough and had tossed it in the trash at the end of class. My father had fished it out of the trash and put it on our mantel, where it sat to this day. What does it matter? Hen asked, the set of his jaw belying his words. I threw that away like 10 years ago. None of us were convinced. When Sheriff Kavanaugh had threatened to kick Hen out of his house, Hen's mom had more or less divorced him on the spot. They'd been high school sweethearts, and Pops had always said Sheriff Kavanaugh had never gotten over her leaving. He'd also thought Hen never felt worthy of the sacrifice his mom had made, which was why the portrait was never going to be good enough in his eyes. "The offer stands, Hendricks," Dad said quietly. In an effort to get past the awkward tension, I read the last part. "To Sawyer Finch, I bequeath my grandfather's compass." Dad placed the delicate compass in Sawyer's hands. He flipped it open, smiling. "Still works," Sawyer noted quietly, thumbing a set of engraved numbers on the back. "Apologies for leaning poetic at the end of my life, Sawyer. But what are you going to do about it? You're accomplished, intelligent, and kind. You're also wound up so tight that I worry what will happen when you finally let go. The compass is a reminder to find your true north. Flashy jobs in the big city are impressive enough, but you and I both know that's not who you are inside. Don't be afraid to come home, Sawyer. Don't be afraid to ask for what you really want. Show others what it means to be true to yourself." The table went quiet as Sawyer set down the compass and averted his eyes. Not for the first time, I wondered about the man behind the mask. Dad took over the reading from there. "You, my original lost boys, have made your way in the world in your own unique and special ways. You have generously given me credit for helping you, but the truth of the matter is that you helped me. You saved me, really. I'm simply asking for you to continue walking down that path. Reach out into the community, to its queer kids. Let them talk, let them tell you their dreams. You don't have to solve their problems for them. If you can show them what their dreams look like in real life, they will do the rest, I promise you. I've seen it in action. You can start by helping each other accept your gifts in the manner intended. And drag Hen off the road if you must, at least for a few months." "Harsh," Hen muttered. "Oh, honey, you should have seen the first draft," Dad joked, setting the table off again before continuing. "I'm sure Wren could say it better, but I was just a shop teacher, and for a time I was lucky enough to be your shop teacher. So I leave you with this. There will be days when you think that nothing you do is worth a damn, that you're ineffective, that you're barely a blip in the big picture, but I promise you, the queer kids are watching, and every day you show them that it can get better. Keep doing that, and I promise you it'll mean the world. Love, your Mr. Paige." Dad listed to the side, and I took him into my arms as he wept openly. The rest of the Lost Boys got up and surrounded us. Leave it to Pops to do something so curious and meaningful, even after death. Chapter 21. Beckett. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." It took me a moment to process the familiar words as Holden stood on my landing, the mist and early autumn rain as a backdrop, holding his hopelessly fogged, water-speckled glasses in beautifully tapered fingers. He swayed like a palm tree. Before I could reply, he shielded his eyes. "Sorry, this was probably a mistake. Didn't mean to be so desperate," he mumbled, turning to leave. I grabbed his hand, stopping him. Sorry, I just got back from visiting Lupe with my dad, and it was a near disaster, so I'm a little out of it." "Oh, shit. Sorry for showing up like this. I just thought I'd see if—" I shook my head as I opened my door, pulling him in out of the dreary, humid weather. "If I've told you once, I've told you a million times, Holden. I like taking care of you." This last month had been rough. Holden would retreat for days at a time, ignoring my texts, not answering the door, only to show up at my apartment, barely able to look me in the eye. I'd take care of him, and then he'd get dressed with only a quiet word of apology before slipping out the door. Today was different, though. He still wasn't looking me in the eye, but he was asking for something. I wasn't quite sure what, but I was beyond caring about the specifics. I would admit this to no one but myself,
But the fact he'd come to me in the depths of his grief did more to my heart than 1,000,000 love letters ever could have. Being allowed to care for him made me feel 10 feet tall and bulletproof. I'd move heaven and earth to give him what he needed. I reached out and took his glasses, setting them on my table. Only when I reached for my collar did he shake his head, his cheeks burnished with embarrassment. What was it he'd said? "Forgive me, Father." "Oh," I murmured, caressing his cheek. "You need to do penance for your sins." "Yes, Father," he whispered, his neck turning a splotchy red. I pulled out a kitchen chair and sat on it, spreading my thighs. An invitation. Soft as a whisper, he knelt in front of me and unzipped my trousers. Without me having to ask, he fished my hardening cock out from my underwear. "What are your sins, my son?" I asked, palming the back of his head, gently guiding his willing mouth toward my straining cock. He listed out his transgressions between deep, back-of-the-throat thrusts. "I have impure thoughts about you." "That is rather grave," I choked out, sliding my ass to the edge of the sturdy seat, tilting my hips, pushing him to take me even deeper as I asked, "Tell me, Holden, when do you have these thoughts?" "All the time, Father. I got hard at the pharmacy yesterday thinking about you. I had to go to the bathroom." I drew him off me, so close to blowing I had to grip the base of my cock. He rose, tentatively reaching out to adjust my collar before pulling protection from his wallet. I went for the lube and he stilled my hand. "I prepared for you," he whispered, rolling the condom down my length, still avoiding eye contact. He finished undressing as I pondered his meaning. I nearly swallowed my tongue when he shyly slipped a plug from between his cheeks. Wordlessly, he walked over to the table we'd already defiled so many times and leaned forward on his forearms, pushing out his ass. We'd worn enough of a groove in the flooring that I'd finally had to put soft rubber tips on the ends of the table's legs, giving them enough grip to keep it in place. Because that's how we did this. A dirty fuck against the table before falling into bed for round after round of gentle lovemaking. Like he had to be taken apart before he could enjoy a soft touch. I stepped in behind him, my polished shoes loud on the linoleum, the swish of my trousers profane. My cock bobbed in front of me, sinful as I spread his cheeks. I moaned at the sight of his hole, stretched and dripping with lube for me. The only holy thing in this space was his vulnerable bent form. Slipping inside him with a wet squelch, I cursed again as his body clenched around me, the heat alone nearly doing me in. I gripped his hips and slowly thrust in and out of him, trying not to come as my head spun. The black fabric of my trousers against his pale skin would be the death of me, I was sure of it. "Ask me what I did in the bathroom, Father," he said, breaking his silence. "What did you do, my son?" I asked, grateful for the distraction. He whined as I gripped his hips, changing up the angle, thrusting through my emphatic words. "Tell me, Holden, what did you do in the bathroom?" Panting, he answered, "I fingered and touched myself, imagining you like this, in your collar, telling me I was a good boy." I thrust hard enough to rock the table forward. "That's not true, though, is it? Good boys don't jerk off in the bathroom." Shaking his head, he pushed against me as he buried his face in his hands. "Did you come?" Slowly, he turned to meet my eyes, mischief sparking in his own. "So hard I saw spots." "And yet," I said, working my hips, "here you are, begging for more." He reached for his cock and I knocked his hand away. Hooking my fingers around his balls and the base of his shaft, I used my hand as a cock ring. I squeezed, tight, but not too tight, and his head fell forward as I teased him, keeping him just shy of ecstasy. Mean, he whined. I pulsed my hand, loving how his poor cock was twitching and straining with each tilt of his hips. You came here seeking penance, my son. I'm giving you what you asked for. Yet I doubt you've told me everything. Looking over his shoulder again, his gaze locked with mine as he shook his head. Tell me, my son. I had a wet dream the other night, he whispered, flushed and yet unable to hold back from telling me. What did you dream, Holden? I dreamt that you came inside me, raw. I bit my lip. God, I wanted that so badly. You came inside me and you praised me, and that's when I came. So you want to sin and yet receive praise? I asked, squeezing his junk until he whined. Yes, Father. I released him, noting how his shoulders relaxed. Thank you for your confessions, my son. Now, clasp your hands behind your back. He complied, settling his cheek on the table as I gripped his joined hands. Using the leverage, I fucked into him so hard his skin squeaked along the slick formica. You take your penance so well, Holden. His lungs expanded at the sound of my words, and I kicked his legs farther apart. Please, Father. What do you desire, my son? Touch me, please, he begged. I slipped a hand down, rubbing his taint and inner thighs, gathering the excess lube from his preparations. When he grunted a complaint, I tugged sharply on his balls for a few thrusts. He babbled incomprehensible words and clenched on me, pulling forth the orgasm I'd been trying so hard to hold back. His swollen, dripping cock fit perfectly in my hand right as my peak hit. My fists tightened, as did every other muscle and tendon in my body, and he called out as I thrust and pumped his shaft without rhythm or mercy. He came, squeezing me so tight the top of my head almost flew off as I filled the condom, the pleasure pitching up to pain and ecstasy in equal measure. So good for me, baby. So fucking good. I gritted out, parting his hands so I could collapse on him, still buried inside. We're getting tested tomorrow. Several minutes later, when our muscles regained their strength, we cleaned up in the shower and fell into bed, finally fully naked with one another. Kissing my nose, he reminded me of what I'd mentioned earlier. So the visit to Lupe with your dad. That's new. Though you said it was a disaster? A near disaster, I corrected. It ended up way better than I thought it would. Really? Was Leo not there? I laughed as I ran my fingers through his wet hair. Actually, Leo was in fine form. Apparently, he lost his blowjob virginity to some guy at school and couldn't wait to tell us about it. Shit, what did your dad do? He rolled his eyes and said, and I quote, Son, if you're trying to shock me, then you clearly don't know what goes on in confessionals. Holden's jaw dropped. Wait, was he talking about... I don't know, but he wore this little smirk for the rest of the visit, and Leo stopped acting like a menace for once in his goddamn life. Miracles do exist, he said, laughing. God, I loved seeing him laugh again. For the rest of the day and into the night, we alternated between napping and slow fucking. As I held him, surrounded by the smell of sex and rain, a calm resolve solidified within me. I'd always thought of love as a cliff to be jumped off. I hadn't realized it could creep up so quietly that by the time you noticed it was there, it simply felt like the natural order of things. Like the way the misty weather left perfect shimmering beads of water on my philodendrons, or the way enjoying the sun's warmth from the protection of the shade made a nap feel like home. I loved Holden Paige with my whole heart. Telling him now, in the sharpness of his grief, felt manipulative. At a time like this, he could easily be convinced to mistake comfort for love. Hell, he didn't even know where he was going to live in the long term. So I vowed to hold my tongue, storing the words in my heart until the time was right. Until he, hopefully, understood I could be his home.
There you go, Mr. Wainwright. You now officially own lots 7267, 7268, and 7269. I looked up from the papers and mouthed 69 to Holden. Wren stifled a laugh, and Holden turned the color of a summer plum, refusing to make eye contact with either of us as we left the attorney's office. We were a few days into October, and finally, the hot weather had broken, gifting us with crisp, for Texas, 80-degree days. The demolition of the meeting house was set for the week after next, then the utilities and concrete pad the following week. My friends had really stepped up to help with fundraising. Holden worked with Tristan to resurrect a social media campaign from earlier in the year, and the three queer robe businesses each had their own brand of donation drive. We still had a long way to go, funding-wise, but damn, it was a solid start. Sawyer had tapped an architectural firm he'd done cybersecurity for, and he said they'd offered to donate the design for the new building. I suspected he was paying him, but I accepted the gift. Major had recommended an excellent contractor for the project. He, of course, was doing the plumbing and wouldn't hear of taking a dime from me. We argued back and forth over text for a solid week before he agreed to let me pay for the materials. I wished Mr. Paige could see what the Lost Boys were up to. Linking hands with the guy who had taken over my every thought, I leaned in and asked, "Want to celebrate back at my place?" Wren tisked between us. "I can hear you, you know." "Yep," I tossed back, arching my brow in challenge. Holden's face went nuclear again, and Wren chuckled in that warm, elegant way of his. The back of my throat ached because I hadn't heard Wren laugh like that since Mr. Page's passing. I'd worried when he'd announced that he was going to take a leave of absence this semester, but one of the first lessons I'd learned as a preacher was that you needed to trust people with their grief. Wren knew how to put himself back together, however painful the process would be. "Son, the fact that you have someone like Beckett fills me with a sort of joy I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to feel again." Wren caught up with us and wrapped his arm around Holden's waist. "I'm teasing you, but knowing you have support is a weight off my shoulders, even if he did make a joke about oral sex while wearing a collar." I took Holden's other side. "It's true, darling. I'm not going anywhere. Though I do apologize. Oral sex should never be treated as a joke." "I hate y'all so much," Holden whispered furiously, even as he spread his long arms across our shoulders. I choked back a laugh as I caught Wren's eye. We nodded in silent assent, and I let him go in for the kill. "Did I hear you correctly, son? Did you just say, y'all?" Holden snarled at the sidewalk. "Fuck off," he muttered. "Hey, what you two get up to on your own time is none of my business," Wren deadpanned. "Oh my God, shoot me now." "Nah, doll. I have other plans for you," I stage whispered. Wren threw his head back and laughed long and hard. Holden stared at his dad incredulously, his eyes lighting up so much you'd think Christmas had come early. I suspected he didn't mind being teased if this was the result. The pain was still fresh, but Holden and Wren amazed me with their ability to find happiness within the grief, a stunning mix of fragile and indomitable. I hadn't yet said the words, even as they whispered in every breath I took, in the steady thud of every heartbeat. "I love you, Holden Paige. I love you so much it hurts." Chapter 22. Holden. We had a potluck on Saturday to send off the old meeting house in style. Ginger and the Giants, as I like to call our friends from Lupe, as well as most of the Lost Boys joined us. Even Beckett's dad was there to help. "I may have done a bad thing," Beckett whispered out of the corner of his mouth, sounding awfully conspiratorial for someone arranging 3 types of Brussels sprouts on the buffet table. I huffed. "Isn't that more or less a given with you, Father?" He gripped the edge of the table. "Don't do that to me here. I can't have a boner during a church potluck. My dad is right over there." Leo, who was closer than I realized, shook his head, handing me an enormous yam casserole.
Shouldn't you sinners be, I don't know, more appropriate in a house of God?
Beckett and I answered at the same time. Beckett's reply was a surprisingly reasonable,
"Sin is a social construct, and God's residence in this place is undetermined."
Meanwhile, I fired off, "You've met Beckett, right?"
Leo laughed, and Beckett elbowed him lightly in the gut.
Instead of continuing to haze Beckett, which he'd have deserved for the things he'd done to me last night and again this morning, I decided to go easy on him and bring the conversation back around to his original confession, because my man was definitely looking to start some trouble. Wait, my man? It doesn't matter if you're saying it in your head, Hold. What, pray tell, was the bad thing you did? I asked, fitting in a massive basket of the Segura's freshly baked rolls down at the end of the table.
First y'all, and now pray tell? What is happening to you?
Beckett cracked, nudging me. Before I could answer, Walker came in with 3 jugs of tea in each hand and a massive sleeve of plastic cups tucked under his chin.
"Mr. Walker, you were supposed to let us know when you got here,"
Leo said, hurrying over. Leo wasn't being deferential to him for no reason. He was Mr. Walker because the week after the funeral, Walker had called the school and was immediately hired. Like, he went in the next day and walked out with a coyote-themed lanyard and a badge. Hen found out from the group text and sent Oz enough cash to buy Walker a closet full of outfits. He also had him book an appointment for Walk at the nicest barbershop in town. The effect was impressive. Walker had gone from mulleted grease monkey to clean-cut Abercrombie model in the space of a few days. The surprises didn't end there, though. When Walker showed up on the first day, he discovered that they'd also assigned him to Pops's old shop class.
"Holden, I explained that I wasn't your father, that I couldn't take his place, but they insisted, I swear," he said.
"I can't think of a better person to stand in his shoes," I'd assured him, and I meant it. Pops knew exactly what he was doing giving you that carpenter's square. Walker had joined us for dinner a couple of times now and asked Dad all sorts of questions about teaching. Honestly, I thought it had helped Dad as much as it had helped Walker. Funny thing, though, was that Leo was in both of Walker's classes. He knew Walker had had a bit of a rough upbringing, and I thought that had helped him somehow. Beckett said Leo had been a solid D student for as long as he'd known him, but this semester he was averaging a C in geometry and a B+ in shop.
"I can only imagine how smug your Pops is right now,"
Dad said, setting out the napkins at the refreshment table as Leo and Walker filled the cups with ice.
"Yeah, Ren, but did you hear your son?" Beckett asked, tickling my ribs.
"No?" Leo leaned in.
"He said, pray tell?"
Dad looked at me shocked. "What?" I said defensively. "It's not like I said fixin' to." Leo snorted.
"Watch this," he said,
holding up a cup of ice.
"Hey, Holden, sweet or unsweet?"
I grumbled. "Sweet." In the big cup. Side note, the size of the cup and the amount of ice were crucial to the enjoyment of the tea. I discovered the hard way that no good came from a small glass of sweet tea. Insufficient is all I can say about the experience. I also knew better than to acknowledge the tragedy that was unsweetened iced tea. Leo gestured the length of me and Dad laughed. Honestly, hearing him laugh was worth being the butt of the joke. I snatched the cup from Leo and refocused on Beckett. "Now, quit teasing and tell me what you did." Chuckling, he moved in close, his words wafting against the delicate outer shell of my ear.
"Check out our newest arrival."
Shivering, I turned toward the entrance and clucked my tongue at him. "You are such a shit-stirrer." Beckett rubbed his hands together as Jules Martinez walked in holding a meringue-topped cake, wearing a demure pink and white tea-length dress with a pretty light blue cardigan and matching flats. Her shiny dark brown hair was up in a French twist, and she was by far the most elegant person there. Father Wainwright greeted her and pointed her in our direction.
"When she found out that we were doing a rebuild, she brought in her sister's foundation, and they were quite generous with their contributions,"
Beckett explained, not even trying to look innocent.
"It only felt right to invite her to the final luncheon."
Leo sagely clicked his tongue.
Ginger is gonna kill you for not letting her know Jules was coming.
Beckett narrowed his eyes.
What do you know about that? I'm a teenager, not ignorant,
Leo shot back in the flippant tone that every teenager across time had perfected.
Ginger's eyes go all heart-shaped whenever Jules comes by Lupe, and Jules always looks like she's just home from a Hollywood movie set or something. Even your dad picked up on it, Bex.
To Leo's point, I'd seen the sparks between those two, which was why Beckett was up to his shit-stirring ways. Leo whistled under his breath.
She isn't this dolled up for some random church luncheon, that's for sure.
I waved Jules over to the veggie table right as Ginger walked in from the kitchen. Damn, Jules, you look stunning, I said, kissing her cheek. Oh, thanks, Holden. That's kind of you to say. Her eyes cut to Ginger, lingering as the younger woman balanced two massive platters of smoked chicken and sausages on one arm while rearranging the meat table to her liking. Ginger was a sweaty mess from working in the kitchen, but Jules's gaze had fallen to the bit of cleavage peeking out of her blouse. Swallowing thickly, Jules blinked a few times and then returned to earth. Beckett bit back a grin.
Hey, Ginger, how's everything going?
Fine, but thank God this place is coming down next week. That fucking kitchen's hot as Satan's hairy nutsack. She set down the platters, and I laughed into my fist, knowing I absolutely should not be encouraging her.
Ginger,
Beckett warned. He'd given her a talking to about using coarse language around the younger kids, which I thought was rich. Needless to say, she'd been struggling all morning and at least had the grace to look chastened. Sorry, you know how I despise both heat and male genitalia, she joked, punctuating her words with a vomit gesture. Progress was progress. Given her history, I thought she was doing pretty well. Though, the disappointed look on Jules's face made me think she didn't find the situation as funny as I did. Even Leo was grimacing. Ginger, finally satisfied with the table layout, looked up and startled. Oh, hey, Jules. Didn't see you there, she said, sending a brief but white-hot glare to the side of Beckett's head. Jules set down the cake with her usual elegant flourish and stepped back, looking Ginger dead in the eye.
No worries, Ginger. It's easy to miss what's right in front of you,
she said, her flinty voice suddenly an octave lower than usual. Ginger's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Fuck me spinning. Is that, your voice, what? Are you trans? She finally sputtered. Yes, I am. How did I not know that? I'd missed it too. Not sure, Jules replied, gesturing to herself, her soft, raspy voice back up in its usual register. I pretty regularly rep trans colors and spend most of my volunteer time with the trans kids. I'm glad I happen to be really proud of my body because that thing you just said about male genitalia could have easily triggered a dysphoric episode, especially in a kid. The words, softly spoken, hit like a sniper's bullet. Ginger looked stricken. As for me, I'd never even considered how a joke like that would sound to a trans person. When I glanced at Beckett, his jaw had tightened, but he seemed confident as he lifted his chin to Ginger. She took a deep breath and squared up in front of Jules. I am so sorry. That was horribly thoughtless of me. You're right. I work with trans kids all damn day and know better. I promise I'll be more aware in the future. Jules, to her credit, was kind. Thank you for apologizing. You've shared a little of your history with me, and your hard limits are valid. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't watch your mouth. Not every trans person survives their dysphoria. I could tell Ginger wanted to say more, but Beckett sent her a subtle headshake. Jules adjusted her cardigan. I'll, go check on the tables and make sure we have enough utensils. Beckett reached out to her. Thanks for coming. And for sticking up for yourself. She nodded, flattening her hands along her skirt. I just really wish I didn't have to in spaces I thought were safe, she said quietly, before walking off towards the tables. After Jules was out of sight, Ginger buried her face in her hands, hiding behind the spill of her glorious coppery coils. I don't even know how to begin making this better, she said, her voice muffled. Tossing her hair back, she stared at the ceiling. Fuck. Leo patted her shoulder.
Yeah, you fucked the dog on that one.
Walker dropped his chin to his chest.
Was screwed the pooch not bad enough for you, Leo? Sure, but fuck the dog is funnier.
He turned to Ginger.
Hey, I'm just a teenager, but I'm pretty sure this is one of those when you know better, you do better things that Beckett is always going on about. Also, I don't think she's mad at you.
No?
Nah. I think she was mostly sad because now she knows you two can't be a thing.
Leo sure was coming in with a lot of wisdom, especially for a guy who just last weekend had to give a 10-minute speech about the dangers of inhaling spices because he tried to snort a line of cinnamon on a dare. Well, I wouldn't say that, Ginger said, uncertainty shading her usually bright eyes. Leo rubbed the baby stubble on his chin, proud of the 3 hairs that had grown there.
I've got a question, but Vada says it's wrong to talk about someone's body, so I don't know how to ask this.
Vada was a trans girl living at Lupe, and I knew that she'd been helping Leo figure out his feelings for Lyle.
Very carefully,
Beckett warned. Leo squared his shoulders, taking a deep breath.
From what Jules said, you might have some hard limits, like, I'm guessing, parts-wise.
Ginger closed her eyes, and it hit me how sensitive this topic really was. I'm not sure how hard those limits are. Maybe? She opened her eyes, now filled with unshed tears. I don't know.
Because you like her?
I was watching Beckett, and he seemed as surprised as I was by Leo's maturity. I also noticed that he was letting Leo find his way in this delicate conversation, which I thought was ballsy and maybe wise. Reminded me of Pop's, actually. Ginger swallowed, fussing with a stack of napkins. I do.
Then you should send her some flowers as an apology, but, maybe not the ones that look like vaginas.
I snorted a laugh, and Beckett rubbed his eyes with the palms of his hands.
Fucking Leo,
he moaned, reaching for my hand.
We're all gonna need Jesus after this.
I kissed his cheek. Something tells me that if there is a Jesus, he's pretty proud of what you're doing.
God, I hope so.
We refocused on prepping the luncheon after that, with Walker keeping an eye on Leo as they worked side by side with Ginger. Everything managed to go off without a hitch. Jules even grabbed a plate and joined us at the table, sitting between Walker and Father Wainwright. They made for an interesting trio, and she held court in a lively discussion about trans rights with them. It was worth noting that her eyes drifted to Ginger several times during the meal. Near the end, Ginger picked a daisy from the overgrown landscaping and presented it to Jules, who accepted it graciously and was still holding it when she left.
Chapter 23.
Beckett. The meeting house was no more, at least for now. The construction crew had carefully removed the siding, and I stood with Holden and Wren as the construction crew used an excavator to take down the building's frame.
God, this feels awful, I admitted as the last wall collapsed.
Sorry I'm a mess over a crappy building that should have come down at the turn of the century. Wren grabbed my hand. You've been so supportive of us these last few months. It's a privilege to be here for you now. After we gathered with the lost boys at the watering hole. It was busy for a Monday night, and a bartender had called in sick, so Joel and Ozzy were running from one end of the bar to the other to keep up. Tristan had tried to help, but he was dead on his feet from working a double shift at the Seguin Bean, and Joel had made him sit down and pushed a pitcher of beers at us. He hooked a thumb at the crowd. It's been like this ever since people realized that the Hendrix Kavanaugh once took a piss here. You know it, Ozzy said, bumping fists with his business partner. Too bad Hen couldn't join us, Sawyer said, loosening his tie. Where is he now? Holden asked. New Zealand? Damn. I have no idea how he keeps up with his touring schedule. I think the insanity helps,
Sawyer joked, surprising a laugh out of all of us. Joel and Oz got back to slinging drinks with tiny, prideful smiles. Tonight sucked because of the bartender situation, but they both knew they couldn't buy this kind of publicity. They managed to keep their heads above water until a tragedy involving their very expensive industrial blender and Ozzy's bright, sexy button-up. People started complaining about the ensuing delay until Ozzy stripped off the ruined shirt, going down to the simple white tank top spackled to his perfect body. Not only did the complaints die out, Walker almost swallowed his tongue. Meanwhile, Sawyer helped solve the problem. He had Tristan text Allie, who happily lent the bar one of the blenders from the coffee shop. If the pina coladas had a slight espresso aftertaste, no one mentioned it. Still, the guys were pretty overrun, and I remembered something relevant. Sidling up next to Walker, I whispered, "Hey, did you know that you don't need a license to serve drinks in Texas?" "Really?" "Really. Seems like our pals could use a little help." He bit his lip, shooting a quick glance toward Ozzy's broad shoulders. Yeah, you're right." I caught Holden's eye, and he lifted his chin at me. "What?" I mouthed. "I'm innocent." "Yeah, right," he mouthed back as I beckoned Ozzy over. "What's up? You need more beer?" Oz asked, sounding a little stressed. I gestured to Walker, who gulped and stalled out. I elbowed him in the side until he managed to say, Yeah, hey, I can't mix worth a damn, but I could take care of the beer and wine orders if that would help." "Oh, fuck yeah, man," Ozzy said, flipping up the bar. "Get your fine ass back here." Walker's cheeks pinked up as he scraped by Ozzy. I popped my brows at Holden, rather proud of myself. "Any of us could have helped out behind the bar, you know," he noted. "I do know that, yes." Wren shook his head at me, clucking his tongue. "You are a meddler, Beckett Wainwright. A world-class meddler." I adjusted my collar with a smile. For the rest of the evening, Walker took care of the beer, Ozzy served up cocktails, and Joe tackled the frozen margarita backlog. Wren, who'd gone quiet, leaned into Holden's shoulder. "Walker's eyes have been on Ozzy's ass all evening long." Apparently, he'd been tracking the subtext, as he often did. I wasn't the only meddler. "True," Holden answered carefully. "I thought he was straight." Sawyer and I exchanged a glance. Wren stirred his martini with an olive-festooned cocktail pick. "Got it." Just then, Major walked through the front door and froze as he took in the crowded space. He looked slightly panicked, but then he spotted us and carefully pushed his way to the bar. Wren smiled up at him and slid off his stool. "Here, Major, this is yours now." Major shook his head. "I couldn't steal your bar stool from you." "Take the chair, Major. You look dead on your feet," Wren said, direct but kind. He was right. Upon closer inspection, Major's beard, usually well cared for, was an overgrown mess, and darkness purpled his under-eye area. Major reluctantly sat and sagged forward on his forearms. "What's going on, my friend?" I asked, rubbing his back. "Go into business for yourself, they said. It'll be fun, they said," he muttered. Wren's brows knitted together. "Are things not going well? Have you not reached out to Joel and Ozzy yet?" Major straightened and gestured to the busy bar. "None of us have had any time. Hell, I'm putting in 15 to 16 hours a day." Wren smacked his massive shoulder. 16 hours? No, sir. That is entirely unreasonable." Before Major could defend himself, Joel walked over and made it worse. He handed a large glass of water to his adorably drunk boyfriend, then gave Major a fist bump. "Major, my guy, I feel like I haven't seen you since the funeral." Tristan snickered into his water. "Dead husband guilt in 3, 2, 1. Wren's brows arched up, and he put an accusing finger in Major's face. "You are supposed to use this bar stool. My husband didn't give it to you for you to ignore it. What does Joel mean he hasn't seen you since the funeral?" Joel reached for Tristan's hand, kissing his knuckles before piling on. "I've seen Sawyer here more than Major." Sawyer hid a laugh behind his well-manicured hand, and Major shot a glare at Joel. Ozzy walked by to deliver an old-fashioned to the lady sitting next to us. "Did you show Major what we found in Mr. Paige's notebook?" Joel lit up. "I haven't. Give me a second," he said, hustling to the back. Seconds later, he returned and slapped the familiar notebook on the counter. I grinned and poured a fresh beer from the pitcher, setting it in front of Major as he flipped through the well-worn pages. Wren had clearly numbered the notebook in his neat print, his square numbers set off by page after page of Lupin scrawl. Holden had told me his pops always had the big ideas while his dad minded the details. Seeing their combined handwriting might have had me sobbing in my beer last month, but for the first time, nostalgia outpaced the sadness. "Your dads really did work well together," I said, setting my chin on Holden's shoulder as I wrapped an arm around him. "Yeah, they did." Ozzy interrupted Major's page flipping and turned to one of the last pages where he pointed to a couple of lines of shaky handwriting. "Beckett sell to Major. Kill 2 birds. Expand." "I'm not sure what he means by that," Major said, turning his beer in his hands. Wren leaned over and read the words. "I think I know. Beckett now owns a big chunk of land that's 3 connected lots. He's got a good start on Meeting House 2.0, but he still needs to do some serious fundraising to create the kind of community space he wants. Looks like Robert thought you should buy one of the lots and build a proper office. Maybe expand beyond just plumbing." Huh. I slid the notebook in front of me and read the scrawl for myself. I didn't hate this idea. Major opened his mouth, no doubt to protest, but Joel cut him off as he passed a vodka can to a sorority chick. "Before you say the business isn't big enough yet, your business is stagnating because no one wants to hire a guy working out of his garage. The people you grew up with trust you, but the folks in the big developments don't know you." Major looked to me, and I'd already started nodding along. "We can put you on the corner with the busiest cross streets. Hell, I'd love to work that closely with you." Major took a sip of beer, considering the options. "I'd have to figure out the financing. Probably not too far off from a down payment. I guess, since I'd be next to Beckett, I could run some sort of apprenticeship." "We could work with my friends at the architectural firm to build something with continuity," Sawyer suggested. Major started nodding. "I can see that." Wren reached out for Major's hand. "You were always his steady Eddie. And you did more to keep these jokers out of trouble than he ever could. I'm sure he'd be pleased to know you'll be working right next to the lead troublemaker." "Hey," I complained, then grumbled under my breath when the collective raised their brows. They had a point, but still. Major smiled even as his eyes went shiny, and he squeezed Wren's hand. "Thank you. I'll make sure to keep him in line." "Sounds like a yes to me," I said, punching his broad shoulder. Ouch. Fuck. Dude was built like a brick shithouse. "A definite maybe." "I'll take it." Chapter 24. Holden. "Holy shit, Dad, look at this spread." For someone who'd wanted to keep things low-key for Thanksgiving, he'd sure made a lot of sides. 11, if my count was right. He shrugged. "I kinda got started and couldn't stop." "We could have used you this morning at Lupe," I said, admiring the talavera bowls filled with rice, beans, pozole, and tamales, to name a few. It was ridiculous but perfect. Since Beckett and I had shared a fairly traditional Thanksgiving with his father at Lupe earlier in the day, Dad had suggested we do a Tex-Mex meal in the evening. Not only was it a great idea, it also made things a little easier for both of us. Christmas was the splashy holiday in our house, but Thanksgiving was the meaningful one. "I'll probably be ready for the public by next year," Dad said, his voice quiet. I drew him into a hug. "You're not on any timeline. I found out that a lot of families ignore the big holidays the first year after a major loss. I'm glad we're both willing to celebrate however we can." "This is my favorite holiday." "Usually," he said with a wry smile. "Though you'll forgive me if I'm not entirely grateful this year." I nodded, then regaled him with tales from that morning's Thanksgiving brunch.
Earlier this week, Beckett took the kids from Lupe on a class trip out to the Wild Heart Ranch, I said, grinning at my man. All Leo could talk about this morning was Lyle, this super sweet gender-fluid kid who worked at the stables. Wild Heart. Beckett, that's the ranch where you have friends, right? Dad asked. Yep, I answered for him. It was possible my answer came out a little short, but not because one of Beckett's friends was actually an old fuck buddy. Who was, he'd mentioned, Norwegian and super tall. I mean, who thought that was hot? Not me. I was neither jealous nor intimidated by the fact Beckett had apparently slept with this guy on multiple occasions. Though Beckett had only ever topped me, and there was no way a goddamn Viking bottomed for anyone. Then again, according to Beckett, I was nearly as tall as that guy was, and I liked bottoming just fine. Loved it, actually. So who knew what they'd got up to? Whatever. It was probably just a bunch of side action. Unless Beckett... Anyway, I was glad I'd had to work and couldn't be there. Beckett glanced at me, then took up the story. We met everybody there, and Lyle was showing off the commands they teach the horses for the search and rescue operations. Leo was immediately smitten. Funny, Dad said, grabbing the enchiladas from the oven. I'm shocked he didn't fall head over heels for that big Norwegian my son keeps trying to act like he's not jealous of. He set the enchiladas on a trivet with a happy little flourish and sent me a wink. I opened my mouth to protest, but all that came out was a croak. Beckett, meanwhile, laughed openly at my distress. I elbowed him right in the meat of his arm, gesturing at what my father had become. This is your fault. Beckett lifted a shoulder. Don't get peevish with me. Your dad's deep into his mourning period, and yet he makes time to give you shit. That's pure love right there. We sat down and I shook my head as Beckett handed me a set of utensils. No, that's you being a bad influence. Dad scoffed. Are you kidding? Pops would haunt me for the rest of my days if I didn't give our son a little shit from time to time. I'm so glad I can amuse even the dead, I retorted, grumbling even as I felt loved. Turning to Beckett, I asked, I want to know, did you give Leo the same hard time you're giving me? Oh, of course, he said, his mouth curving into a decidedly sexy smirk. Unfortunately, the second I started chirping at him was the exact second I stepped in horse shit, so it didn't quite have the same impact. Dad and I laughed, and then Dad wheedled Beckett into saying a Thanksgiving prayer. Shit. Maybe I am a bad influence, Beckett joked, then went quiet for a moment. He held out one hand to me and one to Dad, and I reached for Dad's other hand. We smiled, and he began. If anyone is listening, this is a prayer of gratitude. Life has dealt a big blow to the Paige family, and yet they remain loving and full of joy, even within their sorrow. I am personally grateful for the numerous ways in which this family has cared for me over the years. When I was so lost and angry about the death of my mother, when I lost my father to the grief, when I was trying to figure myself out, Mr. Paige was there to steady me and make sure I didn't go too far astray. He created a safe place for me and my friends, and I'm also grateful for them. We call ourselves the Lost Boys, but we love each other and keep tabs on each other. May we work to show the Paige family our gratitude so they always know they are not alone. Amen. Amen, Dad and I said together. Wish you were here, Pops. We squeezed each other's hands again, then dug in. I wish I could cook as well as you do, Dad, I groaned. I wish you could cook this way, too, Beckett said with a laugh. Shut up, I murmured, kissing his temple. Dad smiled at us. There is one thing I can honestly say that I'm grateful for this year. Watching you two get closer has made my heart, broken as it is, so happy. Beckett touched his chest over his heart. I'm grateful to get to spend this time with your son. I hate the circumstances in which he and I have become closer, but you've raised an amazing man. Thank you. Well, then I'm grateful Pops didn't have to see us be so sappy, I contributed. Whatever, son, Dad said, rolling his eyes. Robert was the sappy one.
You know Thanksgiving wasn't complete until he was blubbering about one thing or another.
Usually gratitude for having adopted me, I snarked, popping my collar, and for me being a wonderful son.
He also mentioned having a wonderful partner in life, I'll have you know.
Fine, but he usually mentioned the adoption first.
This isn't a competition, Holden.
Good thing, because I'd be winning. I held up a fork, laughing as I dropped it onto the table like a mic. Beckett pushed back from the table, rubbing his distended belly.
God, I love this family.
My heart basically stopped when I heard the L word come out of his mouth, and Dad's proud smile felt like an accomplishment. Maybe all these big emotions were evidence that we'd turned a corner on the worst of the grief. I missed Pops like hell, and Dad cried himself to sleep most nights, but maybe we were finally starting to notice our surroundings. I'd for sure noticed a few things about my favorite skeptic, like how he was holding my heart in the palms of his tattooed hands. He said he loved our family, but I had to wonder how long he'd been concealing his feelings from me, how long he'd been waiting for me to rise above the grief enough to notice. I'd always assumed his belief in love, along with his faith in God, had been broken with his mother's death, but given his prayer over dinner, I was beginning to doubt that was true. He'd barely been a teenager when he lost her, but I think it was the loss of his still-living father that had broken him. His doubts about God and love were not born from natural skepticism, as I'd originally imagined. No. He wanted to believe, desperately now that I thought of it. His faith had been ripped from him with the brutality of his mother's illness and its devastating aftermath. Having spent these last few months sharing the horrifically painful healing process with Dad, I could only begin to fathom how he must have felt as a teenager navigating grief largely on his own. That must have been so fucking lonely. That realization set in motion the final gear of my heart. I wasn't any help with the God thing, but I'd be damned if I let him give up on love. Beckett placed a soft kiss on my temple. He'd been showing that kind of open affection more and more, and it killed me not to acknowledge his actions with those all-important words.
"What you thinking?"
he asked, as he often did. If only I could be honest with my answer. Maybe I can. Sitting at my family's table, I suddenly couldn't wait another second. "I love you," I whispered as he took a sip of water. He started, then calmly set his glass down, wiping his mouth. His chest rose with a deep inhale, but his gaze was locked on the water, and I wondered if I had fucked it all up. Before I could spiral into a million scenarios, he turned his head just enough for me to see his eyes, so wide and full of emotion I immediately regretted not doing this privately. When his chin wobbled, I held out my hand and he gripped it tight. I'd spent so much time letting him take me apart and put me back together again, not once considering where he was in his head. Even when I finally woke up to the signs, I couldn't have guessed the depth of the emotion that was beaming out of him in that moment. Dad had gone silent, but his approval was visible in the happy, sad set of his eyes. Cupping the back of Beckett's head, I pressed a kiss to his lips. "I mean it. I love you."
Chapter 25. Beckett. Hearing those 3 words from Holden's lips was a moment I was going to remember forever. I'd had a bunch of canon events in my life, moments after which I had never been the same. Losing my mother to her illness, losing my father to heartbreak, meeting Mr. Paige, leaving/getting kicked out of seminary, kissing Holden Paige. His eyebrows stitched with worry, and he glanced over at his dad. Wren looked like a still life, or like he'd been caught in the act of something nefarious. After a moment, he relaxed and winked at me. Holden, on the other hand, looked guilty as hell.
"I'm so sorry, Beckett. I love you too," I said, rushing to kiss him before he regretted saying those words. Wren gasped, and I knew he was happy for us. Smiling, I deepened the kiss, needing to imprint on Holden how serious I was. We kissed until Wren let out a soft whoop. "Finally!"
Ignoring the peanut gallery, Holden pulled away and kissed the backs of my hands. Sending his father an apologetic look, he said, Sorry, I need to be alone with Beckett. As if on autopilot, I rose to my feet and started toward the door, dragging Holden with me. I only vaguely remembered waving goodbye to Wren and didn't remember a damn thing about the ride home, except that I was driving with one hand and clasping Holden's hand to my heart with the other. I parked in the back of the driveway and led him up the steps to the tiny efficiency that had become our love shack. Taking my key, he unlocked the door and let us in. He tugged the collar from my shirt, setting it aside. Here, take off your shoes, he said. I bent down to untie them and groaned. Fuck, I'm so full. Me too, he said, chuckling. I still need you to take off these fucking clothes. I nodded, unable to keep my eyes off him, enthralled by his gaze as I slipped off my socks and shoes. His efficient fingers made quick work of my clothes. Within seconds, he had me down to my bare skin. He then stepped back and undressed, one garment at a time, eyes locked to mine. Finally, we stood naked in more ways than one. Taking my hand, Holden led me to my own bed, pulling aside the covers. He fluffed up the pillows, then kissed the corner of my jaw. Lie back, he said softly. I did as he asked, and he curled up next to me, laying his head on my chest as he smoothed his hands up and down my full belly, our breaths loud in my ears. I swear I want to make love to you, but He swept his fingers over my mouth. Shh, we'll get to that when we can. I just need to be as close to you as humanly possible right now, okay? I kissed his fingertips, drowsy from the heavy meal and overcome by the intensity of my emotions. If I fall asleep on you, please don't think I don't care, I warned, a heavy lethargy rapidly pulling me under. I feel so amazing right now. Me too, he sighed, nuzzling my ear as he cupped my cock and balls. I'm about to pass out. We'll sleep, and then we'll make love. Perfect, I whispered as the last bit of consciousness bled out of me. I woke to a hot mouth lazily sucking on my soft dick as early morning light filtered in through the windows. Baby, I murmured, running my fingers through his hair as I stretched my tired muscles. I fucking love your mouth. Love you, too. God had thrilled me to be able to say that freely. For weeks I'd wanted exactly this, and getting it was even better than I'd imagined it could be. Not just because Holden's perfect mouth was rousing my cock faster than my brain could keep up with. Falling asleep with his long body wrapped around mine had been the safest I had felt in a long time. Cozy. Fuck, why was cozy the sexiest thing ever? Before I could puzzle it out, the love of my life straddled my hips. He made a show of reaching for the lube and flipping open the cap to drip the slick liquid onto his fingertips. Closing his eyes on a sigh, he prepared himself thoroughly as my cock strained upward, brushing against him as his low grunts filled the air. He sank down on me, drawing a gasp from the bottom of my lungs, his enveloping heat sending my heart rate through the roof. I whimpered as he rolled his hips. Everything about him was making me harder and, conversely, softer where it counted. The smile he gave me wasn't his shy smile, or his heated, fuck me father smile. No, this radiant expression was hard-won and layered with emotions. This was his I love you smile, and I wanted to see him wearing it always. Thrusting up, I tilted my hips to tease out another one of his sexy, sweet grunts. He let his head fall back while we got into a rhythm, his willowy form a symphony of bliss. I adored making him feel this good. When his eyes met mine again, I felt it in my chest. Fuck, Holden. I love you so much. He smiled, continuing to take his pleasure. I know. And you love me, I said, needy for his confirmation. Probably for longer than I realized, he admitted easily, falling forward to kiss me into oblivion. Relief and gratitude flooded my body, shimmering from my head to my toes. "I've never felt like this before," I whispered between deep, searching kisses and powerful upward thrusts. Holden shook his head, looking as perplexed as I felt. "Me either." Our bodies couldn't hold out in the face of our confessions, and I was filling him as he was covering me. "I didn't know," I whispered as I wiped him down. "I didn't know sex and love together could feel like this. I don't even know if I could describe it." "Then keep showing me," he breathed out, reaching up for a kiss. "I will," I thought, "as long as you'll let me." I sat in Major's kitchen across the table from him, the plats for the 3 lots unrolled between us. Pointing to his offer, I vehemently shook my head. "That's a ridiculous amount of money for a tiny plot of land. We don't need that much for what I plan to do." Major sighed patiently and repeated his previous explanation. "This is not about how much money you need for your community plans, buddy. This is about fair market value." "How is that fair market value? This is still Seguin, isn't it?" "You live here, don't you?" Major said, a rare bit of snark. "You've seen the new census results, right? This is no longer some stagnant little town stuck in the past. It's growing, and the lots closest to the downtown area have gone way up in value." "Sure, I guess, but how can you afford that price?" "It's like I told Wren. I'd already been saving up for a down payment somewhere, but I was worried I wouldn't have enough business to make it work out. I've since talked to Joel and Ozzy a few more times, and they're right. Keeping my business in my house while saving me money was stunting its growth." "Okay, so buying makes sense, but you have to come down on this price." "No," he said, sitting back and crossing his massive arms over his massive chest. "I can afford to pay you market value for the lot, and I will not entertain the thought of a penny less." "Stubborn mule? Maybe. But you love me anyway." Yeah. Grinning, Major rubbed his hands together. "Speaking of, you and Holden are pretty serious, aren't you?" I rubbed the back of my neck. "We are." "How scared are you right now?" "Fucking terrified." He laughed and nodded. "Completely understandable. Though I've got to say, I'm glad you're giving things a chance with him. You've always been somebody who I thought would make an amazing partner. And a really good dad." I held my hands up and leaned back from the table. "Hey now, none of that dad bullshit. We literally just said we loved each other." Major's smile was a little too knowing. "Look, I'm not one of those assholes who would ever pressure you into having kids. I'm simply saying that if you're open to love, it's okay to be open to more." His words gave me a vision of a scrawny kid wearing glasses, convincing their friends to follow them into all sorts of trouble. Fine. I'm not considering it. You'd be a fool otherwise. Come on, man. You have to know that Wren would make the best grandfather in the entire world. Oh, God, I laughed, shaking my head. If we adopted a kid, Wren would lose his everlasting mind. Y'all could get married, have a bunch of kids, and help us turn Seguin super queer. Record scratch. You're killing me, man. I loosened my collar. Was it getting hot in here? Aren't you always telling us to be brave? Yes, but that's more of a do as I say, not as I do sort of situation. I'd been holding meetings at the watering hole while the meeting house was being rebuilt, and Major frequently attended them. Now I wasn't sure if that was such a good thing. No, not allowed, Major joked. Seriously, though, I'm really happy for you and not at all jealous that I live in this big old house all by myself, he said, gesturing to the space. Major lived in one of Seguin's newer developments, and as much as we grumbled about city slickers coming in and changing everything, it was a nice house. Speaking of marriage and families, this is the perfect house to raise a kid in, I observed. Major grimaced, shaking his head. Oh, no, I got it because I needed enough space for my office and stuff, not because I wanted to grow a family or whatever. Oh, Now who's terrified? I shot back. I'm not terrified. I just want to be Uncle Major to your kids, he crackled. So then, what are you going to do with all this space once you move your office out? Probably wait another year, let the market grow a bit more, then sell it and downsize to a smaller house on a bigger lot. Just then Sawyer appeared on the stairs wearing only a towel. Hey, Major, mind if I steal some of your shampoo? I ran out. My eyes widened. Guys, there's something going on that I need to know about. They looked at each other and cracked up. Yeah, no, they said simultaneously. I raised my brows. Okay, sure. I believe you. Major looked over at Sawyer but said nothing. Sawyer shifted uncomfortably, then rolled his eyes. We fucked a few times in high school, but that was more experimental, I think you'd say. Well, that was new information. Wait, so y'all were a thing in high school? No, Sawyer said decisively. Hey, I offered to be your boyfriend, but you were all hung up on. Shut it, Sawyer said, making a slashing gesture across his throat. Whoa. Sawyer? I asked, trying to keep a neutral face. Who were you hung up on in high school? Doesn't matter, he said, sending Major a pointed look. I'm not my type's type. If I had to guess, it was the captain of our football team. He was now a sharply dressed news anchor in San Antonio, and I'd long suspected he was on the down low. I'd wheedle it out of Sawyer eventually. Though, hold on. Who the hell thinks you're not their type? I asked, indignant for my handsome, fit, rich friend. Doesn't matter. And unlike my happily child-free friend here, I do want a family. Kids, dogs, the whole nine. Wait, what? I was beginning to think I didn't know this man at all. You want kids? Yes, he replied, primly adjusting his towel. Is that so unimaginable? Dude, your condo is like pristine. Kids are messy. Major started rolling up the plaits, clearly unwilling to be part of the conversation. Ignoring me, Sawyer went back to his original question. So, do you mind me borrowing some shampoo from you or what? Major shot him an understanding smile. Not at all. Go for it. Sawyer sent me a thin-lipped wave and made his way back up the stairs. Before I could try to get more information out of him, Major held up his hand. No, don't ask me to break his trust, preacher. I only know because I've known since high school. Okay, but I have one question. I ignored Major's warning glare. Does it have anything to do with the fact that he's here all the time and apparently staying with you? Is he avoiding San Antonio? Major let out a long breath. Actually, no. He's not avoiding San Antonio, or a guy, for that matter. He's here because he wants to spend more time with his family. Really? Weren't his parents kind of shitty when he came out? Yeah, but that was when he was in college. They've started to come around. His brother and sister, however, have always been cool with him. His brother's wife had their first kid last year, and now his sister is pregnant. He's excited about being an uncle. I don't think I knew he had siblings. He keeps a lot of things to himself, which is a shame. He's a real sweet guy and will totally make a great father. Still not seeing that dude with kids. Takes all kinds to be a parent, Beckett. I guess. I blew out of breath. So, this guy he likes, loves. Oh, man. This guy he loves. There's really no chance. Major tapped his pen on the table, looking sad for our friend. No, Sawyer won't say it, but I think he's frustrated that his heart hasn't let go after all these years. Well, shit. Yeah, but he'll be fine. He's just... When Mr. Paige died, it brought up a whole bunch of high school stuff, and now Sawyer's moving to Seguin, so it complicates things. He's moving back? Really? Major grimaced. Not sure if he wants that advertised, although it's all but a done deal. I had a million more questions I wanted to ask, but the set of Major's jaw was telling me I needed to respect Sawyer's privacy. Okay, but I do have to check. You're not carrying a torch for him, are you? Major shot me a be-serious eyebrow arch that would have intimidated someone who didn't know him very well. No, I'm not enough of a masochist to host someone I have feelings for. Letting out a tired sigh, he said, I'd love to be in a relationship, but my rotation will have to do until I get to a more stable place with my business. I promise. Sawyer is a good friend, and I'm happy to have him stay here while he finds a place of his own. Ugh, y'all are confusing. I'm going to go back to my man and not think about adopting children with him. Good luck with that. Jackass. Chapter 26. Holden. You don't have to go with me for this. Beckett cupped my jaw, standing there in his preacher getup, far too gorgeous and profane for this time of morning. I know. I'm doing this for me, I insisted, mostly meaning it. He stretched up for a kiss, and it was the sweetest damn thing, especially considering he'd been fucking me with my head hanging off the bed not 20 minutes earlier. We made our way down to his baby blue truck and drove to the job site. My heart sped up when I spotted Chase standing there holding a clipboard. I was done avoiding him, though, and not just because it couldn't be done in a town the size of Seguin. He'd occupied too much space in my head for too long, and I was taking back my peace of mind. As we parked, the petty part of me noted that time had not been kind to Chase. The cigarette hanging at the corner of his mouth explained some of the wrinkles around his eyes and lips, but it didn't explain everything. The deep lines creasing his face didn't appear to be from age, joy, or experience, but rather anger and judgment. For half a second it made me feel sorry for him. Not that sorry, but God, he had to hate looking in the mirror. Not to be too catty, I whispered, but it's clear the man has no gay friends. He'd at least have a skincare routine. Beckett snorted into his fist. I'd say that was the perfect amount of catty. We fixed our faces into something more neutral before exiting the truck. This site is not up to code, Chase called out as we neared him. You're gonna have to pull up all this concrete and redo the plumbing. There was an ugly gleam in his eye, like he'd love for us to challenge him on it, and it twisted my stomach into knots. The familiar helplessness washed over me, knowing this was just one more thing Chase DeWitt was going to get away with. The mayor had helped us out where she could, but government jobs were notoriously difficult to be fired from. As the code inspector, Chase had a lot of power over us, and not surprisingly, he was going to use it. Beckett's contractor, a good old boy with Second Amendment stickers on the back of his truck, shook his head. Bullshit, he spat. What possible reason could you have for wanting me to take up all this concrete? I started to tremble as the two men faced off. Beckett suddenly reached over and took my hand. He doesn't have a reason, Carl, Beckett explained, maintaining a droll attitude. This is high school bullshit. He's using code enforcement to bully my boyfriend. It's not even about me. Carl rolled his eyes. Chase, buddy, I don't have time for this. I got 3 more sites to get to today. I said what I said, Chase insisted, lighting a fresh cigarette. Then I'm going to need you to list out in exact detail everything that's wrong with this job site. I dare you, Carl fired back. I was a nervous wreck, but Beckett remained calm. Watch this, he whispered out of the corner of his mouth. Chase started listing off a litany of issues from his clipboard. None of it made any sense to me because I didn't speak drywall or whatever, but it seemed pretty serious. Carl was standing there, unbothered, and I couldn't tell if that made me more or less anxious. When he'd showed up on the first day of construction, I'd pointed out his bumper stickers and asked what Major had been thinking, recommending this guy. Beckett explained that waiting for an ideological match on a construction site in the state of Texas was a non-starter. Plus, he noted, Carl had been the one who did most of the updates to Lupe free of charge. Turned out Carl has a trans granddaughter who'd been kicked out of her home. When he realized what had happened, he went down to San Antonio and got her out of what sounded like a pretty awful situation. Beckett had done a fair imitation of Carl's low, gruff voice, saying, I don't give a shit what he calls himself, or she, or whatever. I just want her to live and be safe. So she's staying with us, and we're figuring it out with her parents. I still don't understand him. Sorry, her, at all. And I'm half convinced she's doing it for the attention. Then again, I can't imagine anyone would willingly put themselves in that situation unless they had no other choice. So yeah, I don't have a problem putting up a house of worship for queers.
Beckett explained that was what progress looked like in a place like Seguin. There were people who were uncomfortable with the subject matter, who definitely got some of the language wrong, but who also couldn't reject a loved one outright.
That's how progress is made, Hold. Not in perfection, but in humanity. We don't accept shitty behavior, and we'll get around to the language. But when somebody's trying, genuinely trying, we reach out a hand and try very hard not to judge their efforts.
His kind acceptance of Carl's humble and incredibly generous offerings was coming back to us right now.
That's bullshit,
Carl spat again, after Chase listed off yet another demerit from his clipboard.
Chase, you know damn well this slab goes above and beyond the regulation. Next.
Well, then there's the thing with the pipes. Carl grabbed Chase's elbow and frog-marched him over to the pipes in question.
These pipes? You can take a picture of them and put them in a textbook. Next.
Carl stood there, waiting for Chase to contradict him. Chase's eyes scanned his clipboard, gripping it so tight I thought he was going to break it. For the first time in any situation involving Chase DeWitt, I had to bite back a laugh. Carl had somehow managed to bully the bully. When Chase left, cursing under his breath, we had the approval in our hands. I turned to Carl. I would really like to give you a hug right now. He shifted uncomfortably.
I'd rather you didn't.
Fair enough, but in my mind, I'm giving you a big ol' hug and a kiss on your cheek. Carl cursed and kicked at the ground.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Beckett laughed and elbowed Carl.
Maybe it didn't seem like much to you, but that was a big deal for us.
I nodded. I don't know how well you know Chase.
Well enough,
Carl answered, curling his lip. Then it might not surprise you to find out he hurt me badly when we were teenagers. Put me in the hospital. Beckett grabbed my hand.
That's the kind of thing that can take a person down, you know. Having someone like you stand up to him changes things.
Carl grimaced and shifted again.
Please don't compliment me. I'd rather have the hug.
He punctuated this by giving me a quick arm pat.
Just so someone says that you didn't deserve that back then, and you don't deserve it now. If there's something I can't stand, it's a bully.
On that, Carl, you and I agree perfectly, I responded. Beckett pulled me into a big hug and topped it off with a kiss on my lips.
That's my sign to get the heck out of here,
Carl muttered, turning toward his truck.
Thanks, Carl,
Beckett called.
Next time you're at the watering hole, I owe you a beer. I'll take you up on that.
2 weeks later, I stood there, wiping a tear while swearing under my breath as the framing for the first wall went up. Who knew construction could be so emotional? Carl wandered over and nudged me with his shoulder.
There's no crying in construction, Holden. I have a reputation to maintain.
I turned and caught the twinkle in his eye. Carl? Was that a joke? He ran his thumbs up and down his suspenders.
Pretty good one, if I do say so myself.
That's it, buddy. I'm coming in, I warned him before pulling him into a hug. He grumbled, then wrapped his arms around me. I'd been sneaking in side hugs here and there, and I didn't think he hated them as much as he said he did.
I don't always get to do meaningful projects, but it's nice when I do.
He awkwardly patted my back, then stepped away as a young woman about high school age approached us and set her cheek on his shoulder. Hey, Grandpa. This is really cool. Thank you.
You're welcome, Stella girl. The people who run the place are pretty cool,
he said, sending me a warm look. He introduced us and I turned to her, smiling widely. Your grandpa's good people. He has terrible taste in clothes, Stella joked. But other than that, you're right. He's pretty awesome.
Hey, I brought a brand new pack of t-shirts from Walmart just the other day.
Stella tapped the middle of her forehead, clearly over it. You cannot find a new grandmother for me in a Hanes t-shirt. You need something with buttons and a collar. And for God's sake, Grandpa, do something with your beard. Stella turned to me, pleading. Tell him. I stood back and appraised Carl, nodding. You've definitely got the silver fox thing going on. Pair of collared shirt with a beard trim, maybe do something about those tragic eyebrows, and the 50-plus set will be swooning over you.
50? I hadn't even considered dating a younger woman, he mumbled, cheeks going red.
With a little effort, they'll be breaking down your door, Carl. I promise.
Well, I do have a date on Saturday, so...
Carl, you dog! I pulled out my phone. Most of the salons in Seguin are a straight-up tragedy, but I'm sending you to a really good barbershop on Austin Street. They'll take care of you. Carl stood a little taller and took out his phone, frowning at it.
Fine, but the rule about crying on the construction site stands.
I gave him a salute. Duly noted. Now, let's get this church up. Beckett and I stood there for the next several hours as Carl's construction crew raised the framing, a combination of metal and wood. It was amazing to watch something go from a flat pad of concrete to a structure I could identify. Even better, if unexpected, was the effect it was having on Beckett. For starters, it was unseasonably warm out, so he was wearing his clerical polo, untucked. Beckett was a good many things in apparent opposition to his spiritual calling, but unkempt was never one of them. I put my hand on the back of his neck and his chest expanded, a little too quickly for a guy just watching some framing go up. He shot me a glance that spoke of filthy, dirty things. Squeezing the back of his neck, I asked, Father, are you hiding a hard-on?
Shut up,
he answered out of the side of his mouth, elbowing me.
Also, don't call me father unless you're naked.
Wait, is the smell of pine a secret turn-on for you? Should I be over there gathering wood chips?
Shut up.
I laughed, hugging him to my side. We are such a mess. I've been weeping like a baby, and you're about to bust a load in your clerical trousers.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Major, who'd come by to see the framing that was simultaneously going up on his new showroom, was closer than I'd realized. He bumped my shoulder.
Are y'all actually being dirty at the raising of a holy space?
I snorted. Have you met Beckett? Of course we are. Major crossed his arms, shaking his head at us.
I'd say y'all need Jesus, but I think he's going to need backup with you two.
Oh yeah? Like who? Beckett asked, awfully sassy for someone who just tucked his cock into his waistband.
None of the prophets would work. He'd need to go with Dionysus at a minimum.
Beckett pinned him with a look.
Somebody was paying attention last Sunday.
Major lifted his hands.
Had a good teacher.
With that, he wandered off and left me to my horny minister. Finally, right before sunset, the crew finished framing out the roof. Beckett grabbed my hand, his eyes boring into mine. Let's go home. We broke every traffic law known to man and were barely in the door before he slammed it shut and pushed me up against it.
Why the fuck does everything, including construction, turn me on when you're around? He asked, unzipping his pants. Who are you?
I went to my knees and pulled out his cock, which was already hard and dripping. I'm your boyfriend, I answered, looking up at him through my eyelashes, grinning as I lowered my mouth onto him.
Chapter 27. Beckett. The apartment looked as if somebody had ransacked it. The kitchen table was askew. Wet footprints led from the bathroom to the bed. The sheets were ripped down the middle. It had been a good celebration. Holden and I were drifted in each other's arms, naked, sated, and so very much in love. I'd stopped thinking of myself as being in trouble with this man. I was simply lucky, and I knew it. Just as we were dropping off to sleep, I got a text notification. I sighed and tried to reach for patience. A call at that time of night meant somebody from my congregation needed help or solace.
$20 says the collar goes back on, Holden said, smiling as he handed me the phone.
$20? That's a little rich for my blood, don't you think?
That's okay, Father. You can pay me back in other ways.
Rolling my eyes, I ignored what his taunt did to my cock and unlocked my phone. Shit.
What's going on? Holden asked. Your messages don't usually make you look so worried.
You owe me $20, I answered, showing him the phone screen. There's an alert at the build site.
What kind of an alert?
A security alert. Somebody's on the property.
Shit, what do we do?
Call the police, I said, swiping over to the phone app. Holden put his hand over mine.
Wait, Carl said something about checking the cameras first, right? Make sure it's not, like, a dog or something.
Good call. I brought up the video on the security app. With the low light, it took a few moments to understand what I was looking at. Once I did, though, I was cursing a blue streak. Fucking Chase DeWitt.
What's he doing?
I tossed him the phone as I started pulling on my pants, then my stretched-out clerical polo.
Is that a chainsaw?
He asked, fear coloring his words. Yep. Looking more closely, I grabbed my keys, cursing again when I realized what he intended to do. He's gonna take down the entire damn thing.
What are you doing?
Holden asked, pulling on a pair of gym shorts. No fucking way he's getting away with this.
Bex, we have to call the police.
Slipping into my old tennis shoes, I turned to him. And how well did that go for you? Holden took a step back, hurt. Fuck. I stopped my frantic preparations. I'm sorry, Hold. That came out way wrong. I didn't mean it like that.
No, I think you meant it,
he said, crossing his arms over his naked torso. Tugging his arms open, I pulled him in for a hug. You're right, I did mean it. The idea of someone hurting you and then not being punished for it makes me want to scream. Chase has been getting away with abuse his whole life, and I refuse to stand by a second longer. The police aren't going to do anything, so I'm taking care of this. Tonight, just me and him.
Then I'm coming with you.
I raised my brows. No, you're not.
I'm coming with you,
Holden repeated, grabbing one of my t-shirts. Hopefully not the one with his cum all over it. Ignoring my protests, he stepped into some tennis shoes and followed me out the door and into the truck. As I started the engine, he brought up the group chat. When we arrived at the construction site, it was a scene out of a nightmare. The metal exterior framing was intact, but the entire interior structure looked like a pile of broken matchsticks, which was appropriate, since it was on fire. The fire was creeping around the edges, then hit something, dry wood, accelerant, and blazed up right as I opened my door to get out of the truck. The heat knocked me back. Sirens sounded in the distance, but I didn't give a shit about that. Where the fuck are you, Chase? I screamed. I have you on video, you motherfucker. Holden tried to hold me back, but I shook him off as fury consumed me, fed by the burning heat. It felt like I was walking into a hairdryer turned on full blast, but I had to get closer to see what he'd done. Blinded by rage, I stumbled over the old spigot we used to water the lawn. I turned on the water, the metal handle burning my palm. Even as I picked up the hose and aimed it toward the fire, I knew it would make a difference. He had done it. Chase had really done it. He hadn't been able to use his little code enforcement clipboard to fuck us over, so we burned my place to the ground instead. The sound of a truck engine took me out of my reverie, and I dropped the still-flowing hose and looked behind me. Holden was watching the blaze, mesmerized, as Major and Sawyer jumped out of Major's work truck. Ozzy was pulling onto the street, and I had no doubt that Walker, Joel, and Tristan were coming in right behind them. Holden caught my eye and rubbed his chest. He'd called the Lost Boys. He wasn't going to let me deal with this alone. His eyes widened in fear, and he screamed, "Beckett, behind you!" Whack! I went to the ground confused. I blinked, hardly believing my eyes. Chase DeWitt, unsteady on his feet, stood over me with a familiar-looking crowbar in one hand and a huge gas can in the other. "Now who's got the upper hand, you fucking—" He'd clearly been drinking, because the blow to my head, while painful as hell, hadn't rung my bell as much as he expected. Major and Sawyer were already running, but Chase was mine. Given his wobbly sway, I took advantage of my spot on the ground and kicked out, cutting off his hateful words while collapsing his ankles. He landed hard, the gas can rolled away with a hollow thump, and the crowbar flew out of his hand. I scrambled along the ground, racing him to it, grabbing it a split second before he could. I rose to my feet as he struggled to his hands and knees. The memory hit me like a thunderbolt. Holden on his hands and knees, begging DeWitt and his cronies to leave him alone. I might or might not believe in God, but I was familiar with the Old Testament. I started swinging. This is for you, Holden. First his front teeth, then his ribs. Finally, as hard as I could, his arm. I stepped back, gripping the crowbar as firelight glinted off white bone. "Beckett!" Major yelled, reaching us with Sawyer close behind him. Holden stood stock still by the truck with Walker standing slightly in front of him, wearing only pajama bottoms. He hadn't even stopped for shoes, but he looked like a fucking prizefighter. Ozzy raced up, joining him and standing in front of Holden. No one was going to fuck with them tonight. I glared down at the pile of shit before me, smoke and the crackling sound of fire eating through the pine framing filling the night air. "I'm sure you've heard of turn the other cheek, you raging, bigoted asshole," I yelled as he screamed in pain, blood and bits of teeth pouring from his mouth. "I'm not that kind of preacher. You have done nothing but spend years making the lives of every queer person in this town miserable. Frankly, I could kill you, and not a single person would doubt you deserved it. You're damn lucky I'm not that kind of man." "Bex," a soft voice said behind me. I spun around, ready to go again. Holden had closed the distance, stepping past our friends. I hadn't even seen Joel and Tristan arrive. Holden kissed my cheek, and the fight left my body as quickly as it had come over me. He took in the broken man at my feet and, maybe for the first time ever, looked Chase DeWitt in the eye. "Nobody hates you more than I do, Chase," he started, and stopped, shaking his head. "But that's not true, is it? Nobody goes after queer people this hard without being a little bit queer themselves. I mean, that's what the bonfire was about, wasn't it? The way you kissed my hand." "Shut up," Chase spat, his voice garbled and wet. Holden held up both middle fingers, clearly done being quiet about it. "You have to wonder if the people closest to you see it. Your family, at least, right? I bet they know about you. I mean, why else did you end up as a small-town code enforcer?" he asked. "Huh. Good fucking point." "I'm no fucking," Chase said, barely intelligible. Holden cut him off. "Oh, I think you are." He tilted his head, scrubbing the stubble on his chin. "I was so frozen by the idea that you were this never-ending nightmare who was going to continue fucking with us. It made me miss the signs." He knelt in front of Chase as our friends encircled us and fire engines screamed onto the block. "Your family owns, what, a couple dozen big box stores, right? Why aren't you working in their corporate offices, Chase? Why don't you have a corner office and a fancy title? Is it because you like cock? Or is it because you're such an asshole that even they can't stand you? What did you do to piss off your family so much?" Chase spat out a mouthful of blood. "Fuck you, you fucking..." I swung the sharp end of the crowbar around to his face. "Don't you dare," I snapped, my voice and limbs shaking with whatever adrenaline remained in my body. Glaring up at the circle of lost boys surrounding him, the light from the fire flickering over all our faces, Chase went silent, save for his ragged breaths. Holden stood, brushing off his knees. "If you do ever decide to come out, do it somewhere else. I've got real friends now, and they've got a long fucking memory." "Damn Skippy," Major growled, brandishing a massive pipe wrench. "We're done being nice." Walker cracked his knuckles. "You go after another queer person in Seguin, and you will answer to us." Chase shrank back, cradling his broken arm. Holden straightened, standing to his full height. "Having been in your shoes, I will suggest that as much as it sucks having your ribs wrapped, stick with it. Also, go for the implants," he said, tapping his own front teeth. "They're worth the extra cash." I looked over my shoulder as a new set of sirens turned onto the street. Sheriff Kavanaugh. "One final thing," Holden said, letting a cruel smile tip up the corners of his lips. "If you press charges, we press charges." Firefighters were screwing hoses into the hydrants, even though everything made of wood was a lost cause. The Lost Boys stepped back as Sheriff Kavanaugh joined us. "Drop the weapon, Beckett," he commanded, his hand on his gun. "Happy to, Sheriff. You should know this belongs to Chase. I've got him on video." Tossing the crowbar aside, I pointed to the blood dripping down the side of my face. "He might have gotten away with beating Holden half to death once, but that's not the world we live in anymore." Sheriff Kavanaugh looked to the side, avoiding my eyes. Then, kneeling next to Chase, he said, "I can't cover for you on this one. I told you to leave this church alone. You tried to have it condemned, and the mayor got involved. You tried to use your position as code enforcer to stop the build, and you lost your job." We all exchanged glances. Huh. No wonder Chase came after the meeting house this way. Carl must have reported him. Go Carl. "You have been warned again and again. This is a house of worship. You don't have to like it or believe in what it stands for, but you will show it respect. Mr. Paige left this land to Beckett to build something special for Seguin. He was a pillar of this community, and he certainly made sure to love and support my son when I didn't know how to." Sheriff Kavanaugh pressed his lips together, like maybe he hadn't meant to say all of that. I thought back to the funeral, to the conversation he'd had with him. I wondered again what had been said. Maybe my father and I weren't the only ones working hard to reconcile. EMTs brushed past the sheriff and began to work on Chase, gingerly lifting him onto the backboard. I thought I'd enjoy the sight of him screaming in pain, but I didn't. Not even a little. "You know what sucks about being a good person?" I asked Holden as Kavanaugh pulled out his cuffs. "Not being able to revel in the fact that you beat his ass," he answered as the cold metal snapped around my wrists. Exactly. Chapter 28. Holden. "The county attorney is considering charging me with aggravated assault." The telephone line crackled, and Beckett sounded exhausted and far away. It had been 2 days, and he was still in lockup. "But Eric is on the case, so don't worry, okay?" I wasn't super thrilled to hear that the sexy, mysterious Eric was involved, but Hen hadn't been able to work his magic to get Beckett released because Chase was in the hospital. I hadn't realized that even if he didn't press charges, the county could move forward. "Sure, Beckett. You're in jail again because of me. What's to worry about?" I snarked, stirring my tea. Dad narrowed his eyes at me across the breakfast table while Beckett said, "No, I'm in jail because once again, Chase DeWitt threatened someone I love. It was an easy decision to make, Hold, and I'd do it again." "Beckett, these calls are recorded." We'd found out through a friend at the hospital that Chase was stable and had had surgery on his arm yesterday. Not gonna lie, I was disappointed that he'd only lost 2 teeth, but Beckett had cracked 3 of his ribs, and I knew that was going to hurt for months. Try to take a deep breath now, motherfucker. Chase was also technically under arrest for arson and assault, and he'd be transported to county once they were able to move him. What a fucking mess. "Then let me be more specific," Beckett said, clearing his throat. "I did not and will never pull punches when it comes to defending my boyfriend." I face-palmed, trying to ignore the way my chest fluttered every time he called me his boyfriend. "I'm hanging up on you now." "Good. Go meet Carl at the job site and find out how much that asshole set us back." "Will do, love." After I hung up, Dad reached across the table and grabbed my hand. "It's nice to see you two together, even like this." I smiled and squeezed his fingers. "I know the timing is—" Dad shook his head. "The timing is the timing, son. I had no intention of falling in love with Pops. I mean, it was a hookup, for God's sake. I was trying to stay sane through my last semester of college, not find the love of my life and eventual father of my child. So I shouldn't feel so guilty about falling in love while mourning Pops? No, son. Please, please, please don't color this with guilt. I swear the hardest part of all this is that the man I'd go to for comfort is the one who isn't here. I'm grateful you at least have someone to lean on," he said, his smile filled simultaneously with affection and deep, deep sorrow. I hadn't considered that part. "I know it's not the same, but I'm glad I can be here with you so you don't have to do this alone." "Me too, son."
After getting word that the fire and police investigators had cleared the scene and declared the remaining metal structures sound, we got in my car and headed to the build site. We were ready to discuss the cleanup and rebuild schedule with Carl. However, as we rounded the corner, my jaw dropped. It was a weekday morning, but Carl's crew, several members of Beckett's congregation, the kids from Lupe, and most of our friends were there, plus a ton of people I didn't know. They were all wearing hard hats and gloves, with Carl directing the cleanup. I brought my hand to my mouth as tears welled in my eyes. Carl saw us and walked up to the car. Dad and I got out, stunned. "What the hell, Carl?" I asked.
"I know, right?"
he said, gesturing at the activity.
"Some foreign-sounding guy got in touch with me. Said he was calling from a ranch. Whoever he is, he must have some pull. I've never had an investigation scene cleared so fast. I got here at 7 this morning and everyone was already here, ready to get started."
Carl led us to the PPE station and we joined our friends in the cleanup. By the end of the morning, the pile of burned wood had been moved from the job site to a dumpster, and the pad had been swept clean. Carl explained that we'd gotten lucky, and the only thing that needed to be redone was the interior framing.
"He knocked you back a couple of days, not weeks or months. Plus, my contact at the local lumber yard is going to donate the wood. So, win-win,"
he said as we were approached by 3 men I didn't recognize. Carl, Dad, and I said our goodbyes, and I faced the guys who joined us.
"Holden?"
the tall one asked. He had long brown hair and his voice was accented. My stomach bottomed out when I realized who he was. "Eric?"
"That's me."
"Oh, great," I muttered. Beckett's friend from the ranch looked like a fucking god. Meanwhile, I was in my nerdy best, my clothes sooty, glasses smudged, and hair half frizzed, half plastered to my skull. The guy next to him held out his hand. "Charlie, nice to meet you. This is my husband, Justin," he said, pointing to the third guy, a sweet-looking, kinda gangly fellow. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming out." A smaller guy I hadn't seen stepped forward. "Hey, I'm Ant. This one's boyfriend," he said, gesturing up at Eric. Ant? Ginger's friend. More relieved than I'd ever admit, I shook his hand. "Nice to meet you." As I looked between the diminutive Ant and the Viking Eric, I was ashamed to realize I was picturing the two of them in bed together. That meme of the hamster trying to eat a massive banana came to mind. Funny in a meme. Weirdly hot in person.
"You're picturing it, aren't you?"
asked a voice I hadn't heard in person in 2 days. I spun on my heel. Beckett stood there, with Ozzy spinning his keys in the background. Without a thought in my head, I threw myself at Beckett, then quickly pulled away. "Ew, you smell."
"Look who's talking," he said, sniffing my shirt. I pushed him away, but he grabbed me tight and whispered in my ear. "Tell you what, let's go shower, and I'll tell you how those two got together. It's pretty epic."
I flushed and dipped my chin in agreement. Fuck, I'd missed him. Beckett turned to his friends, his smile blinding. They exchanged handshakes and hugs, and his buddies agreed Beckett was overdue for a shower.
I know. I just wanted to stop by and thank y'all for your help." "Of course, man," Charlie said. "You've helped us get so many kids into the group home and beyond. Hell, after our community helped us with the fire out at Wildheart, you know we'll be here for whatever you need."
Justin asked, "Do you think y'all will need site security going forward? A bunch of our friends have already volunteered to take shifts." Beckett tugged me in close, torturing me with his smell as he kissed the top of my head.
"What do you think, babe?"
I blew out a breath of air. Chase is out of commission for a while, so probably not. Eric stitched his brows together, pulling out his phone.
"That's Chase DeWitt, right?"
"Yep."
"He's still in the hospital?"
Beckett nodded. "Yeah, I think he's got a police officer sitting outside his door." Eric scrunched his nose.
I'm not worried about that. We're going to make sure he gets the message to leave you alone."
Ant stretched up and whispered something into Eric's ear. Eric pulled back.
"Anders? Really? You don't think that's overkill?"
Ant's smile could only be described as evil. "Hopper's in town, so—"
"No, we're not killing the guy." He turned to Beckett. "Wait, we're not killing the guy, right?"
Beckett laughed, shaking his head.
Tempting, but no. I'm not above having you scare the shit out of him, though. Tell him to leave the girls, gays and theys, the fuck alone, or else. Justin leaned in, whispering something to Charlie, who grimaced. Yeah, agreed. Hopper can't be trusted to keep it bloodless. He'll tell Anders to go solo. I darted a glance to Beckett. Do I want to know? He patted my arm. It's best if you didn't. Chapter 29. Beckett. Sunday meetings at the watering hole were starting to take on a life of their own. When I'd originally laid out the plans for the meeting house, I hadn't planned on making it much bigger than the original, merely expanding to a second story for counseling and community spaces. Major, Joel, and Ozzy, however, ganged up on me and told me I needed to think bigger. They were not wrong. I might lose a bunch of people once we stopped meeting in a bar, but it had been pretty amazing to see the turnout grow week after week ever since the community came out and helped us with the cleanup after the fire. Today was one of those crisp but not too cold blue sky days we got in Texas during our winter, so we decided to hold today's meeting on the rooftop. People used to go next door to the Seguin Bean to grab something before the service, but Hen somehow found out and gave his credit card to Allie and Tristan, telling them to send coffee and pastries for all the attendees over to the bar. It got a little wild from there. I ran my hands through my hair as I saw the morning spread. God, I hope Hen doesn't blow his top when he sees the bill for this one, I told Walker as he helped me carry in the enormous coffee urn. Oh, I have a feeling he's good for it, said a slightly croaky but familiar voice. Walker and I set the urn down, and I turned around. Hen! My smile fell a little, though, when I saw how run down my good buddy had become. Hen, are you okay? You look exhausted. Even his grin was tired. Thanks. I just love being told I look like shit. Hey, I protested. I don't think you look like shit. I think you look like you haven't slept in 6 months. Probably because I haven't slept in 6 months, he joked, though I suspected it was closer to the truth than he wanted to let on. Thankfully, I officially sang my last song of this tour last night. Or tomorrow? I don't know how the dateline thing works. Anyway, I stepped off the stage and onto the jet, and here I am. Walker, sweet guy that he was, grabbed a paper cup, filling it with coffee before handing it to Hen. Here, man. Looks like you need this. Thanks, Walk. It's good to see you. Walker shoved his hands into his pockets, his shoulders curving inward. Well, they haven't kicked me out yet. Are you kidding me? Ozzy said, passing by with an enormous tray of cheese Danish. Walker's the man. He always shows up right when we need him. Shirtless, even. Walker's Adam's apple yo-yoed, and his eyes tracked Ozzy's form as he walked away. Well, it was nice seeing you again, Hen, he said distractedly. I've got to head out. You gonna be around for Christmas? Hen nodded. Yeah, I'm hoping to stay put for the holidays. Hopefully a little longer. Walker's smile lit his face. That's so awesome. I know these guys are going to be excited to have you here. You should hear all the stories they tell about you. Hen glared at the side of my head. You telling stories about me? Did you once take the sheriff's vehicle on a joyride in a coyote mascot costume? I asked. Maybe. Then we told stories about you. Walker laughed, patting Hen's shoulder. See you around, he said before making his way out the door. I gestured to Hen's drink. You don't actually like coffee, right? He set his cup on the bar. No, I don't. No worries, friendo. We've got tea and plenty of it. Do you make it properly, though? Holden walked up with Wren, grinning. Dad's in charge of the tea, and I can promise you it's perfect. Excellent. Hen rocked on his feet. Oh, since you're here, I need to ask about the rental. Is it available now? Wren smiled. Does this mean you'll be accepting my husband's generosity instead of forcing me to guilt you into it? Hen chuckled, exhaustion darkening his features. You won't have to guilt me at all. My production company is acting like they're being generous by giving me this month off, but I haven't accepted any bookings for next year. Honestly, I can't even imagine it at this point. Sawyer joined us, a little bit of raspberry jam on the corner of his mouth. He took in Hen's appearance.
Hendricks? I'm glad to see you, buddy, but are you okay? Hen shook his head.
Probably not. I was asking Wren here if I could use that rental Mr. Paige offered a little early. Nobody expects me to be here, so maybe they'll leave me alone long enough for me to figure out whatever the hell it is I need to do next.
Before we had a chance to respond, Leo walked up, toting a trash bag overflowing with paper plates and cups.
You're Hendricks, right? Sheriff Kavanaugh's son?
Hen stiffened.
Yeah. Your dad once busted me for shooting heroin between my toes. He didn't arrest me, though.
Huh. I'd forgotten that was how Leo came to us.
He took me to Lupe, Leo said, where I was able to sober up and get 3 squares a day. Bonus, the people who run the joint don't mind that I'm queer.
To his credit, Hen was gracious despite his obvious fatigue.
Wow, I didn't realize my dad did that. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I thought I'd say something. I mean, your music kind of sucks, but at least you got a cool dad.
I snorted, unable to disguise my laughter. Wren, Holden, and Sawyer did a little better than I did at hiding their reactions, but the amusement in their eyes was hard to miss. You know what? Go replace the trash liner and put something in your mouth, I said, shaking my head. Leo waggled his brows.
Any restrictions on what I can put in my mouth?
Jesus Christ, Leo. Just get the fuck out of here. Leo grinned and popped a cheese Danish into his mouth, winking at me.
Fucking menace.
Wren put a hand on Hendricks' shoulder.
Ignore him. My husband would take one look at you and make you sit down. I understand touring is grueling, but whoever's in charge of your schedule clearly doesn't give a shit about you. Maybe it's not my place, but any management team who would let you get into this state should be fired. I can say with 100% certainty that Robert knew exactly what he was doing when he told you to take a year off.
Nobody takes a year off, Hen muttered, shaking his head.
You can, and you will.
Hendricks blinked at Wren's decisive tone, and Wren crossed his arms, giving him his best dad look.
Well, fuck. I guess I'm taking some time off.
Chapter 30. Holden. I held Dad's hand as we walked through the neighborhood I grew up in. So, how are you really? I asked carefully. We were less than a week away from Christmas, and I'd noticed him getting sadder and sadder as the days progressed. Dad went quiet, thinking.
I'm not looking forward to Christmas, he answered after a moment, but I am looking forward to spending time with you, Beckett, and the Lost Boys for tomorrow's dinner.
We'd spent the last 3 days moving old paperwork in Dad's makeshift office out of the dining room in preparation for Saturday's big pre-Christmas dinner. Me too, Dad. I think it'll be a good time with maybe a little reminiscing.
And it'll be nice to finally use that room for its intended purpose, he joked.
I think if Pops walked into the house and saw the dining room set up, he'd faint.
He totally would. Who knew there was a table under all that shit? He said badly.
No, perfectly, imitating Pop's voice. We laughed for a moment until Dad's face crumpled. Tears fell as he kept walking at a steady pace. Always forward, always forward. He shook his head, wiping his eyes on the sleeve of his coat.
You'd think I'd have cried enough over that man. It's been almost 6 months.
I don't know, Dad. I plan on crying for Pops for the rest of my life. Not as much as I have the last 6 months, but yeah, he deserves my tears. Dad nodded.
I like that. He deserves our tears, he said, testing out the words.
I wish I'd had more time with him, I said, trying to push back the guilt for staying away from this place for so many years.
Agreed, Dad said, running a hand through his hair. I always knew our difference in age meant I was probably going to have less of him than I wanted. But I didn't expect him to go so young. It hurts to miss out on the precious years I thought we'd have together. Salt in the wound.
I wrapped an arm around his shoulders as we kept walking in the brisk weather. I think I get it, but in reverse. I wish I'd had those first 8 years with the two of you.
Me too. But only because I'm selfish, Dad said with a sad grin. You were such a great kid. I wish we'd had more of those younger years with you.
Yeah,
of course, son. You were the best decision we ever made. I tapped my chest, but then his smile dropped off a bit.
What's this face? I asked, squeezing him closer. His expression was thoughtful as we entered our cul-de-sac. He stopped and bent down to pick up a fallen leaf.
We're talking about those years we've missed out on, and it's reminding me of all the times I dismissed your father's concern about our difference in age. 15 years never seemed that much to me.
No?
Never. Robert was the one who'd stressed about it. He was only a half-hearted vegetarian when we met, but then when we got serious, he said he had to eat a healthy diet and exercise more regularly so he could live as long as possible.
Because he loved you so much. Dad snorted.
Felt a lot of good it did him.
It did do him good, Dad. I doubt he'd have survived that second bout at all had he been in poorer health at the start. Think about the extra time we had with him. Everything else was bad luck. He leaned his head on my shoulder.
I know you're right, son. Maybe I just wish I'd paid more attention. Been more in the moment with him, you know?
I rested my head on his, wrapping my arm around his back. I've been feeling the same way. He twirled the leaf a few more times, then let it fall to the ground.
One of the last conversations we had was an argument. Did you know that?
I shook my head. No, he never said.
He was trying to make me promise him to find love again if he passed away.
Oh, Dad.
Yet another instance in which I ignored my husband's instincts.
Dad, it's not like that. Of course you were upset. No one wants to think about having to move on from the love of their life. Even though he was looking down, I could see how broken his smile was.
Exactly, son. Robert was the love of my life, and I don't know why he didn't understand that I'd had my one big love, more than most people get. Any more seems excessive. Greedy.
I squeezed him tight and thought of what Pops would say. It's too soon to know how you'll feel about anything, Dad. I think he'd remind you that you're not done mourning him yet, and to stop trying to act like you are.
Dad chuckled. True. I have not yet given him his full due.
Then you don't want a jealous ghost on your hands.
Also true.
But at the risk of upsetting you, I've got to say, I'm with Pops on this one. You're far too lovable and full of love. Look at the support you've given all the lost boys since he's been gone. No one's ever going to take Pops' place. But you can't keep his big heart to yourself. Not forever. Dad looked up at me.
So, you would be okay if I started dating again?
Unquestionably, I said without hesitation. It'll be hard, seeing someone else where Pops should be, but that's okay.
How did you get so wise?
I was lucky enough to be adopted by the two most amazing men in the entire world. Dad knocked his forehead against my shoulder.
Holden, we have got to work on your hyperbole. Please at least add handsome and youthful to the adjectives.
You got it. My youthful, handsome, amazing dad. He rolled his eyes, then looked around.
Son, why are we standing in the middle of the sidewalk? Let's go home and get some hot tea.
I grinned and tilted my head at the sold sign standing under a leafless ash tree.
Huh, he said. I didn't realize the Hollises had sold their house. I guess I've really had my head in the clouds.
It was a quick turnaround. Mrs. Hollis's mom over in San Marcos passed away and left her that house in the will.
I didn't realize her mom had passed. I wonder if it's too late for me to send them some flowers.
Probably. The last day for them to get everything out is tomorrow. Dad wrinkled his brow.
How do you know all this? Are you on some sort of neighborhood gossip app?
Nope. I bought the place. Dad stared up at me.
You bought this house?
Yep.
But wasn't your boss having a hard time with you working remotely?
About that.
Holden, what did you do?
I pulled out my phone and tapped on an app. I didn't want to have to keep making cuts to my games because of their concerns about the bottom line, and I hated that my boss thought she had access to me 24/7. So I've been working on something. It's in the beta stages, but I think it has promise. When I started my current job, I'd negotiated to keep the rights for any games I developed that they passed on. Recently, I took a couple and consulted with child psychologists and child development experts to figure out how to both avoid harmful elements and actively include supportive elements. I didn't think I was going to need to worry about my own bottom line, considering how popular the game had been among the kids in my testing groups.
So you're quitting?
Yep, turned in my notice this morning. His eyes widened.
That was very scary and brave of you.
I laughed, overcome with nostalgia. That's what you and Pops would say every time I tried something new.
Still holds true, he said, kissing my hand. What does Beckett say about all this? The app, the house?
He doesn't know yet.
Holden!
I shrugged. I might have overshot. I'm not sure. But I don't trust that Miss Dora is as hard of hearing as she claims to be. So I was going to see if he wanted to move in with me. Dad blinked, his eyelashes spiking with tears.
It's that serious?
I smiled. I love him. I love being with him. The only thing I hate when I spend the night at his place is that I'm not near you.
You want to be near me?
Of course, Dad. It's been hard being away from you and Pops all these years, and I don't want to do it anymore. I mean, we're going to have some boundaries around pop-in visits so we don't traumatize you. But I definitely like spending time with you. Dad threw his arms around me, and we stood in front of my new home, hugging and crying. Nothing about the last several months had been easy, and while I'd have given anything to have Pops back, I was proud of myself for doing the brave and scary things. Just as importantly, I was grateful I'd had a true partner in Beckett each step of the way.
So, you bought this place?
Beckett asked, chewing his inner cheek as we walked through the empty living room with its towering ceilings.
I did. And you're moving in here?
Yep. His expression advertised the series of mental gymnastics he was going through. He couldn't reasonably get mad at me for buying my own place, but he'd no doubt grown as accustomed to our cozy togetherness as I had. Oh, hell. I loved him too much to let the torture continue. It's an awfully big house to live in alone, though, I nutted, tapping my chin as I examined the ceiling fan.
Wait,
he said, a bit of temper showing up in his voice.
You're getting a roommate?
No, Bex. Pay attention. That was probably an unfair ask, since the build and his legal troubles had been occupying his thoughts for a while now. Thankfully, the build was going well, and the legal issues had been resolved once Beckett provided the county with the security feed from that night. There was crisp, high-def video of Chase taking down the framing and setting fire to it. The video also clearly showed Beckett defending himself against an unprovoked attack by an armed assailant.
Wait. Do you want me to live here with you? Beckett asked, looking up at me.
There it is, I said, booping his nose. I knew you'd get there eventually.
I can't afford whatever half of this is. You see where I live?
God, he was so adorable. Bex, baby, you do know that I've got money, right? Like, tech money. Stock splits and partial ownership money. Plus, Jackson sent me my half of the house.
Okay.
So yeah, I bought this house with cash.
Then why aren't you in a huge house on the river?
Because my dad isn't in a huge house on the river.
So you're moving 4 houses down from your dad on purpose?
Yes. He's already been warned to knock first.
Seriously, though, I can maybe pay for the utilities, but...
No, you're not paying for anything. Nothing you do is reimbursed. You barely take enough for your meager living expenses from the meeting house, even though it would be perfectly reasonable for you to draw a regular salary. You give to the community. I give to you. That's how it works. Don't argue with me.
Are you telling me what to do?
He asked, splaying his pale fingers across his hips. This is literally the only place in life where I plan on telling you anything, I said, tugging on his collar. The rest is all you. Pulling the collar free, he loosened his top buttons.
Then I'm going to need you to hit your knees.
I complied, joy spreading through my chest. Happy to, Father.
Epilogue. Beckett. 6 months later.
It was a double opening day for the meeting house in Everly Plumbing, now Everly Plumbing and Bathroom Renovation. We decided to share a parking lot across the back of the property while maintaining an open space between the two buildings. Planning it out with the architects was one thing, but seeing the finished product was another thing entirely. The result was way, way better, more than either of us had expected. The building, while enormous in comparison to the original meeting house, had a pitched roof and modern wood accents that lent it a feeling of home. The vaulted entryway led to a generous corridor and lounge area outside the meeting room, with soaring double-paned windows that gave it a serene sense of the holy. Through a massive sets of doors was the meeting room, another vaulted space with windows set higher up to allow both privacy and light. We'd had the builders at a low stage for plays and weddings, but the room itself was open and could be configured in any number of ways. Most of the time, it would be set up in our typical in-the-round style for meetings, but we had rolling desks and stackable chairs that would be useful for various community projects, perhaps even an after-school offering once we really got going. Major's place was much smaller, but mirrored the architecture of the meeting house. He now had a showroom for bathroom designs, as well as a couple of conference rooms and a cushy waiting area for his clients. After a full day of giving away balloons and getting young people to sign up for internships at Major's shop, we met in the meeting house's bright new dining room. All the Lost Boys, old and new, plus our friends from Lupe and a couple of my buddies from the ranch. Hen, not wanting to be a distraction, had been working in the kitchen with Sawyer all day long. He was wearing a meeting house t-shirt like the rest of us, but he'd paired his with a pair of skinny jeans, black chucks, and a spiked belt, plus the guy liner he never went anywhere without. I was happy to see him, but his sabbatical hadn't even lasted a month. While the brief time off had done him some good, he was already looking ragged at the edges and still had months to go on his extended tour. He said it was all part of his contract, but we knew there was more to it. What Hen failed to realize was that when Mr. Paige had said to drag him off the road if we had to, the Lost Boys took that shit seriously. He was coming off the road at the end of those dates, or we'd be intervening big time. "Hey, cuz," Oz said, throwing an arm over Hen's shoulder. "Fuck, I miss you, man." Hen leaned into the hug. "I've missed you too. Once I'm done with this leg, I'll need to figure out next steps." Sawyer sat up, interested. "Any thoughts on what those steps might be?" "Nothing set in stone. I read this phrase the other day. Remember your why. I realized I don't have a why. Or if I do, it's different from where I started, you know?" Ozzy nodded as he slid in next to Walker, who looked like he might have a heart attack if Oz got any closer to him. "Makes sense. I think finding your why is a great use of your time. But make sure to give your brain a rest, too. You don't need all the answers. And consider the fact that you arranged to be here today. You could be holed up anywhere in the world with the person or persons of your choosing bobbing up and down on your cock, and you elected to be here, in Seguin, Texas. There may be some why in that, too." "Ugh, you're so smart." Leo and Major wandered over. Leo really was a good kid, and I'd been excited when he said he wanted to work with Major. Better yet, Major immediately took on a big brother role with him. It was interesting to see Leo really listen and pay attention, to see him wanting to learn. I wondered if Major understood how amazing that was. As Joel, Tristan, Holden, and Wren joined us, I couldn't help but think of Mr. Paige and how tickled he'd be that we'd all come together again. Holden sat next to me and kissed my cheek. "Pops would be so goddamn proud of you," he said, his pretty eyes crinkling at the corners. "I know I'm proud of you. You put in a lot of work, and you'll be helping the community for decades to come." I leaned in for a kiss that probably went on a little longer than it should have. Well, hell, I was a gay, tattooed, God-doubting preacher. What did people expect? "Thanks, babe. I'm fucking exhausted." I gestured at the table as the rest of our friends took their seats. "But this? And you? Worth it." Holden. After Beckett's ranch buddies helped us with the rebuild, Dad and I started going with him out to the Texas Hill Country to spend time with them. It was always rewarding, but this Friday's trip was particularly special. We were being introduced to a young Japanese boy Charlie and crew had rescued. Charlie had asked us out because none of their usual places could take him. It was obvious the kid, Hikaru, had been through a lot of what the kids at Lupe had experienced. Lupe worked solely with teenagers, however, and Hikaru was only 8. The same age I'd been when my dads took me in. Charlie assured us that Hikaru could stay at the bunkhouse for a while, but it wasn't a permanent solution. He wanted to see if we could meet him and think of a good place for him. Charlie hadn't done much to try to hide his intentions, but Beckett hadn't hesitated to accept the invitation, and neither had I. Dad didn't even bother to ask if he was invited. He simply informed us he was coming. This all felt like we were putting the cart before the horse, especially since Beckett and I hadn't even discussed marriage yet. Though I had to admit moving in with each other had only made forever seem inevitable. Nothing between us ever felt like a leap. Not even pulling up at the gorgeous ranch. Our entire relationship was the result of setting one foot in front of the other, walking directly into our future. Eric and Aunt met us at the door. Turns out I'd been right about Eric and Beckett keeping it to frauding and hand jobs back when they were on each other's roster. Beckett said he'd taken one look at Eric's junk and asked for the side menu. Aunt, with whom I'd become friendly, once let slip that he and Eric were more versatile than I'd have guessed, and I valiantly stifled any hamster meme-related commentary. Look, I'm just gonna say, Aunt leaned in conspiratorially, maybe don't ask too many questions about how Hikaru came to us, okay? Dad set his shoulders. Just show me to my new grandson. Beckett and I shared a look. While information was thin on the ground, we knew Hikaru had been rescued in a major op right outside of Houston. His parents had emigrated from Japan to the States as college students. He spoke English well but preferred Japanese, and he no longer had living family members in either country. Dad, we don't know. He stopped me with a wave of his hand, then gestured at our two hosts. Whatever hell they rescued Hikaru from, he deserves the kind of love you two can give him. You'll foster to adopt, I'll help, and we won't ask what they had to do to get him out of there. Probably a good call. Back when we were working through the legal drama with Chase, Anders, Eric's cousin and a hilarious sociopathic golden retriever of a man, paid Chase a visit. He reported back that Chase pinky promised he'd never attempt to assault or harass anyone ever again. I was later told that Chase was only sporting 9 fingers these days. But I was pretty sure that was just a rumor. Thankfully, a condition of his probation was that Chase was not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of me, Beckett, or the meeting house property. So hopefully, I'd never be close enough to get a full count. Despite my father's impatience, we all gave Hikaru lots of space when we first arrived. He was adorable, with smiley dark brown eyes, a bowl cut of pin-straight black hair, and arms and legs so skinny he looked like a stick figure. When we sat at the table, however, I was pleasantly surprised when he chose to sit between Dad and me. Konnichiwa, Dad said to Hikaru with a little bow. Hello. Hikaru's eyes widened. Nihongo hanashimasu ka? You speak Japanese? Hai. My son speaks a little Japanese as well. I nodded and held out my hand. Hajimemashite. Nice to meet you. He shook it, then looked past me to Beckett, pointing at his collar. You're a priest? Kinda. Why do you have so many tattoos? Beckett winked. So people know they can trust me. Hikaru laughed, and Beckett reached across me, holding out a fist. Hikaru bumped it with a shy smile. One of the things I loved the most about these dinners was the ranch's lovely tradition of looking back on the week and naming a good thing, a gratitude, and something they'd left behind. Looking between Dad, Beckett, and Hikaru, I had a lot to be grateful for. By the end of the dinner, Beckett and I already knew Hikaru was coming home with us. We'd agreed to a weekend sleepover, but in my mind, the die had already been cast. Charlie had connections all over and told us we'd be hearing from a friendly social worker in 2 days. Dad knelt down in front of Hikaru and asked him in Japanese if he wanted to go home with us. Hikaru responded by throwing his bird-like arms around Dad's neck. I suddenly had a vision of what our future could look like. Dad and Hikaru as best friends, me and Beckett as the strict ones. Well, I'd be strict. Beckett would let him get away with everything. Between us and the Lost Boys and everyone else in our community, Hikaru would have more family than he'd know what to do with. What you thinking? Beckett asked, holding my hand as we followed Dad and Hikaru to my car under the bright stars of a Texas night sky. I stopped and turned to him, pulling him to me. I'm thinking about the future, about raising that kid with a rogue preacher by my side, supported by Dad, surrounded by friends. I don't know. Guess I'm feeling pretty lucky. Just wish Pops was here to see it. Hopefully me saying this won't ruin my reputation as a skeptic, but I think he is, Beckett said, kissing me softly. I know for a fact he's as proud of you as I am. I hope so, I said, floating out a small prayer of gratitude to the stars above. Thank you, Pops, for bringing the Lost Boys into our lives. I hope you don't mind, but I've got a favorite, and I'm going to love him forever. This has been The Skeptic, Lost Boys, Book 1. Written by Kelly Fox. Narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2023 by Kelly Fox. Production copyright by Kelly Fox.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.